let me share with you the product page and show you how Minisforum is promoting this, and then we'll go from there so we have an idea of what to expect here. This is called the Atomman G7 PT. That's funny. I've been calling it the GTP7. All right, Atomman G7 PT. Now you can see it's a bit pricey, right? It's $1,000. That's on sale at $1,000. But wait till you see what you get for $1,000. It's pretty impressive. And I would challenge any of you to put these parts together yourself from any retail source and tell me if you can get that anywhere near $1,000. All right, so you got a case and a power supply, right? You got a cooler, you got a CPU, you got RAM, you got storage, you got an operating system. Now, at $1,000, you're going to get bare bone. So in a bare bone, different manufacturers have different ways of defining this. Some bare bone systems will come with no RAM and no solid state drive. Some may not include a CPU if it's a socketable CPU. Generally speaking, many PCs use portable CPUs. Now, they say they're going to start shipping these out at the end of next month, the end of August. I don't know if they're shipping yet, but they are available for sale. So I think we've got this version here they sent us, if I'm not mistaken. So you're going to get 32 gigs of RAM and a terabyte of NVMe for $200 more. Let me see the side of the box. 32 gigs and 1 terabyte. Yeah, that's the version they've sent us. So what makes this so expensive compared to other $400 and $500 or even $300 mini PCs we've seen? Well, first of all, you're going to notice it's quite a bit larger. It's got these panels that light up on the side. All right, so what? You know, that's not adding any performance, reliability, or security. People like pretty lights, and so it provides those. But that's not what makes it worth more. What makes it worth more, first of all, you've got a Ryzen 9 7940HX CPU. That's a Zen 4 16-core, 32-thread CPU with a max boost of up to 5.4 gigahertz, for crying out loud. Let's scroll down. They've got something they call their cold wave ultra cooling. We'll talk more about how they keep this thing cool as we get to that point. Of course, with the neural processing units, we talk about teraflops per, trillions of operations per second. The newer chips are all going to have these NPUs. Right now, a lot of AI computing is being done on the servers online. And then like if you go to Suno to make a song, suno.com, you can make a song. And the AI processes the music and the lyrics on their servers that are way more powerful than your home computer. And then once that's done, then it's available for you to download and play. But if you had a more powerful computer, you could process this locally. So we're getting there. We're just in the infancy of this. It's got a space for two NVMe M.2 slots. That one is a PCIe 4 and one is a PCIe 5. We have 2 sticks of RAM, or the availability of up to 2 sticks of DDR5 for a total of 96 gigs. That would be 48 gigs per stick, which I believe is the maximum size you can buy in laptop memory, DDR5 laptop memory. But here's where things get really interesting. Did somebody say Wi-Fi 7? Have we seen Wi-Fi 7 on anything in the last year and a half since Wi-Fi 7 came out? Let alone a mini PC? I mean, I don't know who needs it, but I will say that if you have a computer like this, somebody with a computer like this is more likely to need Wi-Fi 7 than somebody with a cheaper computer. Look at all the ports we have. We have a display port, an HDMI port. We have 3 USB 3.2 Gen Type A, 3.2 Gen 2 Type A's, 3 of those. We've got a 2.5 gig Ethernet, and we've got a line out and a mic in separately. I like that. So this is the back of the unit. You can see it's got a little stand that you can sit it up vertically. And then here we've got a dynamic microphone, power light. There's some kind of performance mode display. I guess that tells us what this must have different modes. Oh, I guess it does, because there's a button to change modes. So probably from performance to economy, right? Depending on how you're using the machine. So that way you're not drawing more power or creating more heat when you're just browsing the web. And then On top of having the jacks in the back, you also have a headset jack in the front that can be used as for a headset or for a separate microphone or separate headphones. So you've got the ability to hook up your speakers to the back and your headphones to the front. Plus, you've got another Type A USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type A there. And do we have any Type Cs? Yeah, we have a USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type C port here in the back, and a 3.2 Gen 2 Type C port here on the front. It's really well equipped. But wait, I haven't even gotten to the graphics card yet, because that's where some of the chunk of change comes in here. Now you'll see it's got an AMD Radeon RX 7600M XT. Now, I understand that some of the CPUs have built-in graphics cards, right? So someone might say, well, is that the graphics that's built into the Ryzen 9? And here's the deal. Let's just do this. Let's not wonder. Let's plug it in and let's see what we've got in here. Because in theory, this might have 2 video cards in it. Think about it. This thing is insane. And then this tab here, and by the way, these links are in our video notes. This explains more about the cooling that's being done and how it's being done. There's 2 versions of the Atomman. So there's a small cube-like Atomman with a touchscreen on the front. And then there's the Atomman that's very different in design that we're looking at today. I don't particularly have much interest about this Atomman, but you can see that it will plug into an external dock so that you can add a graphics card if you wish to. With a system like this Atomman, the graphics card in it should be pretty good. It's clearly not the highest end, because quite frankly, you'll spend $1,800 to $2,500 just for a high-end graphics card. So, you know, in that case, the computer's basically free. But, you know, we're dealing with something much higher end on a mini PC than what we're accustomed to seeing. And as far as I can tell, Minisforum is the only one that offers this. So let me go back over to camera 1, and let me further explain that I have already taken this out of the box yesterday. And so when I show this, when I unbox this, this is not a genuine first time unboxing. I've unboxed it, taken the plastic off of the machine. It's probably got my fingerprints on it because it's black, right? So you're going to see that. You're going to say, hey, he's not unboxing this for the first time. But all I did when I unboxed it was I hooked it up and did all the Windows updates. Well, finished the whole Windows setup, did the Windows updates, did the AMD Adrenalin software update, and then I shut it down and put it all back so that we don't have to sit here waiting on my slow internet connection for that to happen. And I'm happy to report that as I was setting up Windows, it gave me the option to say I don't have an internet connection, which by default, Microsoft has, you know, it forces you, and you have to hit Shift F10 and type OOBE/bypass NRO. I did not have to do that. So then my second concern is if I don't have to do that, they must have installed an older version of Windows 11, like 22H2, because they introduced that requirement in 23H2. So imagine my surprise when, you know, first of all, I was happy I didn't have to bypass NRO. I don't have an internet connection, tell it twice. I set up a username, we finish the Windows install, I plug it into the internet, I go to download updates, and I check my Windows version while I'm waiting. I'm on 23H2. So Minisforum has altered the default Microsoft, which I do personally myself. I'm good with that. Wow, I'm very impressed. I did not expect that or see that coming. That tells me the people that are prepping their software know what they're doing. All right, let's unbox it. Thanks. Now, I imagine when this is officially sold, it won't be in a plain black box. I'm sure they're going to have proper branding on it. When we do these reviews, please understand that sometimes we get prototypes, or we get what would be best referred to as maybe a release candidate or beta nearing the end of production, or the start of production, where they say, okay, we think we've got everything nailed with regards to cooling, hardware compatibility, driver issues, all the testing R&D that has to go into prepping a computer for sale. So by the time the reviewers get it, they feel very confident it's ready to go, unless a reviewer finds something. Because this is the last time to catch it before it goes into mass production, and they have this chance to make this change without worrying about having to recall a bunch of stuff or potentially soiling their reputation over an oversight. So it's in their best interest to have us review it. It's in our best interest to be able to review it before it's available for you to purchase. In most cases, they're pretty much good to go. There's some minor changes, such as the retail packaging. We've seen them where they sent us a card, a mini PC that had a 1 gigabit Ethernet port. On the final product that shipped, it was a 2.5 gig Ethernet port. These kind of things, you know. So that's why we're not allowed to sell these. These are review samples, not intended for sale, and they don't warranty them. So if somebody were to buy it and you had a problem with it, Minisforum would want to know where you got it, and Minisforum would probably be upset with the person they sent it to because they didn't want that in the hands of the public. They didn't feel it was ready yet, and now the public may be misjudging their quality if something should go wrong. And the public might be upset at the lack of customer service when they find out what they bought wasn't supposed to be sold. So be wary of any content creators that sell the stuff they get sent. They're often breaking the terms of their agreement with the manufacturers. And if the manufacturers were aware of it, I'm sure they'd put it to a stop. It's not a legal thing or an illegal thing. It's just an agreement. And if you violate the agreement, I don't think the company is going to be too incentivized to want to send you any more stuff if it potentially embarrasses them. And whether that's because the content creator is ignorant of it or hasn't read through or understood the terms and conditions, or sometimes the manufacturers don't care, but it depends. A lot of times they do care. And a lot of times it's implied that you wouldn't do that. But anyway, you know, it's not for me to decide what people do. But if you're wondering what happens to this stuff, you know, we're allowed to keep it. We're allowed to use it. We can give it to a friend, but we can't sell it. All right, let's take a look here. That's pretty much true. If any company sends me anything, unless it's intended to be given out, well, even if it's intended, I can't sell that either, right? I mean, that's an ethical violation. Yeah, unless I have specific instruction from the company otherwise, that's the default. Those are the default terms and conditions of getting the product for review. All right, inside the box, got that typical little card we get from Minisforum. Now, this was wrapped in plastic right here. And where do you get a load of this? Check this out. This thing, I don't know what it weighs. It's got to be like 4 to 6 pounds. It is a brick. Let me bring it up close to the camera so you can see. Here's the front of it. This is our performance button here. So imagine when I try to turn it on and this button isn't turning it on, I'm scratching my head. Where's the button? Well, it turns out the power button's up here. So yeah, you can push this all day long. It will not turn it on. So this is obviously, as I've just learned, the performance mode button to switch your performance modes. We've got a cool spiderweb look here for the 2 cooling fans, one for the GPU, one for the CPU. On this side, it's going to light up as you saw in the picture, and this is magnetic. This cover comes off. And with the right skills and printing equipment, you can make your own symbols and labels. And then this white pad, this is like a bright, this will be all green or all red, whatever colors. They don't have to be the same colors, and they'll shine through on that. And then that just pops right on like so. Heavy, it's really heavy. All of our ports in the back, just as we showed online. We've got one of these DIN power connectors, which is good because that means it's likely a plug that isn't going to fit into anything else. It looks like a barrel connector, but inside it's got several pins and it only goes in the keyed direction only. We've got some rubber feet on the bottom. This is intended to sit upright. If you were to lay it flat, you'd be blocking this fan. And if you were to lay it flat this way, you'd be blocking the LEDs. So it doesn't really have an option for laying flat. Just so you're aware, it is intended to sit vertical. Now, if you were to sit it vertical, you might say, okay, it's heavy and it's solid. In fact, it would go this direction, right? Because this would be the front. Still seems like you can knock it over pretty easily with a little bump. Well, that's why here in the box, this must weigh a pound. Wow. Maybe more than a pound, maybe like 2 pounds. We have a stand. You go, okay, well, where's the screws for the stand? How does that attach? You see any screw holes on this stand? Any holes in it at all? That cutout right there, that's where the power cable is going to go through. So it can plug in here. And then I think this is magnetic. Oh, it just grabbed it right out of my hand. Holy cow. Wow. See that again. That's a strong magnet. That ain't going nowhere. Impressed yet? We haven't even turned it on. All right, back over to the box. We've got this box here, which includes our power cable, a massive power brick. This thing is serious because we've got that graphics card that needs juice, and then an HDMI cable. That's it for your accessories. Pretty straightforward, nothing too complicated or complex. I don't see any owner's manual or instructions. Not that I would read them anyway, but I don't know if that's an oversight or if it's just so obvious. I don't know. Okay. Now, the reason why this magnet impresses me is this whole thing all together. I wish I had a scale. Between the weight of the stand and the weight of the unit, it's probably 10 pounds. If not, it's really close. I'm not used to mini PCs weighing that much, quite frankly. Now, with regards to this power adapter, let's bring that up and see what the wattage is. Now, normally I'd say, you know, if the manufacturer's name's not on this power adapter, I would want to label it so that you don't confuse this with something else and accidentally plug it in and burn out whatever you plugged into. This just has the name of the adapter manufacturer. The mini PC manufacturers typically don't make the AC adapters. Now, this AC adapter has, as I mentioned, a pretty unique 4-pin DIN is what we would call that. So there's 4 pins inside. And then that little notch right on the edge, that's your key. So it only goes in one way. And that notch is visible on the other side where the dimple is, right? The camera. Yeah, that dimple is where the little keyhole is, so you know which way this goes in. So less important to label this because it's likely not going to fit in anything else. Certainly couldn't hurt to label it. Now the wattage, that's what everybody wants to know. How many watts is this? You're looking at an output of 300 watts. 300 watts peak, right? That's just like the most you can draw under extraordinary heavy resource intense. It's a standard 19 volt, which is what a lot of mini PCs and laptops use, but that 300 watts makes it very different. That's also probably a good 3 or 4 pounds. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get a workout lifting this. All right, so let's do it this way. Let's plug this, where's the key? The key goes this way. So the cable on the power is gonna face out the back, that makes sense. And then when this foot goes on, you'll align that slot so that your power cable is not being sat on or crunched, right? A simple yet very thoughtful design. Now I'm going to grab my power cable. We're going to plug that in. And HDMI. So we'll plug into our capture card. So as I mentioned, I've already gone through the out-of-box experience. I've already done the Windows updates. I've not run any testing on it. All I've done is try to reduce the number of time-consuming things so we can get on with the good stuff. Keyboard and mouse. I knew I was forgetting some. Keyboard and mouse. Luke Greenia says that looks like the old S-Video connector. That power plug does kind of look like an S-Video connector, but that had a lot more than 4 pins in it. So here's our wireless dongle for a keyboard and mouse. I'll just throw that up here. And then when I turn this on, I hit this power button, and then you'll see this whole thing starts to light up. And then we'll switch over to our HDMI input and see what it's looking like booting as soon as I find it. So I named the user Atomman. Let's do a restart and see how long this takes to restart. So far, it's whisper quiet. I can hear a fan turning, but it's very, very quiet, and that assures me that it's on. Gary Tatum says that's probably a neodymium magnet. Yeah, I think it's a rare earth magnet. It's a strong magnet. They didn't go cheap on it, I'll tell you that. There's your boot time. Let me go full screen over here so I can see it the way you guys at home see it. And let's take a look at our device manager and see what we've got in here for graphics cards. All right, I'm going to just right go to display. So yes, it looks like we have the one built into the CPU and the regular GPU. So the Radeon RX 7600M XT is a proper GPU. And the Radeon 610M, I believe that's the graphics built into the CPU. So that's what most mini gaming PCs, as they call them, would be using for their graphics. And, you know, it's not terrible. It's not great. This, on the other hand, should be super fantastic. You should be able to play all your AAA titles. In fact, let's do this. Let's bring up the browser. Yeah. And the name, one more time. Got to remind myself what the name of that is. It's a Radeon RX. Got to walk up to the monitor to read it. RX7600M XT. So just without any testing, just looking at the specifications of the card, Radeon RX 7600M XT performance. I'm sure there are websites that have done testing. And we can see where this falls with regards to price versus performance. You want to spend more for a higher end graphics card. That option does exist to go external. And we'll talk more about that as well. I'm sure that's in here somewhere. Radeon, that at 7600M. So it falls close to the RTX, what's just above it? 4060. All right, 4060, that's not bad. All right, and this size of a package for that price? Come on. Come on now. Now, yes, there's a 4070 and a 4080, 4090. And if you got that kind of money, you'd probably be better off with a desktop computer if you need that kind of performance. But you don't have to. You could still plug an external GPU on this, but I think it'd be kind of foolish personally, because you could buy a much less expensive mini PC if that was your intention, was to plug in an external graphics card anyway. So why spend money on this graphics card if it's not good enough for you? We can always make something good enough for you as long as you're willing to pay what it costs, right? So if you want something that is tailored to a certain level of experience, then you will pay accordingly if you're that demanding. On the other hand, if your games or the way that you use your computer isn't that demanding, it certainly won't cost you as much. But nobody's giving away performance for free. In fact, it doesn't really scale up economically. Typically, the more performance you get, it will cost you exponentially more in dollars compared to the percentage of performance you get back in return. So the higher the performance goes, the less the value. And that's true of cars and homes, and, you know, fancier the home, or even if the home's on desirable property and it's a terrible home. So it all depends on what it's worth to you. And I have to say, I don't think there is a mini gaming PC on the market that beats this. So let me close this out, and let me grab my flash drive here with my utilities. First, what network adapters do we have? Let me just check. We have an Intel 2.5 gig, and we've got a MediaTek Wi-Fi 7 card. Seeing a lot of these cards from MediaTek. I don't know if they have Linux drivers or not, but obviously if you wanted Wi-Fi and you didn't have a driver for that on a different OS, you could just plug in a USB Wi-Fi card if that's what you needed. I just don't know if MediaTek has Linux drivers. I don't use Linux, and couldn't tell you. But let me plug my flash drive in here, and let's grab my utilities off and do the standard testing we always do. Okay, so we're going to we'll put VLC on here like I always do. We'll just install that straight off the flash drive. While that installs, we'll copy off Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimizer. Like so. And then under my PC testing software, we've got Crystal Disk Mark, so we can test the speed of the installed drive. Hardware info, so we can monitor our temperatures when we run Cinebench R23. And we can grab CPU-Z just in case. I think that's all we need off of this. And then I'll eject my flash drive. Let me first add that to the taskbar setting. I hate that it's hidden. On that one on. Okay, that's better. I just want them exposed. I don't want them hidden behind this arrow. That Microsoft OneDrive, that's what's hidden behind the arrow. I don't use it, so let it be hidden. The stuff I do use, I don't want hidden. Pretty simple logic there. Now, let me eject. Come on now, you're going to eject. I know we've all dealt with this where it doesn't want to let it go. Now, because we're not reading or writing to the flash drive, we can simply just pull it out. The other thing you can try is just right-clicking on the drive and choose eject. And once the drive disconnects from here, you're definitely now safe to pull the flash drive out. All right, so, and that's been that way since Windows XP, maybe? I'm trying to remember when that first started. But it's not common knowledge. A lot of people don't know that. So let me grab my flash drive out of there, and then let's take a look. Whew, sweating. Let's take a look at that performance button. I want to see, how do we know what performance mode we're in? So if I look here on the front, we have a blue light and a green light. So I'm assuming one of these is power. I don't have my glasses on and I can't see the little detail. But let's hit this button. Now that light just went red. Didn't change these lights though, did it? I'm assuming red means performance. I don't know how well the camera's picking that up. Let me cut the lights for just a second so we can see this all better. Let's go this way. Oops. So below this, oh, I guess it's a green light. Cover that up. You should be able to see the red one. That flickering is not happening in real life. I don't know what the flickering is, but the camera, maybe the camera speed. So that's a green light and a red light. Now let me push the button. Now it's blue. Push the button again. Now it's red. So it looks like there's, from the best I can tell, just two performance modes. Blue and red, and power is green. And then it doesn't seem to have any impact on this. This just seems to be randomly changing color. And as I mentioned, this is a magnetic cover. And you can see those two squares that I showed you earlier, how those work to light up whatever's the stencil on that cover. Okay. Okay. Now we can bring the lights back up. And let's go back over to our HDMI input and take a look at, first of all, what version of Windows did we get? Is it Home? Is it Pro? For a long time, Minisforum was telling me they only install Windows 11 Home on all their mini PCs. And apparently that was a short-lived decision. I guess they got some feedback that changed their minds. And so now some come with Home and some come with Pro. And nobody told me. So I had made a video review and said, hey, just so you know, these are all going to be Windows 11 Home. And then I checked it, and it was Windows 11 Pro, negating what I just said. But that's because nobody updated me. So be aware that it is not what I said. Although when I said it, it was based on what I was told from an official at Minisforum. Let's go right-click and go to System, and let's scroll down. And we have Windows 11 Home on this machine. But we do have another Minisforum PC we're going to be bringing up here soon. And you'll notice that has Windows 11 Pro. So I think it depends on the purpose of the machine. If it's for home use or business use, I think a more business use computer would likely have Pro. And a more budget or gaming PC would have Windows 11 Home. And that makes sense. There's no benefit to you having Pro on this unless you need to connect to a domain server in an office. I mean, I understand Pro also has remote desktop and BitLocker, but trust me, I've never run into a customer in my life that's ever used those. And there are third-party alternatives. Upgrading from Windows 11 or Windows 10 from Home to Pro is a complete waste of your time unless you're in a business environment. For a home user to do it, you might as well just take your money and flush it down the toilet. You will have the exact same result when you're done. Now, don't let me stop you. If you want to flush your money down the toilet, you are absolutely allowed to do that. I don't recommend it, but hey, it's your money. We're going to run Uncle Carey's Windows 10 Optimizer on this right quick, and then we'll run Crystal Diskmark after a reboot, and then we'll run Cinebench R23 and see how the heat is controlled under those extreme circumstances. Now, I'm not a gamer. I am a gamer, but not what most people call gaming. You know, to me, a game was something you stood up to play. It had its own custom controller that you had to learn how to use. So a steering game would have a steering wheel. Galaga had the you know, it didn't matter if you were right or left-handed. That controller joystick was on the left. The fire button was on the right, and you could not move or adjust their height, width, size, or even how stiff or loose the buttons were. You had to accommodate the game. You as a player had to have the skill. You could not bring your own controller and make your own adjustments to accommodate you. You played under the exact same conditions as everybody else. And I think that's way more fair and way more true of who's got talent and who doesn't. Didn't matter if you spent a lot of money because you had it to buy some fancy equipment that made you better at the game. In fact, in most cases, fancy equipment doesn't make you better at anything. Better pots and pans won't make you a better cook. Better camera won't make you a better photographer. So to me, true gaming is arcade gaming. You stand up, you play at the machine using the machine's monitor, the machine settings. You don't worry about frames per second. You don't worry about cherry or, you know, what type of switches, like cherry switches on the keyboard. You don't, none of that. That is all an indulgence of customization to the player that defines different parameters in which players are playing otherwise the same game. So if we're all not playing with the same tools, then we're all not playing by the same rules. And therefore, that is a game where if you just have more money and that gives you an advantage, that's just not fair to everybody else. So when it does come to gaming, the last big games I played were like Gears of War. Back in the day, I played a lot of Doom and Doom 2, even Wolfenstein, if you want to keep going back all the way to Zork, Android and Nim. These were thinking games, and these weren't games of any customization for the user. You played by all the same terms and conditions as everybody else. Android Nim, the keyboard was built into the computer. You couldn't change a keyboard out to be more comfortable. There was no mouse. There was no right-handed or left-handed anything. I don't know. I just think that's more pure and honest. So I am a gamer, but I'm not what these folks today call gamers. And there's so many games to pick from, right? Whether it's an esports game or retro gaming, you know, maybe you want to emulate stuff on the PlayStation or NES. I don't know. Maybe you're into first-person shooters. Maybe you're into massively multiplayer online role-playing games. Maybe you're into, gosh, I mean, there's so many different genres, and they all have different requirements. Some are more demanding than others, whether we're talking about what's the name of that Chris Roberts game? The Starship Citizen. Anyway, some games have really high requirements, at least to get the best experience. And those, you know, really push for the industry to move forward. At the same time, they're very expensive. Let's go to Crystal Dismark. Let's run this real quick while I keep yakking on about games. Now, my father might say he's a gamer because he likes to play gin rummy. That's a game. It doesn't involve a computer necessarily. It involves a deck of cards. You don't have to worry about running out of power. You don't get to choose how big of a screen you have. You play with the same tools as everybody else you're playing cards with. Nobody has a special deck of cards that only they get and nobody else gets. That, to me, is the problem with gaming today. Like with an Xbox, you pretty much all use the same controller, and then it's just really up to you to decide how big of a screen you want to play on. But at least the hardware is the same across the line, and the same with a PlayStation, or any console. At least then you're playing mostly by the same rules. And I realize you can buy other controllers, but for the most part, most people are likely just using the default controllers. And in doing so, you're leveling a playing field. And you're defining who really has skill and who has special equipment that redefines what their skill is, that doesn't apply to anybody not using that equipment. Now, if the game isn't fair, it's not a game I want to play. But that's just me. That's just how I was raised. We always accommodated the game. If you were short and that controller was up a bit high, you had to learn how to use it or stand on something. You accommodated the game. Now games accommodate the end user, and because they can be customized, if I haven't made this clear enough, it means that the users quite often on PC gaming may be using entirely different equipment, keyboards, processors, graphics cards, settings, even a faster internet connection. They could have advantages that against the other players that has very little to do with actual skill and more with how much money they spent. And if that's how you get through life, is making up for your lack of personal talent by spending more money, I'd like to know how the heck you got all that money. Because usually it's the talent that leads to the money, but money will never buy you talent. All right, It could buy the illusion of talent, but it's not actual. I mean, if spending money was a talent, that's different. All right, let's see. Charles Purdy wants to know, does this mini PC have USB 4? No, it does not appear to have USB 4. USB 3.2 Gen 2. Oh, you know, remember I was Gen 2 by 2. Remember I was always trying to find USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2. And the Gen 2 by 2 seems pretty rare to find, although the flash drive makers, the external flash drive makers, were selling the heck out of these super fast flash drives that very rarely did anybody have a computer that supported the 3.2 Gen 2 by 2. So there's so many different versions of USB and it's so confusing. But USB 3.2, there's a Gen 1 and a Gen 2. And then there's a Gen 2 times 2, which doubles the bandwidth. But only if you're plugging it into a 3.2 by 2 Gen 2 device. USB 4 is not compatible with USB 3.2 by 2 Gen 2. In other words, the performance increase that you get from USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 only works with another USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 device. That's the only way the by 2 works. There is no by 2 that's supported in USB 4, not currently. So if you see a lot of those USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 external flash drives like SanDisk makes or Western Digital, if they're a really good price, that's probably because it won't run at the advertised speeds unless you have a USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 port, and most people don't. I don't even think this computer has it. And it's confusing, right? Because you're like, well, it says 3.2 Gen 2. Yeah, but it's missing the by 2 after that. So there's multiple versions of USB 3. USB 3.0, 3.1, 3.2 Gen 1, 3.2 Gen 2, 3.2 Gen 2 by 2. And then when you get to USB 4, there's no by 2 on that. So it'll still be compatible with USB 3.2 Gen 2 as far as speeds go. But that enhanced USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 is only available in that format and not on any other type of USB with backwards compatibility currently. So glad they made that clear, right? Now we're looking at Gen 4 speeds right here with a 4,800 megabytes per second, megabytes, not megabits, on our read, just under 4,000 on our writes. That puts us right square dab in the middle of Gen 4 performance. Gen 4 runs anywhere from 3,700 up to 7,400. And then Gen 5 should run anywhere from about 7,500 to up to 14,000, 15,000. We're not yet at the 14,000, 15,000, but give it another 6 months or a year, and likely they'll start the chips haven't caught up with performance of the interface. So we're in that Gen 4 range. Let's close this out. Let's bring up hardware info and see what temps we're at right now, just idling here. There's only. And we'll come down here to temperatures. Okay, so this row here is our current temps. We're in the 40s. This is our minimum temp since we started the software, and then our maximum temp since we started this HW info. If you just Google HW info, you'll find that it's available to download and free, and I always run the portable or zip editions, no installers necessary, because I don't want to leave it on the system. I don't want to put files on there and registry, etc. Let's go to Cinebench. Let's test this cooling system out. Now, Cinebench is going to run 2 separate tests, a multi-core that takes 10 minutes and a single core that takes 10 minutes and likes to heat up in the beginning. So right as we start this test, we should see our temps jump big time during this first minute. And likely this will be the highest temp we will ever see on this computer under any circumstance. And that's why I run the test. I'm just curious. How hot will this thing get? We're seeing a total of 88.1 maximum on the CCD1. But what's interesting is on the CCD2, we haven't really broken 73, which is incredibly cool. We just barely broke 73. That's unbelievable. Oh, okay. Now, well, that went to 88 on the CCD1, but the CPU core temperatures still have only reached a maximum of 73.1. They're doing fantastic. And probably the CCD1 is going to be your performance cores, and the CCD2 is probably your efficiency cores, or AMD's copycat of what Intel's done. That's what I think is happening here. And then over here on the upper left is our countdown. We can see how much time we've got left on the warm-up. Once the warm-up's finished, it'll run the benchmark and give us a score on our multi-core, and then we'll repeat this on single core. So while we're both waiting for this, let me take a look in the chat room. If you guys have any questions, be sure and put them in the chat, because I'm now looking at the chat. I'm sorry I haven't been looking at it before. So let me get caught up while we're waiting here. Greedy Everything just contributed a $20 super chat. He says, just because it was my birthday yesterday, I'm now 69 years on this planet and counting. Right on. Well, happy birthday, 3D Everything, and thank you for giving us the gift. You rock. 69, that's nothing. 96, different story. You got a ways to go. I think you're fine. Happy birthday. David Graham said the video card is the XT version of the 7600M, which is actually way better than a 4060. It's closer to a TI, like a 4060 Ti or a 4070. Thank you for the update, David. See, this is information I don't know, because I don't do that kind of measurements. For me, it's about work. It's about video rendering processes. And I appreciate the information there. Eugene Eldago says, thank you for such an informative, friendly, and honest show. Well, thank you, Eugene. Matthew Burden says hello. Stealth Mode, Mark Baggett, Gary Tatum, all say hello. Mark Gaines joining us from Northern Ireland. Essential Working Too Hard, John Paul Bacon and Ron Barnish. Pete Tracker 34 and Dean Simmersheim all say hello. Dan Nilsson says hello. Patrick Ollie and Dave Batt. Charles Purdy. I see Gil Garcia and Darren Gilholm saying hello. Ray Gallagher. Easy Otter. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. PSC Computers Missouri with a $10 super chat. Thank you, PSC Computers Missouri. Shamim Keshvira says, this is exactly the mini PC that I wanted to be reviewed. You read my mind, Carey. Well, either that or great minds think alike. Let's see if I can put myself on camera while we're looking at this repeating test here. Let's go to, let's see, I've got to go over here to this screen, click on this button. And then I've got to go over here and then drag this, let's see, put it Don't need to be that big. Here, drop it. Right there ought to be fine. Just so you can tell, I am here. All right. Jose Lopez with a $1 super chat. Right on. Thanks, Jose. John Paul Bacon says, for AM5, the Asus ProArt X670E Creator Wi-Fi, that is a massively huge motherboard. That motherboard is about 3 times the size of this whole computer. Anyway, he says it's got Wi-Fi 7. It has Gen 3.2 by 2. Type A. It has USB 3 Gen 3 by 2 by 2. Never heard of Gen 3.2 before. Oh, it's a Type C port, and then 2 USB ports. Okay, and so that's just a motherboard that doesn't come with any case, power supply, CPU, RAM, storage, operating system, or cooler. How much is that motherboard, out of curiosity? The Asus ProArt X670-E Creator Wi-Fi, I'll bet you costs nearly as much as this whole computer. This whole computer is $999 bare bones. And if you're just talking about a motherboard, and I mean a massively big, heavy motherboard, the dash E means it's extended. In other words, it's not a regular motherboard, it's an extended board. So if you think a regular motherboard is big, get one that says dash E on it, and it's even bigger. And then the more you add all of those components, the higher the price goes. So let's take a look at the Asus ProArt X570E. Just out of curiosity, let me go over to Amazon because I'm curious. And that doesn't include the price of the CPU, the cooler, the case, the power supply, the RAM, the storage, the operating system. Just the motherboard. Asus ProArt. Let's go to Amazon first. Amazon. Go back over here. Asus Pro X670. 670s last year. Creator Wi-Fi. So I see a 790 with Wi-Fi 6E. The 670E is not in stock. Asus ProArt. Well, it's much cheaper than I thought it would be. Let me share the screen. You guys can see. Full disclosure, that's what I'm saying. So we're looking at last year, right? That's a 670. So that's last year's chipset. I imagine when this was brand new, it had a higher price. So $355 just for the board. Now, to give that some perspective, you can buy a motherboard for $100. In fact, you can buy a motherboard that's pretty well decked out, like a Z series, for $150. So you're at twice the cost of a standard motherboard to get all those bells, whistles, and features. And so by the time you propagate that with the chip, a cooler, RAM, storage, case, power supply, you're at least going to be over the price of this mini PC anyway, without the portability. So it's more expandable, but that's true of all desktops versus mini PCs. I'm not quite sure why this came up because it's really not a comparison. It's completely unrelated. But for the sake of argument, I am curious if they have a newer version of this board. Asus ProArt. Let's just type that in as our search term. This out. Go over here, and we can. Oh, we're getting a bunch of monitors. Okay, let's do motherboard. This can be shocking, so I hope you're sitting down. Here's the Z790 at $440. All right, so this would be current with Thunderbolt 4. But I'm curious if we sort this by price, if there is a higher priced version of this. For some reason, the Z690, this one right here, see all buying options, almost $700 for that motherboard. Anyway, you get what you pay for. I mean, if you need that, and you need it, you know. Or if you just have the money that's burning a hole in your pocket. But you're really not getting that much more from that $350 motherboard that you would from sub $200 motherboard anyway. The differences are very minor. But if they're important to you, you know, there's that. All right, what else is on your mind? The new AMD board probably isn't out yet. I don't think there will be a new AMD board. I think that AMD's new processors are AM5 compatible, so they should work with any AM5 motherboard with a BIOS update. I don't think there's a new chipset that goes with it. I might be mistaken, but I think they're still using the same chipset. John says there are new chipsets. All right, well, that's news to me. You don't have to use those chipsets. You can use an AM5. You should be able to use any AM5 motherboard. But if you want to reap all of the benefits of the chip, then getting the chipset that's designed for it enables that. But if you just want to upgrade your chip on your AM5 now to a newer AM5, you will be able to do that on the 9000 series. It's just that you may not be able to get the full feature enhancement that the chip offers. I mean, it should be a step up, I suppose. I think the general consensus is if you already have an AM5 chip, don't bother upgrading to this one. But if you're going to replace the motherboard and do a new build, different story. That's my understanding of it. I'm not too excited about it. I don't think I'm going to build one. I might change my mind, but with the move going on, I don't need another build. And it's not something I think is that innovative. It's just a small step forward with no real innovation. As far as I know, that's my understanding, and that's why I'm not too excited about it. All right, did our test finish? Looks like it finished. Let's go ahead and run. Can't see the screen. Yeah, okay, so we got, there's our final score, and then let's run here. Once again, bring those temperatures up. We can monitor what's going on over here for our maximum recorded temperature throughout this test. Nothing really looks like it's changed. Gotten a little bit warmer on the cores, but still a far cry from any danger area. Far, far away. Lots of headroom there. That makes me happy. I like to see that. And these fans, they're quiet. But here's a question. Did I put this in performance mode? Where did I leave it? I don't even, it's just now occurred to me. There's a button on the front of this thing. I am not in performance mode. According to this, I'm in regular mode. So let me hit this button and see if, okay, let me, let me do that. Let me stop this test and restart it under performance mode just to see what impact that potentially has on our temperatures. Because running a temperature test not in performance mode isn't exactly an accurate thing to do. So let's stop. Let's start it again from the beginning. Now we're in performance mode. And let's see if we get those temperatures higher, because they seemed a little too low, and that would explain why. I also don't really hear the fans ramping up. And as I mentioned, the first minute of this test is brutal, and it looks like nothing's changing yet. Everything looks pretty stable. So we'll keep an eye on it. And let me just check the front of this machine and make sure that light is red. I'm assuming red is performance mode. Unless I have it backwards. Either way, if our temps aren't any worse, regardless of which mode we had it in, then it means temperatures are under control regardless. Shamim has a question for me. And to answer your question, Shamim, I have sitting here sealed up in a box something that I think answers your question. This is the eGPU dock that connects via Oculink. You put your own graphics card in it. I believe it has a power connector, and it's a big plastic dock you put on the desk. There's nothing protecting your graphics card. There's no cover. It's just out in the open so it can have proper airflow. Pretty thin box. And this allows you to have your own external GPU of any make and model you want. No size or power restrictions that I'm aware of, but we'll find out when we get to that. Luke Greenia says, Carey, I'm sure you're probably tired of hearing it, but just to let you know, the Project Zero build is an absolute amazing system, and thank you. I'm so happy it went to somebody who appreciates it and will take care of it. Each one of these builds I do, I put a lot of care. Each one has a little bit of me in it, so you might want to use some sterilizers. But it really is important to me that my work is appreciated. Otherwise, you know, I'm not doing this for the money. I think everybody knows that. I do this because I enjoy it, and I enjoy spreading knowledge, and I enjoy giving people something to consider so that I'm not making decisions for you. I'm not your butler, but that also you have the information, I hope, to make a sound decision that you won't regret later by providing you with what I believe is relevant information that most other channels don't discuss, so you can pick what's right for you. And, you know, when I do these builds, a lot of times we're just doing the build for the channel and it doesn't have a home to go to. And once in a while, someone reaches out and says, you know, I really love that build you did. Could I buy it? And where we typically run into an issue is the cost of shipping. The shipping costs are outrageous. Shipping, Luke, the Project Zero build cost nearly $200. So if you're taking into account the cost of all the parts, remove any cost of labor, remove any cost of operating system and cable management. That's all labor. Take all that out. Take out the labor of packing the thing up. Take out the labor of putting it into the car and driving it and waiting in line, filling out the forms, paying for it, getting the receipt, scanning the receipt, sending the copy of the receipt to the person so they have tracking information, making sure it gets there, that it arrives undamaged, that it powers up and works okay, and that the customer's happy is all work I don't get paid for. And the customers go, gosh, you know, I could buy these parts myself with free shipping. I don't get free shipping. So whatever FedEx charges me is just shipping ground, the cheapest way possible. I'm just asking for that back. I get nothing on labor, and even the cost of the parts. I just ask for the cost of the parts back. If I break even and all I do is recover my investment financially, then all I've lost is all those hours of labor. That doesn't help me pay the electric bill at the end of the month, but if I know it's going to somebody who appreciates it and will take care of it and understands the value of it, sometimes I even sell it for less than what it cost me. I've spent $1,000 on a system I've sold for $500. But then when you add the cost of, you know, shipping onto it, still a discount for the customer, but you're getting so close to the cost of just buying it locally, it just doesn't make any sense to have me ship it. I know if I was located in Florida, I'd probably sell all of these locally, but I don't get many local buyers over the internet. And as such, I end up having a little bit of an overflow of PCs here. And I do try to find a local person to sell, to buy them from me, but I just don't want it to go to anybody. Not if it's if it's a special build, you know, like I think Project Zero was, then I want it to go to a special person. Otherwise, I might as well put it on a shelf as a showpiece because it will cost me money. All right, so let me take a look at did we get our final? Okay. We're still testing. We've got about 4 minutes left. Our max temp hasn't really changed. Everything looks good. No surprises. And back over to the chat. Let's see what else is going on here. And thank you for the update, Luke. I'm glad you're enjoying it. John Paul Bacon said, if fast access with USB ports, the Asus ProArt motherboards are what you want, if it be AMD or Intel. There's other options out there besides Asus, but you know, it depends on, again, what it's worth to you. How many ports do you need? How many will you be using simultaneously and at what speed? You can have the fastest ports in the world, but if your USB drives aren't that fast, you're just wasting money and fooling yourself. But I imagine anybody buying at that level understands what they're buying and doesn't need my explanation. But that is definitely a niche product. I would imagine that of all the motherboards Asus sells, the Creator line is probably the least selling of all of them, partly because of how expensive they are and partly because of how big and heavy they are. They require a bigger case. And most end users wouldn't spend that money for something they don't need. So it is a niche product for a niche audience. And it is available if you consider yourself in that niche. But then if you're in that niche, you probably already know that. So that's why I don't know why it's so much worth talking about. I don't think it's an equivalent comparison to what we're looking at today with the Atomman. This is far more affordable and far more usable to more people would find this appealing in the buyer's market than a niche motherboard. Oh, that's nice and cold. Man, it's hot. Have I mentioned how hot it is? It's hot. We have the MSI Meg, for example. And the MSI Meg is a wonderful line of motherboards. Then again, you're going to get your fast ports and all that stuff. But they're profoundly expensive and it's a niche product. If you're building workstations for businesses, that'd be a different story. That may be more of the norm. But for the general public, yeah, very niche. Now, as soon as this test completes, I'm wondering how you get this thing open to upgrade it. Because I don't have any documentation, I'm not exactly sure how you get at it. I guess we're going to find out here shortly. And while we're waiting, I could probably get my overhead camera plugged in because I'm sure its battery is dead. Despite being turned off this whole time, these Sony cameras, they just drain the batteries when they're off, which is something that used to happen with like nickel hydride batteries and stuff. These lithium batteries should not be draining like that. What can you do? It is what it is. So let me grab a power cable. And in this case, it's powered by USB. And then we have an HDMI cable for the video output. I just don't want the battery to die on me because likely it's only got minutes of life left in the batteries. It was not prepared before the show. I didn't even think about it till now. Better late than never, I suppose. And then we can swing that. You know what? I can turn it on since I'm running off USB power. We'll just turn it on now. There it goes. It's up right here. It's over here. Do this. This is gonna need to come around. So I gotta get this cable out of the shot. You get to see all the background stuff that's done on edited videos. And it can make an edited video take a week to film to get it all right. By doing this live, we just leave all this in so you can see how the magic's done. And as though you were here with us filming rather than trying to make a commercial, because I don't want to make commercials. I haven't been clear about that. Like to be real, genuine, authentic, and show everything as it happens and how we react to it as professionals. Now, Looking at our test, we should just about be done with that. Let's take a quick look under full screen over here for me. Okay, we're almost done. It looks like the benchmark is going to be running, or is running now. And like I say, all that stuff was warming it up. And then the benchmark happens after the warm up. And we're looking at really no difference in our temps. Everything's very, very civil. And I do hear the fans a bit more now, but they're not loud. I mean, you definitely know it's on, but it's pretty much a whisper. A very, very quiet white noise, but it's definitely there. Yeah, I'm curious which side I want to open this from. I'm going to guess if the heat sinks are over on the right side, my right, then probably that's the back side of the board with the CPU that we don't want to touch. Likely, my guess would be we want to be on the side where the lights are. Probably have to take those lights out, and then behind those lights, I'm hoping we have no further obstacles to getting to the RAM storage. But we'll find out here live. As soon as this is done, we have our final number. Gregory Howard contributes $20 in Super Chat. He says, I'm enjoying my new PC that you built. She's green right now. Here's my late fee. Hello to Carey, Mara, and all in chat. Right on. Thank you, Gregory. Glad to hear that. Gregory got that little coffee maker PC we built. Pretty specialized little unit. Part of me didn't want to sell it, but I've got so many computers. If I don't start selling them, you won't even be able to see me anymore. I'll just be somewhere behind a wall of PCs. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay, almost done with the test. We're almost done. There's our final numbers. And there's our scores. And then there's our maximum temperatures here on the right side. And we can scroll down and see other maximums regarding voltages and performance, right? 5.4 gig. Wow. I scroll through this, not so much that you can keep up to read it, but that you can freeze the frame after the video, or even now during the video. You can freeze frame that screen to read any details. Some people could care less, and some people really, really like the granular detail. So I just put that up there, and then they can freeze frame it. The rest of you can be like me and say, you know what, who cares? At least for these kind of tests. This isn't, the rest of this information isn't really something I'm interested in. But for viewers who are, they can freeze the frame and read that. Now let's close this, close this, close this, and shut this down. Whoops, I hit sleep by mistake. I need to disable. Okay, let's wake it back up. Now let's shut it down. And let's go to this camera right here, which will be the close-up camera. Yeah, I want to say that works. And let's get rid of camera 1 for right now. And let me find a way to adjust this. Move my keyboard and mouse here. I want to do this. I guess let's just unplug everything. That's a good place to start, including this power brick. So let's lift this up off of its base. Unplug it. Let's get all that out of the shot. Set this down. If I work on it here, that means the camera has to go at least right there. If I lift this out, we do see some screws. So let me grab my screwdrivers. You're going to need some jeweler's screwdrivers or really small detailed screwdrivers. Those are super tiny. I wonder if my regular JAS driver will work. Those look very similar to the M.2 screws. No, it's just too small. All right, yeah, we're going to have to use the jeweler's drivers. I wonder if I can get away with this big one. Gives me more leverage. No. Wow. All right, then. How about now? Yes, that one fits. This is a... If the camera will focus. What a struggle. I got to figure out where the camera's focus point is. Around here somewhere. All right, anyway, so the driver has a size on it, which I can barely read. I guess it's this side here. It says that this is a number 0 Phillips. Just so you know. All right, let's see what's under here. 1. So here. 2. Now, I have no idea how this opens. I'm just making this up as I go, just as I would as a field service technician. Customer were to call me out, I never know quite what equipment I'm working on. Whatever the customer has, and I have to accommodate the customer. I have to accommodate the equipment. I don't have a lot of time to do any research. I have the clock is ticking, and the more people I can help, the more money I can make, and the faster. Oh, I see what I've done here. These 2 screws right here, looks like they hold the light in because we have 2 more for each, so 4 screws for each light. But I also see screws here at the edge. And I'm thinking maybe it's these screws, not these. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what happens here. Now these screws are actually like a number 1 Phillips. This number 0 just slides inside the head, and I'm afraid of stripping it. That's a much bigger screw. Let's take that one out. I kind of feel like maybe this is the way I should have gone. Take this one out. Now what? There's a lip right here. See that indentation right there? So that implies to me that that comes off. Something else is holding it in. Yeah, I'm thinking these screws need to stay in. Let me put these back because I got a feeling, could be wrong, but I've got a feeling those just hold the LEDs in. And if I'm wrong, I'll take them back out, but I don't want to confuse myself with a bunch of screws. Now, what's interesting is where the screws are that we removed here and here do not have an equivalent here and here. They have these little slots, but those slots are there for this lid, so it slots into one side. Actually, the slots are here too. just outside of the slot is where the screw is, and over here we don't have one. So I'm wondering if this just doesn't come up and pull out. I don't know. Let's play. I mean, I still may have to take those out. I don't know yet. I'm not convinced that this isn't just screwing into this one bigger piece. And if so, what's holding this piece in? You can see it starts to separate. And interesting. I don't want to break it. Oh, okay. What you've got to keep in mind is there are going to be power connectors here, and you don't want to rip them out like I just did. So luckily, there appears to be no damage. The connectors are still on. Sometimes when these pull off, they take the board connector right off with them, and then you damage the board. So here I am trying to figure this out, and you do have to be very gentle, because even sometimes if you don't, like in this case, these just light up the LEDs. But if this had antennas for the Wi-Fi, those wires are far more fragile than these, or these are fragilest at the ends. So you definitely want to pull these out by hand very gently, not just let what happened was the weight of this unit, as I was pulling it up, it kind of fell, and then the weight of inertia pulled these right out, both of them. I'm not even sure where they plug in, but I do see one fan header right there. And I believe this one or this one. Probably that one is my guess. In the meantime, we can get a good look inside of this bad boy, which wasn't too terrible to open once you know how. I just wasn't confident. Now you can watch my video and you can be confident on what to expect. There's our two sockets for RAM. We have our Wi-Fi card here, which is removable and upgradable to another Wi-Fi if you should choose to do that. This giant heatsink is for the NVMe drives. That's pretty impressive. This fan is likely cooling either the GPU or the CPU. But remember, we have two. I want you to count these, right? We have a fan here. That's going to be blowing air out right here. Not sure what's under it, but probably the CPU or GPU. We have a CMOS battery. This fan, so one fan, two fan, turn it around this way. 3 fans, 4 fans. And this looks like it comes up as well. I see this has a lip on it, is right there. There's a lip on it. I don't know what screws would have to release that, or if it just pops out. Nor would I know why you'd want to pop that out, because all you're going to see is the 2 fans and heat pipes. That's all that should be under there. Yeah, I don't know. And like I said, there's really nothing user accessible under this, so I don't even know why you'd want to take that off. Okay, so if we wanted to add or change out the RAM, we have easy access to it right here. And if you're curious what brand and speed, type, put that there and see if this will focus. Come on, cooperate. Maybe I got to zoom it in. Hold it here. Might have to get a different overhead camera. This one is very finicky. Just refuses. There it goes. There it goes. So we are looking, because I can't read it. My glasses, even with my glasses on, that font is still too small for me to read. But I do have a more powerful pair of glasses. I just don't like to wear them. It looks like this is Kingston. And we have a part number. It doesn't tell us how much RAM is on here or that it's DDR4 or 5. Usually it says it right on the label. I'm going to guess it's 16 gigs each of DDR5, what I think is in there. So underneath this heatsink is our M.2 drive. You can see the little M.2 drive sticking out right there. And that's either in the Gen 4 slot or the Gen 5 slot. We'd have to remove, let's see. I don't know that this screw has to come out. It looks like that one and that one. Maybe this one and this one too. Let's take out that one first. That one is right on an edge there. That's a little difficult to get to. And I just dropped the screw. These little drivers I'm using are not as magnetized as main drivers. So let me just grab that. See if I can grab the screw magnetically. Got it. Now, notice this power cable right here. When you take this off, you want to take it off this way, or you want to unplug it, or just simply move it out of the track so that we don't pull that cable out. Now, just taking those two screws out does not seem to have loosened. So these other two must have to come out, unfortunately. So we've got one here. And we've got one here. And I believe that's all four. Be mindful of this power cable. Yep, we're sliding around there on the thermal tape. There it goes. Oh, this is our other M.2 going this way. And this M.2 going this way. Interesting. And we already have thermal tape in both positions, which is weird that they didn't cover up the thermal tape for the unused area, but it is what it is. There's our Kingston PCIe Gen 4 drive. What about Gen 5? So my question is this a Gen 5 slot or is this the Gen 5 slot? How do you know? I mean, there's probably some documentation somewhere. But you know me, I'm not a big fan of documentation. Let's grab a Gen 5 NVMe and put it in this slot and then run a test and see what it does. That's one way to tell, right? If you remember from the other day, I had that spare Gen 5 drive, brand new in a box. Let's grab it. Let's put it to some use. I don't know that I'll keep it in here, but maybe I will. So you can see what I'm doing. Let's switch over temporarily to camera one, and we'll come back to the close-up camera here in a minute. Okay, so these are my stronger glasses, and anything within a few inches is magnified, and everything else is distorted. So I don't like wearing them. They're very disorienting in anything other than close-up work. Now this is a Crucial T700. I'll bring this up to the camera and not have to fight with the focus on the top-down camera. We'll just bring it right up to you this way because this camera focus is better. That's brand new in the box. It's 2 terabyte Gen 5 drive. And we should hit 12,400 megabytes per second on a sequential read if that's a proper Gen 5 port. I don't know which one is Gen 5 and which one is Gen 4. But I do know that, you know, you can read documentation all day, or you can just plug it in and see with your own eyes and have a personal experience. So I'm choosing to have the personal experience. Let me go back to where'd my chat room go? Here's my chat room. It says website says Gen 4 for the M.2. I thought it said one was Gen 4 and one was Gen 5, but maybe I misread it. Let's take another look. Let's go back over to my capture, window capture. And we'll scroll down to where we get to the M.2 ports here. Now, do you see this right here? It says M.2 PCIe 4.0. This one says M.2 PCIe 5.0. But there's some text here I can't read. Let me get a little closer. Supports RAID 0 and RAID 1. Wow. Oh, I didn't realize. I guess that makes sense, though. But why does it show PCIe 5 on one drive? See, that suggests to me, by looking at that photo, that one port is Gen 4 and one port is Gen 5. Usually, motherboards that support Gen 5 only support it on one port. It's pretty rare to find a motherboard that supports it on two, although Minisforum does make one. So am I missing something? David Graham says, I bet they populated the Gen 5. Yeah, they might have. I don't know. But it's easy enough to check. We don't have to put the lid back on. Well, we test it because the lid's only for LEDs. It's not for cooling. So let me go back over to camera one. And instead of trying to interpret the directions, which is this is why I don't read directions, let's just see for ourselves what it truly is. I know I have a Gen 5 drive. So if I'm not getting Gen 5 speeds, it's not because I confused the drive, okay? So let's just start. Let's just start by taking, that is the biggest M.2 screw I've ever seen. Okay, let me switch back over to the close-up camera here. Yeah, that is a long M.2 screw. But let's just start with the empty slot first. Now wiggle and push. And that's literally all we have to do. Not a big deal. We can fire it up. We can initialize this drive and run very quickly Crystal Disk Mark on it. So with that, obviously I want to, at the very least, we just want to set this back down, which would go this way. We don't have to screw it in place. Not yet. We'll do that when we're done. And yeah, let's just see what happens. Like I said, we can leave the LED lid. We can leave all that off. Magnetize itself right back. That cleans up the area, doesn't it? All right, so I'm going to put power. HDMI. I guess we really don't need the network. I've left the keyboard plugged in, so we'll hit the power button. I'll show you a top down on this when we hit the power button just for fun. Wrong screen, Carey. There it is. Power button's right there. See the fans come alive. We'll go to our HDMI input. This is why it's so important to have so many inputs on my capture card. Look at how much I'm switching back and forth. Okay, now we'll run Crystal. No, not yet. I got to format the drive, partition and format our new drive. So we'll just type in disk management. There it is, create and format. It should auto detect a new drive. There it is. And all we have to do is hit OK. Now it's a big partition, right click, new volume, next, 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 finish. Formatting that volume now, brand new, out of the box, never been used. Gen 5, but it will only run at whatever speed it's plugged into. So if we plug it into a Gen 3 motherboard or a Gen 3 M.2 slot, it will only run at Gen 3 speeds. Same with Gen 4, all the way up to Gen 5. But we'll take a moment. That's normal. It appears that I did lose my local connection on my secondary internet here. So if Mara got disconnected, I am aware. Mara says the storage expansion is listed as Gen 4, though I'm not quite sure why they show a Gen 5 drive. So we're just going to confirm that just because we can. In theory, if the information is being interpreted correctly, these are both Gen 4. But there's one way to know for sure, and this is it right here. So we're going to go to the D drive. That's our new one. And we're just going to do the sequential read and write, nothing more. And if we only get up to 7400, then that means we're Gen 4. That easy to know for sure. As you can see, at 12,384, that is Gen 5. That is absolutely a Gen 5. That's incredible. Imagine if both of these slots supported Gen 5 and you put this in a RAID 0, you'd get 24,000 megabytes of sequential read, which is insane. It's absolutely insane. Let's see what the writes are on it. $11,000. Wow. Holy moly. That's super fantastic. Super fantastic. And you know, the fans aren't running overly loud or anything. Just running there. Everything looks happy. Wow. You think I'm impressed? Because you'd be right. That's impressive. So how many of you were wrong thinking that was all going to be Gen 4? This is why I don't like instructions. I want to see what it is in reality. I don't want to interpret what somebody wrote or rely on and assume that what they wrote is factual. So there you go. Now I imagine if I move that M.2 to the other position, if I trade places, I'll bet you the other one's Gen 4. You know how to know for sure? We're going to do it. So first thing is we want to shut down. Those are fantastic numbers, by the way. Fantastic. Very happy with that. Let's go to, let's see, I have to see that bigger. Close this. Shut this down. And then we'll go back over to camera 1. And let me look in the chat room and see what people are saying here. Mara says she got disconnected and storage is listed as Gen 5. On both ports or just one? I don't know. Let's find out. First, we want to disconnect power. So let me switch again. Let's switch over to going a little mouse crazy today. Okay. Now, because I left the screws off of this, I should be able to just take that right off. And we're going to swap these two drives. The Kingston is our default boot drive, and it looks like that one screw is also, this is very unusual, but it appears to be holding down our Wi-Fi card. I stacked it. See that? That's quite unusual. Okay, internet connection is back up. Mara should be able to get reconnect again. Now, when they do this, it's really important that you're not lazy and try and push this out, because you're going to pull these wires off for your Wi-Fi. Just go ahead and take the Wi-Fi out first because it's on top. Clear those wires, and you're going to save yourself a lot of work by taking your time now. We're going to just set that. That was in that position right there, so I don't forget. I don't want to forget which one was where. And then we're going to take this crucial drive. And we're going to move it to this position over here so I don't get them confused. We lay this drive down first, being very gentle with our Wi-Fi card here. Unless you like to mess with those wires, I don't. So I'm going to keep the wires on. Then this goes on top, and it's going to go into its slot here. Until all those gold fingers are in the slot. And then that screw is going to go right back in. Yeah, that's quite unusual. And then our main boot drive should still be the main boot drive. It shouldn't matter which slot it's in. The BIOS should automatically know there's nothing on this one but a format and move to the next one. And I don't know what order it's going to check them in. If they were both bootable, you could, in theory, put one operating system on one, another operating system on another, and go into your BIOS boot settings, decide which one you want to boot from instead of using a boot menu. All right, and now we can just lay this back on top. Went twisted around. I think I've got this backwards from where I had it. It obviously can't go on that way. It has to go on that. Yeah, this is facing me the opposite way. I was used to that cable coming towards me. I'm just gonna, once again, just set it on there, just so we do have some cooling. Don't want to pinch that cable. Close enough for government work. And there's a power button here somewhere. There it is. And we'll go back over to our HDMI input. Again, it should auto-detect that we moved the drive. And boot just the same. All right, let me go full screen over here. Now, with our Gen 5 drive in the other slot, we're going to determine if the other slot we moved it to is Gen 5 or Gen 4, just simply based on the speeds we're going to get. Again, if we're in the 7,000 range, we're running Gen 4, and if we see that 12,000 or anything over 7,400, we are going to be in Gen 5. Now, if we are in Gen 5, imagine 2 of those in a RAID 0. All right, so it's still going to be the D drive. Right? It's a 0% full. It's an empty drive, in other words. We're using 0% of it is completely empty. So even though we moved its position, its drive letter did not change. However, its performance might. We're about to find out. We don't have to worry about what anybody says. We can prove without a doubt what the truth is. It's Gen 5. Holy moly, that's Gen 5. Okay, do I have another one of these crucial T7s? Or do I just have one? Oh, I'm getting excited now. I'm getting excited. Getting excited. Oh, what do I have? What do I have? Oh. Okay, so the crucial drive, I think I only have one of those. Well, I had others. I just don't know where they are right now. Gen 5. Oh, Gen 5. There's something else I have. I have a real strange manufacturer's name, and I bought 2 of them. Where did I? Oh, they're right here in front of my face. Okay. Wait. Those are Gen 4. Never mind. Okay, so I do have 2 Gen 5 drives. They're ones I've never used or evaluated before. They're 2 terabytes each. Look at those numbers. Are you kidding me right now? Okay, so check this out. Let's close this. Shut this down. If I can be on the right keyboard, that would be great. Let's go back to our close-up camera. I have these brand new in a package. I've never used them. I believe these are Gen 5. Yeah. It says here PCIe Gen 5 by 4. So we could set 2 of these up into a RAID 0. Ooh. Oh, this gives me ideas. This gives me ideas. That's a dangerous thing. That's why we didn't screw that back down. All right. Oh, now the mad scientist can work. We're going to take out our bootable drive here. We can clone this with a Cronus. Oh, thank goodness for a Cronus. Look at how that just tied in. You see why I use their product? Because this is going to make my life so much easier. Okay, I don't want to mix this up with other Kingston drives. I got a lot of spare ones here. I don't want to mix them up. So keep it right there. Go over here to camera 1. Oh, I'm super excited. Now look, these are all unrehearsed. I'm figuring out things just like I do for customers when I go out on the field. And a customer calls and says, I need this fixed, and I have to go out there and fix it, regardless of what it is. It could have been built by their cousin for all I know. It could have 6 graphics cards in it, and somehow it still boots. I have seen it all, and I can fix it all. But sometimes it just takes a minute to orient myself to figure out unfamiliar hardware, but I will always figure it out. There's nothing in the computer world that I cannot fix. It's just how much do you want to spend? And sometimes it's just cheaper to replace hardware, but it's not because we can't fix it. It's because it doesn't make financial sense to invest in it. But that's up to each owner to decide. I had a customer bring me an old machine that I didn't recommend fixing. I said, for how old it is and the amount of trouble it's going to be to get it to me, to drive across town, to have me fix it, and then you drive all the way back across town. And if there's any problems, I'm going to be very limited with how I can help you. He says, I don't care. I said, but you could just go to Best Buy and you could buy a brand new computer. This one is already 10 years old. It's giving you your money back. Or it was at least 8 years old. Do you really want to spend that much time and effort in fixing it? And he said, yes. See? I'm just saying, if you went to Best Buy or went on Amazon or something, you could order a brand new machine. You could have it today with a brand new warranty that's all upgraded already. Nope. I understand that. I want you to fix it. Great. Bring it over. So I do try to talk my customers out of it. I am a terrible businessman. I wouldn't put money in that. But if you want me to. How many techs or any business that sells a service would talk their customer out? It's very, very, in my world, very unusual. If anything, they try and sell the customer more of what they don't need. All right, here's our first look. I'll just bring this up to the front camera here because, again, of the focusing issues. Here's a first look at the TEAMGROUP Z540. I've had really good luck with TEAMGROUP. I did have that one drive fail in the QNAP NAS, and I didn't even have to talk to anybody. I went online, they gave me an RMA number, I shipped it in, they shipped me a brand new replacement. Never spoke to a human being. I'm happy with that. Let me go to the close-up again. Put that one there. Now, here's the thing. Some of you might be thinking, why not boot it now and clone this drive to this drive? Well, because when I take this drive out, we're not going to have a C&D. We're going to set this two drives up as a RAID 0, so they need to be completely reformatted so that 50% of the data will be on one drive, 50% will be on the other, and it will read from both simultaneously. Now, that means backups are important with a RAID 0. It means if either drive fails, you lose everything, and your chance of a failure is now doubled. All right, so keep all that in mind. RAID 0 does come with consequences, but nothing external backup won't help you resolve. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And you will lose everything the same as if you only had one drive. You're tricking the computer, essentially, with RAID 0 to tell it that these two drives are one big, fast drive, and to read from both of them at the same time. So if this can read at 12,000 and the one we put in here can read at 12,000, we should be well over 20,000 megabytes per second on our reads, with the risk that, you know, we could potentially lose everything without a backup. Now, RAID 1 would mirror one drive over to the other, so you would never see the second drive. You'd lose whatever storage. So if this is 2 terabytes, and if this is 2 terabytes, and it's in a RAID 1, it automatically backs up everything from one to the other as it's happening, including viruses, temp files, everything. But that's still not a backup, because if somebody steals this machine or this machine doesn't boot, your power adapter dies, you've got no access to your data. So RAID is not backup. RAID is data redundancy, or in the case of RAID 0, it's called striping. If you could picture the data 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, instead of 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, just all going on one drive, it splits it in half and takes every other byte and switches it to the drive back and forth. So they call that striping. I bought these for an entirely different purpose. This is what happens in my world. You know, things change rapidly. What's this? Oh, wait. It's thermal tape? Or is it just a sticker? Maybe you got to put the sticker on to make it go faster. It looks like thermal tape on one side, but not on the other. Oh, you know what this is? This is a heat sink. This is a really thin heat sink. If you don't have a proper, this ain't gonna cut it for Gen 5, by the way. Gen 5 will get very, very hot, but this heat sink, this should handle. This heat sink here should handle. Oh. We'll know if our numbers start dipping down randomly, like if we start running the read test and we get 20,000, but on the write test we get like 3,000. That's because the drives are throttling down because of their overheating. So hopefully we won't experience that phenomenon if the cooling is adequate. Okay. I see, that's the sticker right there. Oops. So now we put this one here. It's got to go that way with the Phison controller facing up. This wire's out of our way very carefully. Make sure we reseat our Wi-Fi card into its slot. This is a little plastic cover that is protecting us from popping those wires off by mistake. That in its slot. Whoops, we'll just take the plastic cover off. How about that? Put that in its slot. We're going to push down on the M.2 first. Then Wi-Fi card second. Secure. It's lined up properly. It's not lined up here. And I just dropped the screw because the screwdriver is not magnetic. So let me grab my magnetized driver. Oh, you know what? It's right here on the desk. Uh-oh. I accidentally turned the machine on. I should have pulled power from it so that wouldn't have happened. We should be okay though. There's the screw. All right, let's try this one more time. It really bugs me. This driver is not magnetized. And this little plastic cover just clips right over those wires. And it kind of holds on to both drives. Just clips on there. That's done. Now, should be able to set this back down. Go. Something like this, I think. And I've got that little white wire getting caught up in everything. And I'm not worried so much about the wire. I am a little bit, but I'm worried about this thermal paste or thermal pad not being lifted up and sitting on the drive because it's sitting on the wire and it slightly tilts it up. Now, I'm not going to screw this down because we're not going to run that much of a test on it. However, the problem we've got now is we have two drives in here that have no format, no partition. They're brand new out of the box. And to set up a RAID 0, we typically have to go into the BIOS. So let's turn this on and figure out how to do that in the BIOS. And we've never seen the BIOS on this anyway. And today we're going to run a little long because just this feature could be a whole show on its own. Now, because it has nothing to boot from, it automatically brings up the BIOS screen. And we're going to go over here. We can still use the mouse. This is a graphical interface. And we'll go to Setup. Now here we've got a BIOS version of 1.0, and we can check Minisforum support side to see if there's an updated BIOS. But let's go to Advanced. Where would that be? Onboard devices, maybe? Resize bar, PCIe ports. Should not be under main. Not going to be under security, be under advanced. Network stack, hardware monitor, onboard devices. Was that where I was? Never mind. Trusted computing, no. CPU, no. ACPI, no. Network stack, no. CBS, what is CBS? It's PBS. Graphics. Don't see anything for storage. Wasn't under onboard devices. Storage. Nothing. Boot. What's under boot? Boot option 1. These are just boot options. Driver option property. It's got to be under advanced somewhere. Isn't that weird? I don't see anything about storage. What am I missing? The ACPI is like your power, like sleep mode and stuff. That's interesting. A lot of controls here regarding the different fans on the system and their current performance. Yeah, okay. It's all about PC health, so that's not what I'm interested in. That was under the hardware monitor. This is the ACPI settings, so again, nothing we want here. Should not be under networking. Yet normally you would see an option here for RAID. I wonder if it's not been implemented yet. You know, we do have an early prototype of this, an early release. Or it's somewhere that I'm just not seeing it. This is our RAM, speed of RAM, date and time, processor's idling at 2.5. You know, I'm always a little worried about 1.0, right? Previous values, defaults, back, exit. I would think onboard devices. SSD 1, enabled or disabled. Wireless LAN, enabled or disabled. GLAN, I don't know what GLAN is. Maybe that's just the regular LAN. We can just turn it on and off. There's no option in here for RAID. What the heck? Without setting the RAID in the BIOS, there's no way to do it in Windows unless we had a third drive. So if we had a third storage drive, we could boot off the third drive and then take the other two and use a software RAID within Windows. But if we want the system to boot, then it has to see both drives as one, and that's done in the BIOS. So I'm wondering if that's missing for some reason. Because I don't see, like we have boot options here, which there's nothing to boot from. The BBS menu, nothing to boot from. The UEFI shell, if we wanted to open like a command prompt. The boot tells it to restart. And setup, I mean, I don't see anywhere else it would be. What am I missing? So for me personally, I would expect an option here on its own, or it would be under onboard devices. And every time I go in here, it's the same as the last time I looked. I don't know why I keep going in. I just feel like it's there and I'm not seeing it for some reason. It's definitely not going to be under hardware monitor. It's definitely not a network thing. And I'm not sure what was this about? SMU options. Oh, so that's our TJ Maxx, etc. Let's go back. System configuration. Oh, we can bump up the wattage here. I see. Okay, I'm not interested in that. Whoops. Let's go back. Audio, graphics. It's like power related stuff. That was SMU. CPU common options, which obviously has nothing to do with storage. Let's go back again. PBS. It says graphics config. I don't want that. I am looking for storage, and yeah, I don't see anything. This would be your TPM and stuff like that, your TPM 2.0. Well, there is one other thing I can try. let's go back to camera 1. And let's do a couple of things. First, I'm going to shut this off. I mean, there's no worry of letting it run. It's just, it's not going to do anything until we have it properly configured. Okay. So when it comes to support for these Minisforum PCs, there is a new support page that Minisforum has come out with. And you don't want to just go through Google search, in my opinion, or even just going to Minisforum and clicking support. It may take you to their old support site, not their new one. So it's minisforum.com/new/support, I think is the new. But or you could just use the link in our video notes, right? So in the video notes, we have a link taking you to the support page for the G7 PT, which is right here. And you'll notice, you know, we have our specifications, right? All the details going down the list. And we have our download section. Now under downloads, you'll have 3 tabs. Forget this stuff over here. Look here, driver tools, BIOS and firmware, and user manual. And if you'll notice under BIOS and firmware, today's date, 10/23 of 2024. This just came out. This is fresh. And under drivers and tools, we are going to need a Windows RAID driver. That's going to be a very small file, 3 megs. That's the one we're looking for. And we need that to have Windows be able to identify our storage array, our RAID array, during a clean install. So this is an installation driver when installing Windows. Must have that or you ain't get nowhere. And then these are the regular drivers. These are required for literally everything else. And what Minisforum has done is they just packaged them all together in a 1.16 gig download. So we're going to grab all these. We're going to grab the RAID driver. We're going to grab all of the drivers we're going to need when Windows is installed for, you know, all of the internal hardware. And then obviously we have to grab the BIOS update and what else? Well, I'll tell you what, I've already downloaded all this and put it on a flash drive like some kind of fancy cooking show. And that's about as much prep as I've done because this information came in, a viewer alerted me to this update being out. And I was just about to hit the sack at a little after 2 in the morning. And this message popped up and I was like, oh, yeah, that's why there were 2 videos released today because I thought I wasn't going to go live today. I'm waiting on some parts from Amazon. And we have 3 builds waiting on parts that I can't continue with. And I'm still going back over to Studio A daily right now. And as I'm there, I'm going through all the computers over there and making sure they all have BIOS updates and they're all upgraded to Windows 11 24H2, which, you know, there's got to be 20 machines over there. If I see another BIOS update, what's interesting about this BIOS update that I have here is this appears to install, one way it installs is through Windows. And we don't have Windows installed on this. So it just occurred to me, I think we're gonna need to throw a real quick copy of Windows on here, just normally without, obviously without RAID, because we can't get RAID without the BIOS. There may be a way to boot into a Windows PE disk or something, but honestly, with as fast as Windows 11 installs, we'll just wipe it out after we install the BIOS. We'll configure the RAID array, and then we'll reinstall Windows 11 again. We won't do all the updates and drivers. We don't need any of that. So just a clean install. So I've got my big power brick. You'll see I got my marker out and I wrote G7 PT on it because it doesn't say Minisforum on it anywhere. So on this unit, just to remind you, this is a strong magnetic plate on the bottom and the power cable goes in down here like this, because this is the back of it. And this is going to go in right here. And then this piece here, this is the back, the part that Y's out for support. It's got that cutout and it goes around the power cable. And this rubbery part is the bottom. So you got to turn it around to where the indent is, Carey. And then slide that down and it locks in. And that is a very strong magnet. So let's get it plugged in, turned on, and we'll start getting Windows 11 installed or we can get this moving. Let me grab power cable, plug that in. That is the wrong power cable. And then I need my keyboard and my mouse. So we'll grab that, plug that in. Yeah, plug it in right there. We'll move this out of the way. And then we need video. I'm not going to plug the network into it. We don't need any networking. But I will need my Windows 11 installation media. Third time's the charm. Got it right here. We'll plug this in. Now the reason I have to reinstall Windows, as I mentioned on the previous review, we had removed the NVMe drive and we put in the two brand new 2 terabyte drives to reboot and do this procedure we're doing now, only to later find out as we went to do that step, the BIOS did not support RAID at that time. So I just set everything aside. I said I'll figure it out later. Today is later. And I could have just put the original NVMe drive back into it, but I don't want to take it back apart and do all that. So this is just easier, less invasive. We're ready to rock and roll. So just to do the BIOS update, as I mentioned, there's probably a few other ways to do this BIOS update. I'm choosing to do it this way because you don't often get to see a BIOS update that works in Windows. Again, that's probably not the only way to do it, but it's kind of unique in that way, and I want to show it to you. So we're going to go back over here to, let's see, this is what we call camera 2. Now there's nothing for the machine to boot to other than that flash drive. So as you can see, our Windows 11 has already started up, or installation. And so we're going to go through these standard questions, US keyboard, agree to everything will be deleted. There's nothing to be, these are brand new drives. So, and then we go to accept this. Now it's going to show us a bunch of installed drives. We're going to see two 2 terabyte NVMe drives. Because it's not configured as a RAID, we see 2 individual drives here. Disk 0, pay attention to the disk number, disk 0 and disk 1. This disk 2 is our Windows 11 USB flash drive, so ignore disk 2. You can tell from the size, it's only a 16 gig flash drive. It's got some allocated space and a second partition. That's all the way Windows makes it. So we'll just stick with disk 0, that'll be our installation, and we don't need any drivers at this point. It's only when we do the RAID configuration that we need to load those drivers. So whatever reason, there's now a big delay after you make a selection, whereas in Windows 10 and 11 prior, this used to be rather instantaneous. I don't know what this delay is for, but it's normal. It's doing something. And then of course, it's going to partition and format the drive and install Windows 11. It's very confusing to me because this used to just be instantaneous. As soon as I hit next, this thing would fly. And so I'm not sure if it has to do with the new ISO. Yeah, finally it went on. All right, you won't be able to use your PC. Duh, we can't use it now. Anyway, I don't know if this has something to do with the ISO the way Rufus makes it, or if this has something to do with the ISO the way Microsoft makes it. In either case, just be aware of it. It's not hurting anything. It's just a little different than what I'm used to over the last few generations of Windows 10 and 11. Difference not bad. It's just to make you aware. Now, as I mentioned, those downloads that I previously showed you guys, those are already downloaded. Just to save some time, I have not decompressed them. They're all still in their original format. I think they're in both a zip format and the BIOS is in a 7Z format. If you don't know what a 7Z or a zip file is, I recommend a free program called 7zip, the number 7 and the word zip.org, I believe is the website. If you have Windows 24H2, it will automatically open these archives for you. No third-party software is necessary. Otherwise, if it opens and says, I don't know what, you try and open it, and it says, I don't know what this file is you downloaded, I can't open it, you need 7zip, or you need 24H2, either way. Or both. It doesn't matter. Let's see. Let's jump back over into the chat room. Let's see over here. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I got to go over here. Let's put camera 1 in the corner. We can keep an eye on that install. Wow, it's already rebooted. We'll take that. Now remember, I did not go into the BIOS and instruct it to boot to the flash drive. It had nothing else to boot to. Now it prioritizes when it has a choice of what to boot to. By default, if you just leave the BIOS alone, it'll always default to the internal drive first and any external drive second. To go in and manually brute force set should be completely unnecessary unless you've already made a prior change. So if you mess with it, you're probably going to have to mess with it again. If you leave it to default settings, it does a great job of maintaining itself. Just saying, be aware of the potential consequences of trying to take control of something that doesn't need, in my opinion, doesn't need your control and actually is far better, more reliable, runs cooler, runs more efficient, is more likely not going to have any errors or problems if you leave it at default. But it is your machine and you're welcome to do whatever you want to it. Just set your expectations accordingly. Okay, so you see this Windows installation is very, very quick. It's only going to take us a moment. Once we get into the desktop, we'll be able to then put the flash drive in, copy the BIOS file over, extract it, and execute it, and we'll watch the BIOS update live, unscripted, unrehearsed, as always. Then when we go into the BIOS, we should then have the option for RAID that we did not have before. And then we have to enable the RAID, reboot, go back into the BIOS, and then RAID options. Once the RAID has been enabled and the system's been rebooted, then the RAID array options to create an array and what kind of an array, those should then be there after RAID mode's been enabled and restarted. Then we create the array, then we save and exit and boot again to Windows 11 installation media, and we better have those RAID drivers extracted. You can't use them while they're still in a compressed format. So let me jump back over here because we're already done with our install. Let me jump over just to finish these final questions. This is all standard boilerplate, and I'll get through this as quickly as I can. This really doesn't matter because we're going to wipe it out anyway. Now, we could use something like a Cronus and clone it over, but honestly, because it's a clean install, I just feel better doing a whole new clean install. It's just 100% always going to work. We don't have to worry about locating the RAID array with a Cronus. That can be a challenge because you need to have the drivers, the same drivers Windows are going to need to see the RAID array. A Cronus also needs to see the RAID array. So that can complicate matters in making a rescue disk, and that is the fun of having a bootable RAID array. Now, if we had a third NVMe or a third drive that we were booting from, and then the other two drives we made our RAID array, that would be way easier to maintain. But these are the consequences that you face if you decide you want to do this. You also risk, if either drive should fail, you lose the entire array. That means if you don't have backups, everything's gone. So regardless, you should always have backups anyway. So we're in the final stage right now where it's finalizing our installation. And while we're waiting for that, let me jump back over here with camera 1. And here's my power button. Power button's up there. This must be an RGB button. Is that what that is? Or is that a power? Is that my power? Did I just shut it off? One of these buttons is for the RGB. I should probably put my glasses on so I can see the symbol. I think I just turned it off. All right, we'll turn it back on then. So if that's the power button, then what's this button for? I don't know. Oh, these are power modes. That's what this is. Okay. Yeah, that's the power button on the top. I thought this had some controllable RGB on here. This seems to have a picture of a fan on it. I'm pretty sure I went over this on the original build video. We've got a microphone jack, USB Type-C here. Looks like a couple of microphones. Maybe this is a stereo microphone setup, but there's not much separation there. probably have to load a driver or change something in the BIOS to get the RGB to light up. So that's, let's talk about this next part, because this is where things get fun. Let me remove my Windows 11 installation media. I'll put that away for next time. Actually, next time is going to be in just a few minutes. I'm going to plug in our USB flash drive that has all of our downloads on here. Just 3 downloads is all. And let me jump over to, I don't need these. Close this out for a second so you guys can see full screen. And then we'll go over to this PC. And you'll notice when we do a clean install like this, we're going to be missing a lot of device drivers. If we go in here, you're going to see Ethernet, probably Wi-Fi, AMD Adrenalin software. We've got a display adapter that's not right. That's probably the, again, AMD Adrenalin software is going to fix that. The Bluetooth, the Wi-Fi driver is going to fix that. But we don't have to worry about that right now. As far as installing the BIOS goes, we're going to want a couple of different files here. We want this RAID download, which again is only about 3 megs. And this is our BIOS, which is only about 6.5 megs. Now this big 1.2 gig, that's all the drivers. We won't need that until after we have set up the RAID, reinstalled Windows again. Then that's going to help us fix all those errors in the device manager. So we can save the rest of that for later. Now the RAID driver, I'm going to need that on the flash drive, because Windows, when I go to install it, it's going to say I don't see a storage device after we create the RAID array. Now look, there's all kinds of startup guide and setup guide if you want to read them. All our drivers are right in here, and we're going to go through that together. But we do need those extracted on the flash drive. I don't need them. I did not need them here. What I do need here is this file, and you'll see this file is, I'm not downloading anything like 7-zip because we're running 24H2. It does allow us to extract. Where's our extraction? These are the files we have here, and if I click on the extensions, or show you the extensions, you'll see we have something called winflash.bat, and that tells you what runs within Windows. So what I want to do is, let me just close all this out. Let's delete this because I did not need this on the desktop. As I mentioned, I needed it extracted on the flash drive. Let's right click, extract, and we'll just extract that right here to our Windows desktop. We open this up and you'll see there's this winflash.bat. I'm going to right click and choose run as administrator. Now it's going to say, look, this thing's very dangerous. Well, yes, it's a BIOS update. Like any other BIOS update, you want to leave the computer alone while it's updating, and you want to make sure you don't have any power outages. Best, in my opinion, to do this before you install Windows, which is why we're going to do, partially why we're doing a whole new Windows reinstallation. On typical motherboards, we go in the BIOS and we update the BIOS in the BIOS itself. On a lot of laptops and mini PCs, this is often done through Windows. Sometimes you have multiple ways of doing it, but because we don't show this way very often, I'm going to show it to you. So we're going to go ahead and give this approval to run, and you got to tell it twice. And this is what an old school BIOS flash more or less looks like. So, and I can't emphasize enough how important it is for you to leave the machine alone. It's going to let you know when it's done. You won't have to guess. And when it's done, we should then have the option for RAID in the BIOS that we did not have before. So if you're curious what the BIOS looked like before, we went through it with a fine-tooth comb on the previous video. That's why I'm not going to repeat that process. The link to the previous video is in the video description below. Now, this is going to take a couple minutes. If you are somebody who's very antsy or anxious, get up and walk away. Find something to distract yourself for a few minutes. Use a restroom, go check the mail. I don't know, go grab a snack, go get an ice cold drink. Find something to distract you and get your mind off of it so that you leave it alone. It will patiently wait for you. You could go for a drive to a neighboring state and come back 3 days later, it'll still be here waiting for you patiently. Please show it that same respect in return. If you want this to have the best chances of success, leave it alone. All right, so while we're waiting on this, let me just jump back here in the chat and see what you guys are saying. David Graham with a $2 super chat. Thank you, David. What RAID is setting this up? Well, we haven't done that yet. Stay with us, Andy. We'll get there. Frankie B's joining us. Welcome in, Frankie. Planet Cryos with a $2 super chat says, don't let anyone know I gave you this. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. I won't tell anybody. All right, so a shout out and a thank you to our friend Frankie B. Of course, Buster out there in Scotland, Paul Gray in Australia, Oystein in Norway, Rob Foster, with their very generous contributions. We have ordered a ASRock Z890 Nova, and we're going to be getting the, well, here's the deal. Intel's got these chips coming out tomorrow, the new Ultra series, and the Ultra 9 versus the Ultra 7, there's a $200 price difference and only maybe a 12% performance difference, if that. The common sense is don't spend $200 more just to get 12% more. You're looking at a $400 price versus a $600 price, and the processes are nearly identical. Some people have jokingly said this is an IQ test for people when you're buying CPUs. We're going to get the high-end chip, but most of you would probably see a much better value out of the one below at $400 versus the high-end at $600. They're going to be so similar in performance for most people, you wouldn't notice a difference. Most people. All right. You decide for you, but just so you know, they're very, very similar. But if it's worth the extra $200 to get a little teeny tiny bit more, well, don't let me get in your way there. Those chips will be out tomorrow. I know some places have had them on pre-order. They're supposed to be $589 for the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. It looks like they're selling it at $629, meaning Intel is stating we're recommending a price of $589. That means that the sellers are probably buying it for $50 to $100 less than that. And then they're adding another price premium on top, another $30 from B&H Photo and Newegg right now, because they can. They say, well, if you'll pay $589, you'll probably pay $529. And it's very possible that come Black Friday or the holiday season, it's quite possible that we see those prices drop $50 to $100, depending on sales. If they're hurting, you're going to see some steep discounts. It may literally pay to wait, but if you want to be first, expect to pay more, and also expect to jump in early when they first go on sale, or they might be sold out. Everybody wants to be first. And you know, I don't mind being first the first time, but being first the 15th or 25th time is getting kind of, I don't know, it's not so exciting anymore when it's not my first time. All right, so it looks like we're doing a reboot. This has all been hands off. I've not been touching it, leaving it alone. Let it do what it needs to do. It should take us back into Windows. Now, your first reboot may sit here a little while. You might think, oh no, it's not rebooting. Again, I cannot emphasize enough that if you're of that mindset, leave the room. Like, if you're updating your computer and you don't have the patience to sit 5 to 7 minutes, it's just find something that'll take you 10 minutes to do. It'll wait for you when you get back. It'll still be here waiting. But if you interrupt what it's doing right now, you can completely brick your computer based on your impatience and curiosity. Leave it, trust it. This is not 1997 anymore. These BIOS updates are very, very good. and their accuracy and success rate, if you leave it alone, is about 100%. Unless you lose power or you impatiently start messing with it before it's ready, you lose your 100% success rate. So I'm just telling you for your own good. Now, now that we've rebooted, we should have the latest BIOS installed. So what I'm going to do is go to, let's see, full screen on camera 2. We're going to shut this down. So we don't get any message the BIOS has been updated. We could put CPU-Z on, but it looks like everything was successful. So let's restart, and this time we're going to go into the BIOS. And let's see if we have RAID options in there this time. So as we restart, remember, I waited for the BIOS update to fully complete and take me back into Windows. I didn't try and jump into the BIOS the minute it re-updated the BIOS. Let the BIOS update then resynchronize, retrain, and reload Windows. Then and only then, restart Windows and go into the BIOS to modify it. So I'm pressing the delete button over and over. Here's what the G7 PT BIOS looks like, and we want to go into the setup screen here. And now under advanced, I'm hoping, is it advanced? Onboard settings, somewhere in here we should see a BIOS option. NVMe RAID mode, that's what I was looking for this whole time. It is there now, so we need to turn this on. Now, if I recall correctly, there'll be another option down below here, but we have to turn this on first. So just by setting it to enabled or disabled doesn't turn it on. It tells it what you want it to do when you save the setting. So we need to save and reset. Okay, now that's going to enable the RAID mode on the motherboard. And again, I'm going to start pressing delete on the keyboard. As soon as that Atomman logo appears, we start pressing delete, or maybe even just a second before. And I'll press it over and over. Once again, we get back to our BIOS setup screen. Click setup, back to advanced. So now, right down here, there's an option that wasn't here before. Were you paying attention? That's the RAID Expert 2 configuration utility. This is from AMD. So we're going to click on that. And it says, okay, this is all controllers, NVMe, total drives are 2. Controller management. Let's take a look under controller management. Nothing for us to do in there, so let's go back and let's go to array management. And we want to manage the array properties and select the array. We want a new array. So let's go back. We have to create the array first. So let me see. RAID Expert. You'd think they'd have like a wizard that would walk you through here, but unfortunately not so much. Physical disk management. Select physical disk operations. So disk 1 and disk 2. And we have an initialize disk, which you have to do to make it eligible. So we have to initialize the disk. It's telling us that we can't do this at the moment, so because we are live and unscripted, and because I don't do this every day, I always have to kind of fudge my way through it here. Under physical disk management, we don't need to see the properties. I just need to see, select the disk. It's not what I want to do, I guess. I thought we might have needed to initialize disk 0, but it's saying that we can't convert it. That's fine. Go back to advanced. Back to the RAID Expert 2 config. And again, we have those documents we can read if we want to see how to set this up, but I like doing it on my own. Let's go to controller management. That was the one we already did. That detects our drives, that's fine. Let's go back one. Array management, manage array. I want to create an array, but I don't see why that's not, it shows 2 arrays. In other words, there's 2 independent drives. So we need to delete these arrays. That's what my guess is. So let's delete everything that exists on drive 1 and drive 2 and hit delete arrays, because there shouldn't be any arrays. The reason it's not offering us to create one is it says you've already got By default, an array is assigned to the drives. So we need to confirm that we want to erase everything on both those drives. Even if the drive is brand new, this is a standard boilerplate procedure that you're about to wipe everything out. So they don't make it easy. You should know what you're doing. Now that we've done that, when we go back into RAID Expert 2, we should have under Array Management the option to create an array. You'll notice that Manage Array Properties and Delete Array are shaded out now because there's no array. Now we can create an array, and we can create a RAID 0 or RAID 1. I don't know what raidable is, but what does raidable say? RAID aware single disk for future. That seems dumb to me. I'm going to just choose RAID 0 because I'm all about striping and performance. That to me is the whole point. And then which disks do we want to use? We want to use them both. So we want this is Gen 5 by 4. I'll be interested how that happens. Select media type both. Apply changes. Now the array size, all of this is going to default to optimal settings. And I don't know why it says no here. No cache? I don't know why it says no cache. Because you can see here, oh, I guess we have to turn that on. We're turning on. Just leave it at all the default settings is the way I want it, and then hit create array right there. Now, if we manage the array properties, we should see we have one drive with a total capacity of 4 terabytes, right? Instead of 2 drives that are 2 terabytes, it now sees one drive with a total of 3.9 terabytes. Now we save and exit. But now we're back to square one in the sense that it's as though we put a very fast 4 terabyte drive in this, brand new out of the box. It has no partition, no format, no operating system. So we're going to need our Windows 11 installation media again. But even Windows 11 is going to not be able to see that RAID array because it is not a standard. Everybody does it differently. Intel does it different than AMD. There's a number of different controllers. Not to mention, you can add an array controller from Highpoint, as well as several other manufacturers like Asus make their own RAID controllers that you can add to an existing computer. Bear in mind, you're going to be spending a lot of money on SSDs and the cost of the RAID controller, depending on how important it is for you to have it. You might be better off with a NAS. However, that is an option on a desktop computer, most desktop computers. So going back here to camera 1, I've got my Windows 11 installation media, and I still have that driver's flash drive plugged in. So I'm going to go ahead and plug our Windows 11 installation media in there as well, because we're going to need to point to the drivers for the RAID array on here during our Windows 11 install in order for Windows 11 to see our RAID array as a one single C drive of 4 terabytes instead of 2 2-terabyte drives. We're taking those 2 drives and we're kind of Siamese twinning them into one drive of twice the speed and capacity. In theory, that's how this should work, and that's why we're doing this live to test it. So let me, well, I guess we want to go escape. No, just boot. Now it should automatically say, okay, I can't boot to the internal drives. I can't boot to this flash drive, but I can boot to the Windows 11 flash drive. It should pick that automatically all by itself without us having to brute force it. And we go right back through our Windows 11 setup. But this is where things get interesting and where you need a little technical know-how to get over this little speed bump here, which is once we go through our standard answers here, that it's always the same, right? We're installing Windows 11. It's not going to be able to find our C drive anymore. Instead, we're probably going to see both flash drives appear. We may even see the separate 1.8 terabyte NVMe drives. Let's see what it does. So yeah, it still shows these drives separated out. And it says type is unknown. Disk 2 and Disk 3 are the flash drives. Disk 2 being our Windows 11 installation flash drive with a 16 gig capacity, and Disk 3 being a 64 gig capacity that has all our drivers. So what we want to do, right up here it says load driver. Did you ever wonder what that was for? So we'll click load driver, and we're going to browse over to that 64 gig flash drive. We're going to go to this RAID driver, Windows 11, 64, NVMe RAID, and then we have this one called bottom. And then we're going to browse to the same location again. There's two of these, I believe, we have to load. I can never remember which one they are. So bottom is clearly one. Then you got one here called RC config. That does nothing. And then let's go back one last time and do that third one. RAID. Click OK. Oh, that doesn't pull anything up either. Let me browse one more time. Did I not? Do I have to go into the RAID folder? No, it won't let me go into it. Okay, let's go back. It's searching for disks again. See if it sees it this time as a 4 terabyte single drive. No, still seeing it as a double. So let me just try one more time. We're going to load the driver, browse. And let's just do the bottom. Let's see what that does, because that did pull something up. RC bottom. Click OK. And install. Now, see what it does. Now it sees nothing, right? You notice disk 0 and disk 1 disappeared. So now we load that secondary driver. Wait a minute, what did I just click? Okay, that's right. Install driver to show hardware. So we're going to browse. We're going to go back. This is so confusing. We're going to do the RAID driver again. And this time we're going to choose that last one down here, which is RC RAID. I believe that's the one. Now it shows up, right? You notice I had to click on it, and then the install down here became available. Now, with those two drivers loaded, see, the first, they have to go on in a certain order, or this isn't going to work. Again, this complicates things. No, I'm still not done yet. We still are missing disk 0. So maybe I do need that third driver. We're going to hit load driver. I don't know why we have to keep accepting this license agreement. That threw me off. Let's go do that third one now. So we'll browse. And Windows 11, 64, NVMe. We'll do that one. Yeah, I guess we need all three. That explains why there's 3 there. I bet it finds it this time. You know, if I did this on a more regular basis, I'm sure this would be a much smoother process, but we get there. So now you'll notice disk 1 is gone. Disk 1 was 1.8 and disk 0 was 1.8. Now there's only a disk 0 at 3.6. That's the drive we want. And from this point forward, it's a standard Windows 11 install. Nothing else changes now. Now it says, okay, I see your C drive now properly, the way it's supposed to be. And it's off to the races. Again, there's this long delay between when I select where I want it to go and I hit next. But be patient. Again, this is something with Windows 11 that's different on 24H2. I don't know why it's taking so long, but this is on every build I've done so far. I've noticed this weird delay. However, it's just a few seconds. It's not a big deal. Maybe a minute. And then it'll just kick off and we'll let it complete like we always do. When that's done, we can then load our drivers. Oh, here we go. Ready to install? Yes, install. Okay, now it's installing. And yeah, let me go put myself back in a corner, see what you guys are saying in the chat room. It's always a little bit convoluted for me when I go in there because it's never the same way between manufacturers, but they're very, very similar. And like anything else, the more often you do this, the more you get familiar with the process. But the thing is, most of you are only going to do this once. Once you get past this point, you're good indefinitely. And if you make a backup image of the machine, then all you need to do is make sure you make an Acronis rescue disk with those drivers integrated in. If you install Acronis on this after the drivers are, obviously the drivers would have to be there. But if you install Acronis in Windows, once we've got this all done, and you want to make the rescue disk, the option to just grab the drivers you already have, so it's bootable on this machine, means less work for you to have to inject those drivers manually, then set that disk aside and keep it just for that machine. This is the hassle of doing a RAID 0 that's bootable. I don't recommend this for most people. If you're an enthusiast, a hobbyist, you're looking for just a fun project, and your data is not important to you, this is a great thing to learn. It's a great experience to have. But if it doesn't affect you in real life as far as any job opportunities or promotions or to solve problems, you can consider it an exercise as a distraction, or just stay away from it. It's up to you, but I want you to understand that even if we double our drive throughput speeds, most people won't see that difference anyway, because everything else bottlenecks you. Your network's going to bottleneck you, especially if you're on Wi-Fi. This is practically a waste of time, unless maybe you want faster game load times. It's not going to be that much faster, but it depends on the game, and it depends how impatient you are. If you're doing anything with large files, you're probably going to run out of space on 4 terabytes if your files are that big. But yes, they will run faster. But you're going to have to get those files off of there. And you're going to have to do that through USB or through your network. And once again, that's your bottleneck. It won't matter how fast your internal drive can go, except for when you're only using your internal drive. The minute you're trying to download something from the net, you're limited by the speed of the network. The minute you're trying to move files, you're limited by the speed of the network. The minute you're trying to go to any other data source outside of the machine, that's your limit. So to have this fast capacity without a 10 gig network port and all the other expensive supporting infrastructure is very limiting in where it's potentially going to benefit you. And even then, you're looking at a few seconds. And that's in an extreme case. In most cases, like if I did this for my average customer, they wouldn't know any different. The machine would still boot and work the same as it always has, but it would make my supporting when they had a problem far more difficult. Because now I can't just boot to a regular boot disk to repair a virus or anything. It won't see the C drive without those drivers. It means I have to make special boot disks for each machine. And if the customer doesn't notice the difference, and we're spending twice as much on storage, plus all this added labor, this doesn't make any sense. Again, if you wanted to do something as a data drive, I guess that makes more sense, but I would suggest you just get yourself a NAS and be done with it. Or get yourself an external Thunderbolt drive and a machine that has Thunderbolt. All these things are very expensive. You want a faster car, you're going to spend more for the car, you're going to spend more on the maintenance, you're going to spend more on the gas, you're going to spend more on the insurance. This is everything in life. You want it faster, the emergency room costs a lot more than a scheduled doctor's appointment. If you need it or you want it, you pay for it. Otherwise, you don't need it. That's how I was raised. So I just want to make sure you have a proper expectation of why you would do this, what the benefits are, what the consequences potentially are. And for a machine that's this high performance, I think having a RAID 0 in a machine at this high end, if you're an extremist, this makes sense because you're an extremist and you like extreme things. If you like reliable, value-oriented, long-lasting, trouble-free, you don't want any of this high-end stuff. Nobody buys a Ferrari because it's a great price or it's super reliable or it gets great gas mileage. That's not why you buy one. It's not for everybody. And a lot of people want them who can't afford them and will never even so much as drive in one, let alone own one. That's okay. You're just like the rest of us. We'll watch somebody else's. So as we go through what should be our final boot up sequence here, where are we at? We should then be able to load the drivers and the Windows updates too. Now we are installing Windows 11 24H2. Any Windows 11 you see me install since 24H2 came out, it would be foolish for me to install anything older than that. So I always do 24H2. I'm happy to say 24H2 has finally made Windows finally better than Windows 10. I used to say they're pretty much indiscernible. Now Windows 11 is far, far better, in my opinion, than Windows 10. And now when I have to use Windows 10, I scowl because I feel like I've gone to the, I don't know, I've gone back in time. It just feels long in the tooth. And I just wasn't sure. Like I was accepting that Windows 11's here and you might as well get used to it. But now I really like it. And too many people don't like change. They're resistant to change. And the people who are the most resistant are generally older people. Younger people are more likely to embrace it and see the good in it. Older people are likely to say, this is different, I don't like it. As somebody who grew up different and bullied because I was different, I'm not a fan of that attitude. I never want to adopt the attitude, I don't like this because it's not what I'm used to. It doesn't fit into my world. That to me is a terrible attitude to have. The abuse I suffered at the hands of bullies based on that attitude, nobody should have to go through that. And while we're not talking about a person, you're effectively doing it to yourself by convincing yourself, for whatever logic you have, to fit your emotional state. There's very little evidence that actually exists where Windows 11 is worse, unless you have some very old software that was never designed to run with it, and you're refusing to even let go of that. Or you might work at a governmental agency, which is very slow to adopt, and there may be some older applications that have long should have been put to rest or updated, which, because it's a government organization, hasn't been done yet. But if you're sitting at home and you don't like Windows 11 and that's the way it's going to be, I strongly encourage you to step away from the Microsoft platform and start using Linux, because you're starting to sound more and more like Linux users when you do that. So it's never going to accommodate you. Windows will never accommodate you. Microsoft will never accommodate you. So if you don't like it, you know, it's spying on me, it does this, it does that, this doesn't, I don't like the start button, and whatever. That is your opportunity to become a Linux user. I'm not saying anything bad about Linux users. We're not a Linux channel. I don't make my living as a computer technician from Linux users. There's not a whole lot of money to be made in that. It's not bad to use it. It's just not what my career is, and it's not why this channel exists. So if you are looking forward to learning Windows 11 and you understand and accept Windows 10 is going away, and you will either risk losing your identity by forcing yourself to continue to use it into 2026, that's where things get hairy. You've got a whole year to figure out what you want to do to move forward. Keep the machine you have, which may not be Windows 11 compatible, and put a version of Linux on it and learn it. There's a lot of YouTube channels that'll walk you through it. Or put Windows 11 on it, or buy a new machine, or upgrade your machine, which will be doing you a favor to have a more modern machine, assuming the one you have now is not Windows 11 compatible. You're long overdue for a replacement, in my opinion, and there are plenty of YouTube videos that'll walk you through the setup. What we can't fix is your bad attitude. If you have one, that's in your head. There's nothing I can say or do to prevent it, and it sickens me. It just sickens me to listen to the whining over and over again, which is purely voluntary. If you don't like it, don't use it. And when Windows 10 support ends, the only person you're endangering by continuing to use it after support ends is you. So if you don't think you need to wear your seatbelt, if you don't think you need to have insurance, if you don't think you need to eat healthy, if you want to smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol, knock yourself out. I'm not your daddy, but I'm also not going to be there to help you, because what did my mom say? If you climb that tree and you fall out of it and break your leg, don't you come running to me. It's a tough love kind of a thing. All right, let's see. What are we doing over here? We got a black screen. Charlie Purdy with a $20 super chat says, a friend asked me, with 2 drives, can you make a dual boot Linux and Windows? We don't support Linux here. So this is not a place to ask your Linux questions. There are lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of Linux enthusiast channels that can provide you the information you're looking for. I don't use it. I can't make a profit from it. There's no financial incentive for me to get involved. And my mortgage is still due at the end of the month. It's not based on feelings. It's based on opportunities for my career. I don't see many opportunities in the Linux world. As a home user just looking to mess around, YouTube is your best resource now in 2024 to answer just about any question you have about your car, plumbing, electricity, computers, operating systems, and look through a few, find one that makes sense to you. There's a lot of options out there, and you'll go that direction without me because I have no interest in it. I'm so busy because of how popular Windows is. I have so much work to do. I just don't have that time to leisurely bounce around different Linux versions and figure them out. If there was a way for me to pay my bills at the end of the month and still have time to do that, it might be fun, but it's not a necessity. What is a necessity is paying the bills, and I do that with Windows. It's how I've always done it for the last 30 plus years, and that's why we're here. So just to make sure you have, again, proper expectations, we are not, nor have we ever been, nor will we ever be, a Linux channel. There's a flood of them. We don't need to add to that anyway. So I appreciate your contribution. And there's no one answer. There's lots of different ways you can accomplish that. And of course, we have members in the community that might also point you in the direction, but that's just not going to come from me. So right now I'm having, the screen has been dark a long time, and I'm just kind of paying attention. And I don't know why it's staying dark. This should not be. Now, if we had the internet plugged into it, it'd be possible it was downloading updates in the background. Windows during the install will do that. So that shouldn't be the issue right now. It could also be trying to boot to something based on the flash drives, which it shouldn't be doing, but let me just turn this off because this is taking too long. And I'm going to unplug the data drive and the Windows installation drive. Now, the only thing the computer can boot to, and should have booted to, I didn't expect this to happen, but let's see if it self-corrects or if we have a problem. Yeah, it's a little frustrating when you can't see any error message come up. So we see the little toilet bowl flushing, that's what I call that. And hopefully it'll take us to the completion of Windows. Oh, it's installing something. It's possible when you leave flash drives plugged into your computer, even if they were needed in the beginning, after your first reboot, you don't need them anymore. And in this case, we do need the driver disk after we're done, but I don't need it right now. And that may have been impeding our progress. Anything's possible. So always, whenever there's a problem, check to make sure you have any USB drives or printers and unplug them during a diagnostic. Most of the time that solves the problem. If it doesn't, that at least narrows it down that you know none of that stuff is affected or the cause. So that makes finding your solution a lot easier when you reduce the number of suspects you have to investigate. John Struther says, I'm watching this channel with my TEAMGROUP mini PC Green G4 Intel 12th Gen Alder Lake N100. Yeah, so the N100 is a budget entry level. Do you like that? I mean, if you're just browsing the web, watching YouTube videos, paying bills online, Facebook, social media, email, nothing wrong with an N100. I'm kind of sick of the Celeron-based machines. So we know you can pick those up these days for about $150. I just think for $300 you get that mid-range, like the UM760 Slim. I just think it's worth it to spend the extra money and have a computer that's good for about 8 years. That that TEAMGROUP N100 is probably only going to last you 3 years. But it's also, it's the difference between a BIC disposable lighter and a Zippo refillable lighter. The BIC lighter is cheaper to own and you will throw it away, you will not repair it. The Zippo, you could pass that on for generations, assuming you don't lose it. But the Zippo can cost you as much as 30 or 40 BIC lighters. So You know, just set your expectations accordingly. That's all. I can't tell you which option is right for you. But if you want a machine that's going to last a long time and you won't have to replace it for a while, don't buy the bottom of the barrel. But if you just need something to get you by temporarily, those N100s are fine. All right, so we're going to click yes on United States. Again, we go through all of this exactly the way we always have. Install driver, that's cool. I'm going to say I don't have internet here. And then we'll put Atomman G7 TI. That'll be the name of this. No password. We'll go through this item, these items here. There we go. And we're off to the races. I can't tell you how crazy it makes me when people don't have realistic expectations and then they cry or whine about it. And I'm trying to explain to them, your expectations were wrong. There's nothing wrong with what you have. You set yourself up to expect something unreasonable, and that's why you're upset. There's nothing I can do to help you. I had a customer reach out and said, how do I put a password on my computer? And I said, well, hold on a second. I get caught in this trap too many times. Why? Why do you want to put a password on your computer? Well, in case a client comes in my office and gets access to my machine, I don't want them to see my stuff. Okay. Has that ever happened before? No. You've been in business how long? 15, 20 years? That's never happened. So somebody planted an idea in your head that if you put a password on your machine, that's going to prevent some. I mean, those passwords aren't very secure. What if they just steal the computer? What if they just take it? I said, if that's what you're worried about, the solution that I have for you is we should install a camera in your office. So that way, if you were to leave a client alone in your office, or heck, for all we know, it's another employee that's stealing, in order for us to prosecute and press charges, we need to know who did it. So we need to have video of who was involved, what day and what time. We can give that to the police. We can know definitely who is at fault. We can hold them accountable. And there's not the maintenance of a password, which is every time you move a computer or move yourself to another office, now we have to set the password up again. If you're not regularly changing the passwords, if an employee leaves, we have to get rid of their password. We have to change all the office passwords so they don't come back and use them. If somebody needs, somebody's new, we have to create a new password for them. This is a large amount of maintenance. With you have a full-time IT staff, that's one thing. But if you're a small office, all you're doing, in my opinion, is you're creating problems you don't need to have. You're treating symptoms with a medication, let's say, that has side effects, that the side effects are much worse than the symptom because you don't have any symptoms other than your imagination. So if this is a problem you want to solve, let's put cameras in. Cameras are low maintenance. We just turn them on. They run 24/7. They only record when there's motion. Well, come to find out, they don't want themselves on camera. So other people you want to watch, but you yourself, oh no, leave me out of it. And then that subject's been dropped. Okay? But this is what happens. Clients will often ask me for a solution. And then I have learned the hard way to find out why they think they need that solution. What is it you're trying to solve? I understand you're trying to put a password on the machine, but you understand that's not a secure password. You understand that's just a deterrent, that anybody who knows what they're doing has many ways around it. You also understand that somebody who knows the password might be the very person who's stealing from you, not the client. It just, there's so much assumption and lack of information that once I dig down to find out what is it we're trying to accomplish, quite often the customer's question about how do I do this has nothing to do with what they're trying to solve. So anyway, I just want to share that with you. If you ever want to be a computer technician, be aware of that process. It's wasted a lot of my time over the years by letting the client lead me by the nose. It's important that I'm able to help the customers, and the best and most efficient and cheapest way I can help them is cut to the chase. Don't ask me how to do something with regards to, how do I do this process. Explain to me what it is you're trying to get done, what's your goal. Let me be the consultant with the experience and the reason why you pay me to tell you the best way to get there or to give you some options to consider. So sometimes it's a matter of training the employees. One of the employees started fixing something themselves, and when I found out about it, I was pretty upset. I am your IT now. Don't fix problems on your own. If you're having a problem, you need to come to me. Let me fix it. If you decide you're going to fix it on your own, you need to tell me what you did, because I can't maintain your office if somebody's willy-nilly making changes to the network and not telling me. So let me do my job. It'll be easier for both of us. So again, if you want to get into this line of work, this is part of the beginning process. Once customers learn to trust you and understand the process, everything goes way smoother. This is only something that occurs with new clients. It does not occur with clients I've had for 15, 20 years. They know. They trust me, they leave it in my hands, and they don't have to worry about it. That's the whole point of why I have a job. All right, so we've got to get the drivers off of the flash drive. Let me jump over here to camera 2 real quick. I'll jump off camera 1 so I can see this full screen. And let's go over to this yellow folder. Let's go over to our flash drive and let's grab. So obviously we don't need this BIOS anymore. We'll never use that again, so we can delete that. Now it's probably a good idea to keep this RAID driver somewhere, because you're probably going to need it again someday. Oh, did I just erase my did I just erase my other drivers? Now let's do this. Let me plug it. Wait a minute, I probably can't plug it into a network, can I? One of the issues that you'll have with a brand new cutting edge computer is Windows may not have the driver for your network card. Now I've gone through this several times explaining that I just get one of these USB to Ethernet adapters that have built-in Windows drivers. In fact, Sabrent, I think, has their USB-C to 2.5 gig adapter on sale at Amazon today for like $16. They're really inexpensive. And as a computer repair shop, these come in handy a lot, because all I need to do, like let's just say I deleted those drivers, I don't want to recover them. There's other ways. I can re-download the driver file, I can recover the file I deleted, or I can simply plug this adapter in, and then I can take my network cable, and that's going to give us our internet access. And with internet access, we can download Windows updates, which may contain some of the drivers, and the AMD Adrenalin software, which will contain our video driver and other drivers. And then we can look and see what's left. And at that point, if we want to re-download that driver package, we can. But let's just start here as an alternative, right? So if you look down in the bottom right corner, you'll notice we got that little terminal screen up, meaning that we've established an internet connection right here. And if we look in our device manager, it should look the same as it did before. We should see a bunch of stuff in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not too bad. So one place we might want to start was with the AMD Adrenalin software. So we'll just go through this Microsoft Edge stuff here. I want to show you there's multiple ways of installing your drivers, none of which involve any third-party driver software. Programs like Driver Booster and others, if you want to use them, go ahead. If I'm not there, start without me. I've never used Driver Booster except to evaluate it, and I won't put it on any of my systems or my client systems because I don't need to. It's a complete waste of space, in my opinion. So we're going to do the AMD Adrenalin software, so we'll just do a search for that right quick. And we want the drivers. Where are the drivers? That's the application. That might be, I know I had this problem before, didn't I? Release notes, no. It's in here somewhere. Maybe I just have to AMD software. I'm looking for AMD drivers. Let's just add the word drivers. Drivers and support. Is that what I want? That's it. That's fine. So we're going to grab that. It's a pretty fast little download here. And then we'll go ahead and run this and reboot, and we'll see what missing devices in the device manager are still missing. This will probably take care of a lot of it. Again, we are live, unscripted, and unrehearsed. Everything you see is happening in real time. The last time I had the G7 Ti turned on was on that video, so it's been over a month since I've even powered this on. But you'll notice I'm going off of, not of my memory of this unit, but rather of the typical processes that I've used over the years to install any version of Windows. It's all kind of the same. You just have to find the little nooks and crannies that are different. So that's the only sort of hesitation I have with regards to why I don't do this faster. Now, if I had an office with 25 or 30 G7 Ti's, I could work on them blindfolded. But I'm having trouble just keeping up with Minisforum's new machines. I mean, geez, they come out with machines faster than we can review them. And I'm not complaining. That's a good problem to have. David Graham mentions a BIOS password is dangerous and unrecoverable if you lose it. Well, you can always recover a BIOS password in the sense that you can remove your BIOS battery, reset the BIOS, and start all over again. But you know, if you've got a if you've got a BitLocker key or something, you're screwed. So, yeah, if you're going to set passwords like that, it's not for me to tell you what to do, but rather to advise what I recommend if you were my client, and what to expect if you choose to do something else. I totally encourage you to go your own path, and I also encourage you to survive on your own when you do. If you follow the advice I give you, so here's the trouble with what I do, both here on YouTube and in real life. If you follow the steps I'm offering you, you will likely never need the request for help. But how do I convince somebody of that? When a customer says, "Nothing ever breaks, why do we pay you?" And I say, "Because nothing broke, that's why you're paying me." And they say, "Well, then you didn't do anything." I'm like, "No, it's because I'm doing things that things aren't breaking." Well, then how do we know that? But if things are always breaking, the customer says, "Things are always breaking, why are we paying you? You don't do anything." This happens on YouTube as well. The people who don't follow my advice are typically the only ones who have questions. Somebody goes and gets a motherboard used when I advise them not to, we have a problem. Somebody buys a part I never recommended they buy, and they're having a problem with that part. If you follow the parts I use, and I'm not saying you have to, I'm saying if you do follow the parts I recommend and I use for my clients, you will likely never experience any problems related to those parts. Likely. That's why I select them, and that's why I share them with you. But if you decide, I'm going to go to eBay and buy this used thing when I've advised you not to, if you decide I'm going to dual boot when he's advised me not to, if you decide I'm going to install a RAID 0 when I've advised you not to, these are all things that you're on your own when you have a problem. You went down that path. You said, "Hey, I don't need your help." And you got yourself in an issue. And the reason I follow the steps I follow and I use the parts that I use is because I don't want to deal with that. So why would I want to deal with it if it was you when you caused it, right? I don't do that. So I certainly don't want to do it for you. But at the same time, we do have a great community here. So despite my limits with time and patience with avoidable problems, we always do our best to offer help. I'm trying to avoid the whole I told you so thing, but the problem is people sometimes don't understand that if you followed everything that I advised with regards to buy this hardware and set it up this way, most people don't get that they avoided a bunch of problems. It's only when they have the problems, and that's when we figure out most of the time the thing that's causing them the problem is where they went and made their own decision against my advice. Most of the time, not always, most of the time. And some people just have to do it their way, and that's fine. That's all well and good. But remember, people pay me for that, okay? That's what I make my career on. So when you're running a business and things like this happen, it can impact your business's ability to help your clients and really cost the business a lot of money. As a home user, it might just piss you off, but it's a great way for you to learn. As I mentioned, for all of our members, you have free support from me no matter what. My preference is you follow the advice I give you and never have the problems. But when you start having problems, it's likely because you didn't follow, not always, likely because you ignored a piece of advice that you thought didn't apply to you. That's why it's so hard to do what I do. Because how do you tell somebody you didn't have any problems because you followed my advice? They don't believe you. Oh, I wouldn't have had those problems anyway. Okay, but then they have the problems, and then you find out the source is they did something I advised them not to do, and they still don't believe me. So I picked a terrible career path. The appreciation level is, some people do appreciate it, but all too often they're just people. It doesn't matter how many ways you have to explain it. They just aren't hearing it. They absolutely refuse to believe it. And despite the evidence in front of them, it just keeps going around in circles, and they just keep, and then they call you. Usually if a person does it once, they'll do it a second time and a third time until eventually it clicks and they go, you know what? This isn't fun anymore. I think I'm just going to do it Carey's way. And then I can have somebody to blame if it goes wrong. Because the minute you go your own path, there's only one person to blame at that point. So, but again, we really appreciate all the members that make these videos possible. And part of what your membership includes is that ability to contact us for that direct support if you need it, regardless of why. And usually it's not the members anyway. It's usually the people watching that maybe they don't hear every word. Maybe they're only half watching. Maybe they only hear what they want to hear. And then they want to, ask for free help after, Anyway, it's just, there's so many hours in the day and there's only so much I can do. But if you're a member, rest assured, we always respond to our member emails, even if they're just to say hello. We love hearing from you guys. This channel would not be able to make these kinds of videos without your help and your support. And if we can help back in any way, of course, if we can, we absolutely will give back to our members as much as we can. Now, it looks like we're still missing an Ethernet controller and a network controller. This may be Wi-Fi. And then we have, the Bluetooth adapter. So that AMD Adrenalin driver took care of a lot of things. Now, these other items may come in from Windows updates, maybe. So let's check for updates. And I will do all this before I load the drivers because I might find newer drivers available through Windows Update anyway. So we'll let that process, and under advanced options, are there any updates? 0 optionals here, but I will turn on this, and we'll turn on this, and we'll turn on that. I also want to check my power settings. I don't want this thing going to sleep on me. Yeah, good thing I checked it. Set that to never turn off the display after 3 hours. I don't want to be interrupted. And then I also like to get rid of this little doohickey down here. So we just type search permissions right there, scroll to the bottom. Under more settings, we turn that off. It goes away permanently. And if you accidentally close your Windows updates, it's still running in the background. Just go back into it. And it never interrupted it. It's always been running. Look at here, there's a network driver that was installed right here, or pending install. So we'll wait for that to complete, and then we'll see if we still have any other necessary drivers. So it may not be entirely required for you to download the drivers from Minisforum, that 1.13 gig driver pack. But if you own a laptop or a mini PC, I would advise you to go to the manufacturer's site and download the drivers for your operating system and put them in a drawer somewhere for this very reason. Because if you don't have this little Ethernet adapter that I have, you might not have another computer to use to get the drivers. So there's something good to just kind of put on a flash drive. Flash drives are cheap. The download is free. Grab those drivers from the manufacturer, put them in a drawer, label that flash drive so you know where to find it if you need it, and or make an image backup of your machine while it's working well using a program like Acronis, and then just simply restore your image, which is way, way faster, by the way, than doing a complete Windows 11 reinstall, making all the configuration changes that I do, on top of getting all the Windows updates, reboot, driver, reboot. Just restore your image in 10 minutes, you're right back up and running, quite literally in 10 minutes. So $30 a year, I think, is what Acronis True Image costs. With our discount, I think it's 30. The discount is 30% off for all viewers, by the way, and Acronis offers that to you guys. That's not a discount you're going to find other places universally. You will always find that here, at least through the end of this year, and hopefully we'll continue on with them into next year. Let me check, now that we've rebooted, where our device manager sits. Go full screen here. Right click. Anything remain, oops. Right click, device manager. Okay, that did not change any of these items, whatever that was. So one more time, I want to check for Windows updates. Cumulative update failed for some reason. There may be a prior update that prevents another update from installing. That's nothing to freak out about, perfectly normal. And if you have continual failures, that's different. But a single failure, typically a reboot and a retry solves it. That's been normal for Windows Update for a long, long time. Sometimes people freak out at the minute something doesn't go the way they think it should. And the problem is that it is working the way it's supposed to work, and they just don't realize it. Let's see. Bajan Guy said my audio is dropping out again. It's likely the audio filters I've set up, suppression filters. The problem we run into is we get one extreme or the other with the audio. Because we're live, we don't have the option of post-production to fix it. The good news is that as this week we are getting warmer, we're getting close to 100 degrees for the next 7 days. We're still in summer. That means the air conditioner still runs. That means fans are still running. We have a lot of background noise we're trying to suppress out. If I turn the suppression off, you're going to get all that background noise, and then you're going to say it sounds scratchy and it sounds like there's water running in the back. I can't win this, other than to suggest you guys be patient, and when the cooler weather gets here in a couple of weeks, start of November, we should be able to run not necessarily with the AC or the fans, and I can turn the suppression off entirely. So that's, I don't know how bad the audio is because I can't hear it, but if you're just getting occasional dropouts, unless it's impeding your ability to understand what I've said, I'm not considering that too big of an issue. On the other hand, if it's cutting out sentences before I've finished talking and you have no inference to what I'm referring to, do let me know, because that would make education very difficult. But if it's just an annoyance and it happens from time to time, yeah, there's probably some fine tuning we can do on the suppression side, but why bother? Honestly, it's just another week or two, and we should be able to turn the suppression off, at least until late spring next year, for 4 or 5 months anyway, maybe. I hope. But I do appreciate you letting me know. Phil Stodd says, thank you for the short video you did on the drive firmware updates. You did an outstanding job of explaining the problem. Right on, Phil. Well, I hope it helped. Mark Baggett said he's listening while getting work done. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Phil Stott says, I could explain it to you, but I can't make you understand it. Not the first time anybody's ever told me that. Sasha Smith joins us and says hello. Hey, welcome in, Sasha. Phil also mentions it's only 71 degrees Fahrenheit in New Jersey. What I wouldn't give for 71. We do get that cool at night. It is very nice to drive around in Phoenix this time of year around 10 o'clock or later at night when everybody's at home. Between the road construction, traffic accidents, and just the sheer amount of cars on the road, trying to get anywhere in the city it requires a level of patience I don't have. But when all of the sheeple are at home or in bed, the roads are open, my windows are down, there's no traffic, it's very light traffic, the weather's beautiful. Oh man, that's when I come alive. Mark Baggett said 74 degrees Fahrenheit in Massachusetts. Our friend Salem Techsperts is there in Salem, Massachusetts. Actually, he might be in Vegas right now, but normally, when he's not on vacation. Great tech channel. John Paul Bacon says, maybe do a night broadcast. I would love that. I could have the windows open. Nice cool breeze coming in. I just need a lot more lighting. Phil Stodd says, but it's a dry heat. Yeah, so is fire. Just say it. And let's restart. Okay, once these updates are installed, we're going to check one more time for those drivers. Now, we can download that 1.16 driver pack again. Actually, you know what? Let's let that run. And I'm going to just step away from the camera. Since I accidentally deleted that driver pack, I still should have it on the office computer. I left it just in case I did something boneheaded like this. And I'll come in here. Are you enjoying the video so far?
Me?
Yeah.
Of course I am.
Who do you think I was talking to? Did you see that gift card from Mark Gaines?
Not yet.
Oh, it's in the email. Oh, I can check my email while I'm here.
You know you're not muted, right?
I know I'm not muted.
Okay. I just want to...
Are we having a private conversation? Got to give them something interesting. Mortant sends an Amazon gift card, says, hello again, Carey, Mara, and everyone in the chat. Here's a $50 Amazon gift card for the channel.
Great.
And then Mark Gaines earlier, before the show, sent a $25 Amazon gift card.
I will take care of it.
Thank you. So I let Mara redeem these and make sure that she sends you guys a thank you. And
I was slightly distracted. Chrome has crashed like 6 times.
my Chrome crashed once, and there was an update to Chrome I got today. So
Today?
yeah, but it didn't seem to help.
No. It's getting worse. It seems like it.
RAID driver. Oh, I see why I deleted this file, because it's got a funky name. 1.2 gigs, that's it. Right click, copy. Then I'm going to go to my flash drive and paste. And I guess I can get rid of the RAID zip file since I have it already extracted. That way that'll prevent me from making that same mistake twice, right? She stays quiet. Sometimes I gotta make a mistake 3 or 4 times. I gotta get there on my own, but it's important I do it on my own.
It's like you've already been told we can tell you stuff, but you may not understand it.
Can you explain what that means? What are you trying to say? All right, I got my zip file. I'm out of here. Yeah, I suspect we just need the network card driver. It seems a shame that Minisforum makes you download a 1.2 gig zip file when you only want a 1 meg file, but you should have all those drivers anyway, in my opinion. So let me bring back camera 1 now, since I'm back in front of the camera. And let's go back to the device manager and just verify that, because I don't think anything will have changed here, but just want to make sure that we see those two network devices. Yeah, they're still there. So I'm going to take my zip file of drivers from Minisforum, and we'll go to the flash drive here. And this time I'm going to copy this. There we go. And now we'll extract it. So double click, extract all. We'll just put it right on the desktop, is fine. And so these are just lots and lots of drivers, and we only really need just the one. But that's okay. As I mentioned, once you get all your drivers installed, I would recommend you back your drivers up onto a flash drive, or if you have Google Drive or Microsoft OneDrive, put them up somewhere where you can grab them. Preferably have them locally. If you don't have network access, it might be hard to get on the network, so having it on a local drive, like a flash drive, makes a lot of sense. Now we've got the Bluetooth and Ethernet drivers in here. There may be a setup wired driver. Let's see, double click on that. What does that do? Installs the update. Okay, that gets rid of one. Oh, I got rid of two. Well, we still have that. So there's probably a Wi-Fi driver in here. I don't know which Wi-Fi we have. Intel Wi-Fi or MTK Wi-Fi. I don't know, is it MediaTek? Let's double click on install. More info and run anyway. Let's see what that does. This is AX1675 Wi-Fi driver. That does not appear to be what we needed. So let's try the MediaTek driver right here. Double click install, more info, run anyway. Yes. Oh, that made it happy. Then we have this generic Bluetooth adapter. So if you notice here, MTK, if MediaTek is going to be our Wi-Fi, then that's also going to be our Bluetooth. So we'll run that. Apparently they built these with either option there. So you can see our MediaTek Bluetooth adapter and MediaTek Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi 7, by the way. This is not fooling around. And now, this file with the zipper on it, that's our original zip file. I can delete that. The file I want to keep are the extracted drivers. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rename this to G7 PT drivers. And then I like to take this in the RAID drivers and put them into the downloads folder. That's where I would keep them. And then I would copy these where? To a flash drive that would be labeled in case I ever needed to reinstall. And I would also have an image backup using Acronis. And if we're going to back up with RAID 0, we need to create a special rescue disk with the RAID 0 drivers, or it's not going to see your C drive. Or it may see your C and your D instead of seeing them both together as one. Other system tray icons, everything opposite. Except for Teams, I don't want Teams. There, now I can see what's going on. This is happy. That's what I want to see. Back on device manager, everything should be happy. That means we should be able to be done with the flash drive. We should be done with this USB network driver, and now just plug the network cable right into the port on the back of the machine. Just having one of those little USB to Ethernet adapters, they're very inexpensive, they're very handy. Unless you have older hardware, then you're almost always going to have drivers from Windows. It's the newer stuff that doesn't have drivers for Windows yet. Welcome to the edge, you know, that's where you want to be. Now down here, we should see that start to initiate or initialize. And while we're waiting, let me go over to the device manager, or sorry, the system properties. And let's verify our system properties on this unit. we have the Ryzen 9 7945HX. We've got Windows 24 H2. And are we activated? Activation settings. We are activated automatically without having to enter a product key, without going through all that nonsense. Happened automatically. Why are we not getting a driver? I mean, an IP address. Let me look back at my device manager one more time. Whoops, not system. Right click, device manager, network adapters. Lagging me for some reason. Let's reboot. Since we put those drivers in, we might need a reboot to kick them off. So we're going to reboot this, and in theory, without changing anything else, it should work just like it used to, only we can run Crystal Disk Mark on it and see what sort of read and write numbers we're getting out of this bad boy. So just want to make sure I have my network working. And it's not unusual to have to restart a computer after installing drivers. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But if you always restart, whether you need to or not, never hurts anything. And when you've got boot times this fast, it doesn't take very long. And at least you're not chasing your tail trying to fix a problem that you just have to restart the computer for. So we're going to keep an eye down here in the bottom right corner. Bingo, we got our IP address. And if we look at our network and internet settings under Ethernet, we are connected at 2.5 gig. We're on a private network. I always like to go back over here to advanced network settings, under advanced sharing settings, and make sure that network discovery is on. File and printer sharing, I like to turn on public networks, make sure that's off, and under all networks, turn off password protected sharing, for me anyway. But you know, if I want to access the NAS, our Synology NAS, with Windows 24 H2's new security settings, it's not going to let us in anymore. So when I go to click on this, you'll see it doesn't allow it. And I like to have everything open on my network and nothing open to the internet. So we're not running any apps, we're not doing anything that would allow an intrusion even possible. But if you're in the building and you can plug a cable in, you can access my NAS. I guess I should say our NAS. So I'll get my utilities flash drive, and we're going to make some changes to the new security settings in Windows 11. This is not a bug. This is how it's going to be from this point forward. I want to enable guest fallback. I want to disable recall just to free up the hard drive space. I also want to copy over Crystal Disk Mark and CPU-Z and Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimizer. So let's just do all that now. It only takes a minute. These are our fixes that I want to apply first and foremost. So I'll highlight step 1, go down here and type PowerShell. Right click on PowerShell and choose Run as Administrator. Yes. Control V to paste that command and hit Y when asked. Whoops, did not answer that correctly. Hit Y. Okay. That is going to disable the ability of requirement for a security signature on our network traffic. And then I want to re-enable what has always been enabled in Windows until 24H2, which is guest fallback. That's important for me. Let me go back to my PowerShell window. Control V to paste that. Yes again. And finally, let's disable Windows Recall, which seems to be enabled by default on our Windows 11 installs. And I just don't like that it's taking up my drive space. But I find it offensive that they use my drive space without my consent. So back to PowerShell, Control V, Enter. There we go. That just freed up my drive space. EXIT. Okay, so I want what? Let's get rid of this. We want Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimizer. There is a RAID application that you can download from AMD if you want more information about your RAID and caching and all this other stuff. I'm going to put VLC on here because I always do. I prefer that as my video and audio source player instead of using anything from Microsoft. And under PC testing software, I want. Now we already did Crystal. We did Crystal Disk Mark with the stock NVMe, and we did Cinebench showing the performance and heat. So we don't need to repeat these tests because we haven't changed anything in that regard. But we will grab Crystal Disk Mark Portable and CPU-Z, which is now at version 2.11. And let's just go ahead and run Uncle Carey's Windows 10 Optimizer. And if you see a bunch of access denied, that's just turning off drive indexing, which once again is freeing up drive space. You'll notice we now have this PC icon on the desktop. I can right click and sort that by name. And we can restart this computer for those changes that take effect. Once we reboot, we'll run Crystal Disk Mark and we'll see what our numbers look like. Can I help you?
No, I'm just getting away from the frustration. I'm having lots of difficulty with the Apache. So.
Time for an upgrade?
I'm angry. I'm super angry. So I'm walking away just for a moment.
New CPUs.
Hi everybody. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's been a little rough today. So yeah. But it's all good. You're doing a great job. I love this video.
You know what?
It's
You
so
can,
needed.
You can. Flattery will get you everywhere.
You know what? You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
I love what you are doing. This is wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
I love doing it. All right, Crystal Disk Mark time. Oh, let me see if I can access the NAS. Network. NAS. There it is. No more errors. All right, that's only a problem you would have with the Pro version of Windows 11 24H2. Why is that not showing up? There we go. Okay, let's do Crystal Disk Mark now. Everything should be happy. I can get rid of the flash drive because I don't want to accidentally Crystal Disk Mark my flash drive. Why are my numbers so slow? Something's wrong. Let's take it all apart. Oh, flash drive is plugged in. That's not what I wanted. I wanted Crystal Disk Mark. The CPU-Z information, obviously, is pretty much what we see in the system properties here. We are DDR5, 2 sticks of 16 in dual channel mode. Okay, here we go. We'll run all the tests. Let's see what it does. And while that runs, let me just hang out in the chat room here and see what you guys are talking about. $13,511. I'm going to say that looks like Gen 4 times 2. So at Gen 4 on these drives, we get about 7,000 megabytes per second. So if we were using 2 of them, 1.8 terabytes each, working together as one, we should get double the capacity and double the speed. So 1.8 terabytes, 7,000 megs read speed, times 2 is 3.6 terabytes, and a 14,000 megabytes per second read speed, and we're right in that window. So it's obviously not Gen 5, but I didn't put Gen 5 in here, right? I just put Gen 4 in here. And usually you only get one Gen 5 socket anyway. I believe I've got the Beijing drives in here. Now, if we wanted to go Gen 5 on this, we could try that. Not today, I'm running out of time, and I don't have the money, honestly, to go and buy 2 drives just for this test. Those Gen 5 drives cost nearly twice as much for a 2 terabyte drive. For a speed difference, most people aren't going to notice. And that 13.5, did you want to look?
I think that's flipping awesome.
Honestly, we got similar numbers out of the 760 Slim, which is a fraction of this price.
Yeah.
But that 760 Slim doesn't have a discrete graphics card.
Right.
You know, the other thing I was curious about, this did have RGB on it, right?
Yeah.
What happened to my RGB?
There was a plate or something, right?
Yeah,
it
but
also has the spider web.
did I not plug it back in, or is there a button I have to press?
I think it's a removable plate.
No, I know the plate's magnetic.
Yeah.
But why is it not lighting up? Did I not plug it back in?
I don't remember.
Or is there a piece of software that I need to...
Yes, it's got the spider web on it, right?
Yeah, but there's no RGB on that
Yeah,
side.
but that's cool.
Oh, it is cool, but I remember the red and green, which I
don't like that.
yeah, I'm not, look, I just want it to work. I didn't say I liked it. But then we've got this button here that changes the LED from blue to red that has a picture of a fan on it. That doesn't seem to be impacting whether or not our RGB comes on. Oh, it might be a setting in the BIOS to turn the RGB on and off.
Sure.
And I probably turned it off because I thought it was annoying. Or I didn't plug it back in when I put the NVMe drives in it. Because I wasn't planning on keeping the NVMe drives. I also wasn't. How is our write speed 22,000? What?
Oh my goodness. That can't be right. Right? No. No. That's no. 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 Not possible. No. Are you kidding me?
What?
Yeah, right?
So if that was 22,000, that would imply 2 Gen 5 drives. I'd have to go back to the video and see what drives I put in. I don't think I had 2 Gen 5 drives to put in it.
They were 2 Gen 4s.
I thought they were Feijings, but I can't remember.
Yeah, because I linked them at with the previous video.
Those numbers. Okay, so if I'm getting, usually the writes are slower than the reads.
Correct.
So, that's not like they're even close. The write speeds are far greater. Now, there is a write cache, but still, Jimmy McGregor says we might be able to see the drives in the device manager, even though the RAID controller's got them taken over. It's worth a shot. Let's try it. Yeah, it just sees the RAID array. Again, the RAID array really throws things from what you would consider normal. I just can't remember. I'd have to, any of you watching can go back to the previous video and fast forward it to where I'm putting the drives in, and you can tell me. It's difficult for me to do that when I'm live. I'm going to screenshot this, and then I want to run it again, because if we're seeing 22,000 on the right side, we should be seeing it on the read.
Please screenshot that.
So let's save the image.
Please, yes.
And we'll call it Crystal Disk Mark RAID 0 4 terabyte. I'm not positive if it's Gen 4 or Gen 5. We'll put it on the desktop, and we're going to save that. And then we're going to run just the sequential one more time and see what the numbers look like on that. That's opposite of what I'm accustomed to seeing. Now, we might be able to fine-tune this. Now, it's still consistently at 13.5. That's weird. That is very weird. If we're using 2 of the Feijing S880s, which is what I thought I put in there, we shouldn't see more than 15,000 on the right side. So seeing 22,000, that's the part I'm trying to make heads or tails of. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But looks like my audio is a little low. Let me crank my audio up a little bit. Check.
T-Force Z540.
Oh, that did put Gen 5 drives in.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I have linked.
Well, we're not getting Gen 5 speeds. We're getting Gen 5 speeds on the writes, but not on the reads. So I wonder if that's because only one drive works in Gen 5 at a time? Remember, we were trying to figure out if they auto switch, if either one can run Gen 5, then the other one runs Gen 4. And I wanted to know what would happen if we put 2 Gen 5s in it. And it looks like this is what happens. But I still can't explain the 22,000 number.
Right.
Because if they're both Gen 5s, We should see 22,000 on both sides.
Let me do a little research, background research.
All right, my audio is probably a little bit louder. That might also help things be a little clearer. Let's see. Bajin guy said his Chrome crashed again. Yeah, I did put 2 Gen 5s in there. Well, it would have cost me half as much to put the 2 Beijings in there. I could put 2 Beijing 4 terabyte drives in for the same cost to have a total of 8 terabytes with a RAID 0 and probably get very similar numbers. That write speed is insane. So let me do this. Now I'm curious. If I go full screen over here, let's close this out and let's go back to AMD RAID software. Release notes, where's the drivers? That's what I want. I want this utility. Remember we saw this in the BIOS? So Minisforum should be offering this to us and they're not. So you have to go out there on your own. You'd have to know to do this. Not for the average user, but someone that's really into this stuff. There's the chipset drivers, there's the RAID installer. Where is the app? Where's the software? That's drivers. RAID installer. Oh, see the size here, 135 megs? That's going to have the app. Let's download that. Yeah, if you're going to run any sort of a RAID array on your computer, you probably want the software installed just to have control over it.
One slot is Gen 5, one slot is Gen 4.
I know that's what it said, but which slot is which?
Didn't say.
Yeah, that's why I was curious. Yeah. That's why the whole write speed at 22,000 is acting like 2 Gen 5s, but the read speed at 13,000 is acting like 2 Gen 4s.
You have the option to swap them.
Well, obviously it makes sense to go 2 Gen 4s. It's cheaper.
Sure.
Rather than go half of it at Gen 5 and
Sure.
And then still spending the money on the Gen 5 and only
Right.
getting Gen 4 out of the other side.
Right. That's pretty neat though.
Installing the RAID components may also impact our performance numbers as well as the app giving us some idea. If anything, the app will tell us what the drives are in the RAID array versus the device manager. Now, normally I only run RAID arrays on a network attached storage device, which has its own software. I don't need to put anything on the computer. But if you're going to run a RAID array on your computer, it's good to have this even if you don't need it, just because it's a source of information to give you the status, to be able to turn read and write caching on or off. And I don't know, we'll see what else it's got in there. It also helps if you're running a RAID 5 that you can rebuild your array through the software rather than into the BIOS. You may not even be able to do it in the BIOS. Since we're just using RAID 1 or RAID 0, it just means that the software's got less to offer us.
Right.
Our stripe size and all that other stuff was
Right.
determined in the BIOS.
Right.
Okay, so with rebooting now with the RAID software installed, we should have a new, RAID expert right here. Let me double click on that. Unable to find RAID driver. Oh, that's weird. Please run as the administrator. Oh, okay. It recognizes both of these drives as Gen 5 times 4, which we already saw. There's our T4, that's our model number, and our array information is in here. Like I say, it's mostly just informational. Let's see, disk options. What do we have in there for options? Identify disk using LEDs. I guess if you're trying to figure out which one is disk 1 and which one's disk 2, and your NVMe drives have a little LED, it'll light it up, assuming you had the cover open and you could see it. Not all drives have LEDs, so I'm not quite sure how useful that is. But when you have two identical drives, same make, same model, they're both the same capacity, how do you know one from the other? I get that. Now it did tell us it wanted us to run this as administrator, so right click, let's try it again, just to see if those same errors come up. Yeah, we didn't get the error message that time. So with the software running, I'm just curious now. We've got scan, no, cache, read, write, cache. Tells us we have a read and a write cache. 256K stripe. 4 terabyte total capacity, RAID 0. So again, it's all mostly information. Sometimes you have the ability to turn caches on and off. A little information about our controllers. I don't think this is going to make any difference on our Crystal Disk Mark results, but let's just run it one more time. And again, I'm just going to do the sequential test, and then we're going to wrap it up for today. Let me get rid of that window there. I suspect we're going to be locked in at 13.5 here. I just can't understand why 22,000. Oh, it's worse. We just check the device manager and make sure everything's happy. We're not missing any drivers. No, it's all good. It's all good. Obviously, if the drivers were missing, we wouldn't have been able to boot. What's transform do? This allows you, so let's say, for example, I had a bootable C drive, and then I had 2 or more drives I wanted to create an array. You can do this in Windows. But if you want to boot from array to array, you have to do it in the BIOS. So it does complicate not only the whole situation regarding how do I get Windows installed, but even how do I repair Windows if there's a problem, in the sense that you need a special boot disk with those drivers on it if you're booting from array to array. It is a pain in the butt. I don't recommend it. If you, geez, every time I test this, it gets worse. Try it again. If you want to go down that road, just know what to expect. And I think if you know what to expect, you'll enjoy it. If you think it's super easy, you're probably going to get frustrated and angry. Our numbers went down for some reason after putting the AMD software on. The only other thing I can think of, let me go back here one more time. We should not need any drivers. But if we go to support Windows 11 chipset drivers, download that. Shouldn't need that. RAID installer. Store me, I don't use. Okay. We should already have this, I think. This should have been part of the Adrenaline install, I thought. Yeah, what the heck. I mean, if we already have it, it's not going to hurt. Also, if it's searching right now, checking your PC's hardware for driver compatibility, it might see the RAID array, and if there's any missing drivers, say, oh, you should have these. Let's see what the results are of its scan here. And then we close this out so we have a cleaner. Wow, it wants to put all this in? Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and let that finish. We'll do one more Crystal Disk Mark after we reboot, and that's going to wrap it up for today's video once we get through that. And a super shout out, thank you to everybody for hanging out with us today, all the members. Let's see. I'm just going to check. Oh, again, a thank you to our friends Charlie Purdy, who just gave an Amazon gift card of $50. Thank you. Thank you from Charles. And he says, sorry to go off topic. I must have lost my mind. Won't happen again. Oh, you're talking about the bootable Linux thing? It's fair to ask. There's been a lot of discussion about it with the new Windows 11 24H2. It's just not what we do, right? So If there's a surge of people all wanting to go to Linux, I don't have a problem with it. It's just that, just know what we do here. Again, thank you to Moritant for the $50 Amazon gift card. And thank you to Mark Gaines. You know, Mark watches us from Northern Ireland, and he sent a $25 Amazon gift card. That Intel Core Ultra CPUs, those are coming out tomorrow, at least the first couple. And then we'll see more at the Consumer Electronics Show in next year, in the new year. So that's all there's going to be for now. We've already got a motherboard ordered. We're going to order the chip tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get one. And that'll be a future build made possible because you guys. Otherwise, we would not be able to do this. And we got to restart. All right, so with those drivers installed, once we reboot, we run Crystal Diskmark, just the sequential read and writes one more time. Just kind of curious if anything changes for better or for worse. When you're happy with it, back it up, man. Just back it up. Keep a copy of those drivers on a flash drive. Buy one of these Ethernet to USB adapters. They're very inexpensive. Pay attention if you need USB Type A or USB Type C. They sell them both ways. I'd be really, really sad for you if you bought a Type C and you needed a Type A and you didn't realize it till after your return period expired. So do know they make them in 1 gig, 2.5 gig, 5 gig. You can even get them in 10 gig for over $100. But, you know, just a 1 gig is probably all you need. They're cheap. I mentioned the Sabrent model is on sale today. Very quickly, maybe I can share that with you today, right now. Let's just quickly look. Amazon. And we'll look for Sabrent USB Ethernet. 20 bucks. Look at that. Limited time deal. It's 20 bucks. That's a Type C though, so keep that in mind. And then that also works on Mac products as well, I guess. That's how they're promoting it here. But you can plug that into a Windows computer, Windows 10 or 11, and it'll auto-load the driver. So you don't have to, you can then use that to get online to get your drivers for all of your motherboard stuff. Just so you know. That's a great model. You can find the 1 gig ones even cheaper. So if I get rid of the word Sabrent and just type in USB Ethernet, you can find, you know, 16 bucks for a cheap one here. It's an Amazon Basics with a Type A. It's great to just have in a drawer. I mean, I'll tell you what, all you do is need it one time and you're going to be so glad you've got it. This one I use all the time by Uni. This is $12.79. That's the one I would buy personally, just to have one. Where did it go? Go back. Click on that. Yeah, I have that one right here on the floor next to my foot. I use this a lot. Again, drivers load automatically when you plug it in. And I can't even eat lunch at a fast food restaurant for $12.79. And this will last you for years and years and years. Okay, let me close that out. And let's run Crystal Diskmark one more time. Just the sequential is all I'm interested in. And while that runs, I'll say my goodbyes. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, for your support, for the super chats. To our friends at Acronis, our friends at Scdkey, with those discounts on Windows and Office license keys that are guaranteed to work. We also, oh, and they're legal too, guaranteed to be legal. On top of that, our friends at RoboForm, the password manager I use. And why is it every time I test this, it's slower? I don't know if something's happening in the background, but it's gotten worse. I need to stop looking. Sometimes we get, and I'm guilty of it, we start chasing numbers, right? And we start deciding if we're happy or we're sad by assuming the numbers we're seeing are real and accurate and that they make any difference in the real world. We're consistently seeing the same 22 to 23,000 write speeds, which is so bizarre to me. And you know, the difference between 11,800 and 12,500 or even 13,500 is literally milliseconds. But I'm frustrated that I'm not seeing the same numbers, and I can't imagine there's anything else I'm missing. So I can only imagine that something's going on in the background. I could just check to see if there's any Windows updates happening, because that could slow us down. We could let the machine sit for about 20 minutes, let it process whatever it's doing, and then come back. That's the only reason I can think of that we're not seeing the 13500 anymore. Wrong mouse. I thought we were all caught up, but let me just make sure. In the meantime, I hope you enjoyed the video as much as I did. Our thanks to our friends at Minisforum for giving us the trust to hand this over to us and say, go ahead, do your worst. That tells you they really believe in their product. This is really designed for gamers. This is a high-end mini PC. If you see the word Atomman in a Minisforum brand or model name, that is a high-end machine, either for gaming or for high-end work. If it's Atomman, that is the luxury performance Rolls-Royce of that manufacturer. So they're not going to be inexpensive, and they're not going to be slow, and they're not going to go obsolete anytime soon. I mean, we're talking about some serious power, whether it's the G7 Ti, the G7 PT, the X7 Ti, which hopefully we'll get in a couple weeks. The X7 Ti is insane. It's certainly making it harder and harder to justify a desktop. Even if you needed a DVD recorder, you just buy one USB. Plug it into USB, you get your DVD Blu-ray right there. It's not like you're using it all the time anyway. Just plug it in when you need it. Or leave it plugged in, you know, but I'm just saying, you could clutter the desk. Unplug it, stick it in a drawer somewhere, and when you need it, plug it in. You don't need these full-size towers. Most people don't. You don't need to spend $2,000 on a GPU. You still can, if you want to go that route. You will generally get more power out of those if it's that important to you. Or you can also go externally with a GPU and dock, which of course is never going to give you the performance as an internal graphics card, but it's also not going to cost you as much. So back and forth. I was going to look into the LEDs on this. Darn it. Why did I have to remember that just now? Let me take a quick look in the BIOS, unless I didn't plug these lights back in. And then I'm going to say goodbye. So we're going to run a little bit longer than I was really going to wrap this up. But if I don't do it now, you see how easily I forget. Just one more time. Just one more time. Are we seeing 11, 12, or 13? What's it going to be? Tell me quick. I got things to do. It's teasing me. All right. I don't know. Definitely would put 2 Gen 4s in there, not 2 Gen 5s. I think our numbers would be more consistent. Let me restart. Let's go back into the BIOS and let's see if there's an RGB option in there. I can't remember. Like I said, this thing's been sitting off since we did the first video on it. And I can't remember if I turned it off or did the BIOS update turn it off, or is it even in there to begin with? Did I not plug the wires back in all the way? Let's go back to setup. Nothing under main, advanced. Hardware monitor, maybe. This is all fans. Yes, there's a fan for the RAM. This machine stays nice and cool. Don't see anything about RGB in here. One more time under advanced. I might need to look under all these. That's not it. I doubt it's going to be under here. That's not it. Onboard devices. RGB LED is enabled. I wonder if I did not plug it in. So there is a control here. going to pick, no, I don't want to load optimized defaults. I'll lose my RAID array. So save changes and exit. So one of two things is happening with regards to our RGB. Either I did not plug them back in, which seems likely, or there's a piece of software we have to install, which would be in the driver's download. I'm going to look quickly in the driver's download section and see if it's in there. One way or another, these Gen 5 drives are coming out. I have to open this up, and to open it up, I got to disconnect the RGB. And if it turns out the RGB is already disconnected, because I already knew I was going to open it back up, I'll follow up on another video, because otherwise, another 5 minutes, and 3 hours later, we're still going to be here. Oh, I forgot this. That's one of the problems when you're not editing and when you're going unscripted. Some things just happen, and that's just life. Let's go back to our drivers download here in the downloads directory and just see if there's anything RGB in there. Bluetooth, graphics, chipset, Wi-Fi, and audio. Oh, there's an audio app. Probably wouldn't hurt to have the audio app installed. Yeah, I don't see any RGB software. I bet you I left them unplugged. Sounds like something I would do. Did we end up getting the app? I don't even see it. Realtek Audio Console. There it is. Kind of a silent install, I guess. You might need that to take advantage of some of the features like the dual microphones and things like that, which I think is what's going on here. There's some, you know, depending on how much of an audiophile you are, there may be useful features in here. If you're someone that doesn't really pay that much attention, you may not even miss this if it's not there. And you can see even with the RAID 0 and those fast read speeds, it's not like apps are really loading that much faster anyway. I'm not even sure what this delay is, unless, and again, sometimes you have to reboot the machine. And because that install was silent, it may still be installing for all I can tell. I mean, that's really bizarre. So I guess I'm just going to reboot it one more time. I don't know what else to do here. That shouldn't take that long. And if I pull this lid up, since we're waiting, might as well look, because you're going to wonder, just like me, did he leave? These are my strong glasses here. Did I leave the RGB disconnected? Oh, that is like a jeweler's screwdriver. I think these are the screws I took out last time. This one and this one. Was it just those two? I got to remember how I open this. There's a little lip right here. Yeah, I left them unplugged. Such a Carey move. Yeah, I did not plug these back in because I knew this was coming out. And you can't see our NVMe drives because we have this giant heatsink over them. And this fan, I guess, is also cooling the RAM. It's cooling this whole area in here. And you probably can't see this very well in the small corner of the screen, can you? Crystal disk mark, 64. Okay, so now we know. I left the cables unplugged. The cables are really short. And knowing I was going to pull these when we initially filmed this, I thought we were going to be going right back into it afterwards. Didn't realize we were going to need to wait for a BIOS update, nor did I realize how long that was going to take. Yeah, we're still seeing the 11,000 range on here, so we're not getting it as good as we were. But nonetheless, let me stop that. Let's close that. Let's shut this down. I think I've seen enough. And yeah, so we end up going a half an hour over, but for a good reason, I think. Let me go full screen over here. So yeah, you can see now we've got our CPU cooling fan. This fan here is for the NVMe and RAM. There's our 2 sticks of DDR5. We do have a close-up of the insides of this on the very first part of this video. This is the RGB, these 2 square lights. One, they change colors, but one will change to like red and one will change to green, and they flip back and forth. And each one has a power cable. You can see it's a very short cable. And then finally, this is what shines through the RGB. Again, you can see it in the first part of the video, but these are like the stencils here. Not quite sure how well you're going to be able to see that. But if you're interested in seeing that, go back to part 1. With regards to how we proceed, I think, you know, it makes more sense, in my opinion, if this has one Gen 5 and one Gen 4 M.2, RAID 0 doesn't make sense unless they're both identical. If we do 2 Gen 4s, that's the same speed as one Gen 5. But if we do 2 Gen 5s, when one's going to run at Gen 4, then we're effectively running a Gen 4. And since Gen 5 NVMe drives cost twice as much for the same capacity, it's not logical to run RAID 0 on this unless it's in Gen 4. But it doesn't make sense to run RAID 0 Gen 4 if you just simply can buy one drive that's Gen 5. So I think that'll be the test we do next. We're going to reset this back. We'll take one of the NVMe drives out. We're going to leave just one Gen 5 2 terabyte in there. We're going to reinstall Windows again without any RAID controller or RAID array. We're going to run Crystal Disk Mark after we install all the drivers, because we know it's going to be way better than the Gen 4 drive that they sent us. In fact, that Feijing S880 is a far faster drive than what you get from any pre-built. But what would a Gen 5 do for read and write speeds compared to that RAID 0 we just saw? I'll bet you it performs as good or better, especially on the reads. I could be wrong. There may be just a minor difference in the benefit of the RAID 0, but at twice the cost. But we're not going to see twice the difference. That's my point. Therefore, it's more value, and it makes more sense. If you only have one Gen 5 or one of anything, don't put it in a RAID mode if you want speed. If you want the speed, you need everything the same, and then you can double capacity and double performance. Unless we're talking about storage arrays, like network attached storage, then it's all about, for most people, it's all about capacity. So in that case, you're going to go to mechanical drives because they're more value oriented and have larger capacities than SSDs currently in October of 2024. So overall, I've got to conclude that RAID 0 does not make sense on this model unless they took away Gen 5. If these were both Gen 4 slots, I'd say there's a benefit to it. But as long as one's Gen 5, just buy one Gen 5 drive, you're probably going to get the same speed without any of those difficulties of having to create a special boot disk and have to go through the driver process and have to install the additional RAID software and have to configure the BIOS. All those additional steps for what? Just buy one Gen 5 drive, treat it like a normal drive as you would any other drive, and enjoy the benefits of the performance. In the end, it'll probably cost you a lot less grief, be more reliable, be easier to maintain, and at the end of the day, probably be cheaper. And this diagram shows us that there's an NVMe drive that goes in horizontally and an NVMe drive that goes in vertically. The problem is Minisforum did not do any job in labeling them for us. So when I'm in there, I can't tell which is which. So presumably this is a screen capture out of their documentation, which of course I didn't look at, but it should be labeled right here where the drive plugs in, right up at the top. It should say Gen 5. Like, you don't have to label them both. If one is Gen 5 and one is Gen 4, or in this case we're calling it PCIe 5 and PCIe 4, same thing. Just label one or the other and I can figure out through deduction which is which. So in this case, when we opened up the unit in part 1, we saw the Wi-Fi card and the NVMe drive in this horizontal position are held both in place with one screw. And it requires taking the Wi-Fi card out to get that drive installed or removed. That's our Gen 5 slot. This vertical slot, at least as we've got the machine oriented in this diagram, this is our Gen 4 slot. So when you compare these together, when you put them together as a RAID 0 array, you're only getting the performance of the slowest drive, doubled, which doesn't make any sense. Why would you put a Gen 5 in here when you could put 2 Gen 4s in and achieve the same speed? On the other hand, why would you spend the money for 2 Gen 4s and take up both slots when for the same money, you could buy 1 Gen 5 and still have a free port available for data and don't use RAID at all? For that reason, on this particular machine, the RAID configuration in this regard makes no sense at all to me, at least not in regards to performance. Now with RAID 1 mirroring, if you wanted to put 2 Gen 4 drives in and you weren't interested in performance, but you wanted a drive backup in case of failure, that would make sense if we ever see SSDs fail. They do fail, but very, very infrequently. I think we've seen 3 in total when did we start doing this? 11 years ago? In the meantime, we've probably seen about 700, 800 bad mechanical hard drives. So it's not even a comparison. Solid state drives very rarely fail. However, data backups regardless would still be required, whether RAID 1, drive failure, virus infections, accidental deletions, power outages, there's power spike. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons people lose their data. So this is not a backup and it doesn't negate backup. The only reason I could see doing this would be for performance reasons, and because they're both not the same generation, it doesn't make any sense, especially when you can just buy the latest generation, which is twice the speed of the previous, and just use one drive, and then you'll have a 50% less chance of a failure if you only have one drive that can fail. So that being said, we at least got that resolved yesterday. Now, part of today's video was to figure out which slot was which. This diagram solves that problem. So the next thing I want to do is I want to reinstall Windows 11 again today, removing the RAID array, but just strictly putting 2 PCIe Gen 5 drives in both slots. So this PCIe Gen 5 NVMe in this slot should run twice as fast as the same NVMe drive plugged in this slot, which is going to be limited by the Gen 4 speed of the slot. Okay, so it wouldn't make sense for us to spend the extra money for a Gen 5 drive and then plug it into a computer that's going to run it at Gen 4 speeds when we could buy a Gen 4 drive for half the money. I hope that's clear. I try to think of an analogy for this, but effectively, you can buy the fastest USB drive on the market, but if your computer is still only USB 2, you're limited by the speed of that USB port you're plugging into, not by the device. Everything that plugs in together on a computer must all run at the same speed in order to achieve that speed. And that speed will ultimately be the slowest speed amongst everything in the chain. So if part of the chain is you've got a drive that's connected to a cable, and the drive is USB 3, but the cable's USB 2, but the plug you're plugging it into is USB 3, you're only going to run at USB 2 speeds. No matter how you shift this around, the lowest number in the chain will be the limiting factor of the entire throughput of data in that chain. That's how computers work. It's how they've always worked. So if you want fast speeds, you spend more money. You spend more money on the cable, you spend more money on the port, you spend more money on the device, and you get more speed, you get better performance. That is the world of performance. This is true in cars, it's true in life, and it's true with computers. Now, let me go back over to, where was I? Camera 1 right here, and say hello to everybody joining us in the chat. Boy, I just started off today getting right to business. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And, you know, Intel released their, well, supposedly released their new 15th gen processors, the Core Ultra line. The Core Ultra 9, so far as I can tell, never was released. Either that, or they released very few of them and they've already sold out long before they've ever been made available for sale. I'm not sure how that happens. The Ultra 7 is available on Amazon for $409, a little over MSRP. They're squeezing more money out of you because they can. If people don't buy it, the price will come down. We've ordered the Ultra 7, and we have a motherboard coming probably next week. And we will build the Core Ultra 7. The Ultra 9 financially doesn't make any sense. Well, that was our intention to buy one anyway for the content. To spend $200 more to get 12% in return. The Ultra 7 is a much better value-oriented deal. Gamers Nexus did an excellent video today explaining that Intel has once again dropped the ball with regards to communicating with the motherboard vendors. And the Cliff's notes on this are simply that motherboard vendors were cranking the voltage up to infinity, which everybody online was stating, any content creator was stating. This is not sustainable over time. You're going to damage the chip, reduce the life of the chip. And Intel was insisting there's nothing wrong, and now Intel's reversed on that and said, okay, we need to limit the voltage on the chip. And then they had difficulty communicating that to the motherboard manufacturers. Now, if you have an Intel 12th, 13th, or 14th gen motherboard, I strongly advise you, whether you think you need it or not, to get the latest update, or make sure you have the latest BIOS update for your motherboard. We have lots of videos here to show you how to do it. It's very simple, and this will protect the longevity, stability, reliability of your investment of your Intel chip. So you say, well, they're not going to make that same mistake again, right? So we always know with the first generation product, always, there's going to be problems. Always. If you want to be first, thank you. Thank you for being a pioneer, because it's the pioneers who are the ones that get the arrows in their backs. That makes it easier for the rest of us when we go second. So once again, whatever department is responsible at Intel for communicating with the motherboard vendors has again dropped the ball and is not ensuring or looking out for their customers' experience. So when Intel's department, whatever department that is, that communicates and enforces the rules to the board partners that make boards for the Intel chips, what Intel's really doing, what they're supposed to be doing, is looking out for you and me to ensure that we have a good experience with their product. Instead, they're on a completely different page than the motherboard vendors again. They're stating things that are simply not true, and they're stating them as though they are guaranteed fact, and then they're eating crow when they admit, check your facts. Come to find out, Intel was completely wrong. You can talk confidently all day long. That doesn't change the reality. I can tell you I've got $1 million in the bank, and I can say it very confidently, but that does not put $1 million in my bank. If it did, I'd have $1 million in the bank. It's a little harder than that. So whoever in whatever that whole department, in my opinion, that whole thing needs to be gutted and reset. You've got some toxic people in there that, in my opinion, now that this is the second or third time in a row they've done this, I don't think there's any fixing it. Just wipe them all, start again. Get a fresh crew in there. They're talking about turning a feature on in BIOS that doesn't exist, that a feature's been renamed. Oh, oopsie. Oh, and that a feature will be turned on by default, guaranteed. And it is not enabled by default. So the motherboard manufacturers have once again failed the consumer in the sense that if you're building a computer and you're a first-time builder, or even if you're a builder like me, you should not have to go into the BIOS and make any changes from the default settings. Leave it alone. I keep telling you guys, it's already set by the factory. Leave it alone. Now, this doesn't apply to Dell and HP and other system manufacturers. This is about people that build our own systems. This doesn't apply to mini PCs and laptops. This is about you going and buying a motherboard. That BIOS should not be overvolting your chip. It should not be overclocking your chip, not by default. Those should be options that those knowledgeable enough to know how to use those options would be knowledgeable and comfortable enough to go into a BIOS. Your average computer person that builds a computer has no idea what any of this means. They're trusting that out of the box is the ideal optimized configuration. This has been the standard set since day one of the original IBM microcomputer. It's never changed, until Intel changed it on the 13th gen. Then Intel says, we didn't do it, the motherboard makers did it. The motherboard makers say, no, Intel told us to do it this way, or they said it was okay, and then took it quite literally and just set it to no limits. So this screwed a bunch of the consumers, screwed them on 13th and 14th gen chips. So now right out of the gate, on day one, Intel is already on a different page than the motherboard manufacturers with regards to what features are supposed to be on guaranteed, and they're not, and what those features are called, and those names have changed. And Intel's saying one thing, and the board manufacturers are saying something else. Not a good start. This is not Intel's first time with a new chip. Something's happening at Intel where they seem to have lost touch. I was quite hopeful that Pat Gelsinger, the CEO, who rose up as CEO as an engineer, would straighten this company out, but he seems to have lost all of his engineering capabilities, and he's become a bureaucrat who can't tell left from right. He doesn't seem to understand the purpose of Intel's fabs. They have a great value, and he doesn't seem to wrap his mind around it. He acts like they're a burden. He's an engineer, for crying out loud. That's insane to me. They're trying to get nodes smaller and smaller and smaller to compete with TSMC, but that's not how you do it. Let TSMC make the small nodes. Let Intel make everything else and do it cheaper. You know, the chips that your cars use and your refrigerators and stoves, Intel has a history of making far more money from that stuff than CPUs. So will CPUs and graphics cards and things like that, those are going to require smaller and smaller nodes going forward. You'll get there, Intel, but in the meantime, use what you have and undercut them on price the same way Jeff Bezos undercut everybody on price until he put them out of business, and then he raised the prices back up. And you tell your investors you're going to lose a little bit of money, just like Bezos did. You're going to lose money. If you're investing with us, this is our long-term plan. In order for us to be competitive in the market, make it here in the United States, we need to have more competitive pricing to drive our customers to us who don't need that smaller node, and let's get our fabs busy and backlogged the same way TSMC are. And if it's costing us money to make the chips, so be it. We're building a business. We're not just in business this year. We're going to be in business 20, 30, 40 years from now. We want to make sure that we've established this the same way Bezos did. And any investor that's not ready to go with us on this ride, get lost. And that'll make room for other investors to come in. And many investors today, they just want to double their money in 6 minutes. You need a long-term investor who's willing to make 100 times more than whatever they invested by waiting. That's what the original Amazon investors did. Those who didn't walk away from it. They made more money than you can possibly imagine. Today's investors, by and far, want to get in and get out as quickly as possible. And it leaves a wake of destruction in their path. People lose their jobs. And it seems like the most basic information that you would think Pat Gelsinger as an engineer would have would be logic. And somehow he's gotten spun around with all of the bureaucracy that he seems dizzy now. And he can't, his logic's gone. I hope he either wakes up from his dizzy spell or he gets replaced before it's too late. After the 13th and 14th gen mess up, Intel cannot afford this to be happening right now on launch day. There's always going to be problems on a first gen product, but they shouldn't be communication problems between Intel and their board partners. And the fact that this is now the third generation in a row that has these issues, it's time, in my opinion, to relieve that department and either create another department, inject it as part of a department that already exists, or just reset it, restaff it from the get-go and get qualified people in. Well, Intel has been laying off people left and right. I can't help but wonder, why do these people have jobs? I can't help but wonder, did they lay off the people that actually knew what they were doing? Because in my experience, that's what I witnessed when I worked at Intel. And they hold on to the people that know how to play the game but don't actually get anything done. I don't know. And I don't know these people, but I can tell you, just from clear logic of what we're seeing, there's one explanation for this. And it's the same explanation on the 13th gen, the 14th gen, and the 15th gen. That is poor communication and understanding on behalf of the department that represents you, the customer, to make sure that you have a quality experience with their product. by making sure the board partners are all on the same page, verifying it before you release it to the public. You should not have a member of the public have to bring this to your attention. That's supposed to be your job. And if you can't do that job, let's bring in somebody else who can. In the meantime, it's not a massive disaster in the sense that, hey, if you get one of these boards and you get the new Ultra chip, there will be a BIOS update that fixes this, right? It's not causing any damage, but your chip is not going to perform well until you set the BIOS up correctly. That's how it should come out of the box, and how Intel could miss such a very basic quality control check and release it to the public and let the public make them aware of it is a massive embarrassment. This company is how old? They've done this how many times? Have they released chips? They've never done this before. And yet 3 years in a row now they've done it. Never before has Intel done this. So who's ever in charge of that part of the company, whatever that whole department and management, they got to go. Or everybody's going to go, because you're not going to have a company anymore. So, you know, you cut off the limb and save the body. Anyway, that's my opinion. Now, when we get the Ultra 7 and the motherboard, we'll verify if these settings are in fact set by default and what they're called, and see if it aligns with the report from Gamers Nexus video earlier today. It's got me fired up. As I said, I expect there to be issues on a Gen 1 product. I mean, this is Gen 15, but it's really a first gen product, but not something as simple as a communication issue between the manufacturer and of the chip and the manufacturer of the board. That's not after what just happened. Like, that should be the one thing they didn't screw up. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. The incompetence level here is beyond my ability to describe it. It is really, really bad. So hopefully the product is good. We'll find out. Didn't see that one coming. That was the last thing. Oh, they wouldn't do that a third time in a row. Oh, yes, they will. So those of you who think I'm an Intel fanboy, I'm a fan of whatever makes me profit, makes me look good to my customers. If Intel's going to embarrass me, if AMD's going to embarrass me, I don't know what else to do other than stick with mini PCs and machines that don't have these issues, or get out of the business. Because if I have to defend the products I'm selling when I have no control over their quality, I don't want to be associated with them. That would completely damage my integrity, and I'd rather not be in business if that's the case. So hopefully there won't be a fourth time in a row that Intel screws up like this. Time will tell. Somebody's got to learn their lesson eventually, right? That's just insane. Absolutely insane to me. Let's just make the same mistake again for the third time in a row, okay? What mistake was that? Exactly. You didn't learn anything. Yeah, I'm not impressed. But again, thanks to Gamers Nexus, Intel knows now. Maybe Intel should be hiring Gamers Nexus to beta test for them before they go public next time, or get somebody of reasonable experience and knowledge to do that job, which is who I thought they hired to begin with. Fooled me. Let's say hello to everybody. There's Michael Sayers and Tony's RC saying hello. Dustin Fuller joining us. And of course, Mara's in our chat room, along with David Graham and Scott. Rick Lake says hello. Doman 2000 and David Walker. Luke Greenia says hello from a breezy but sunny Vermont. Ron Barnish says hello. Welcome in, Ron. Mark Gaines saying hello, and Michael LaBelle says hello. 3D Everything and Essential Working Too Hard saying hello. John Paul Bacon, Dan Nilsson, Dave Batt, Terry, all saying hello. There's Planet Cryos with a $2 super chat, says, is there a manual? A manual for this? It's downloading. It doesn't come with one in the sense that you'd have to go to Minisforum support site and download the PDF file, which I never do. I was going to today I was just going to put the drives in and test it. I don't really trust manuals. I don't trust their accuracy, and I don't trust they're often translated from a different language. So I would rather, in the span of time it takes me to download and find the page, if the page exists in the manual, I could just do it and be done with it and know for a fact. So my preference is experience. The assumption the manuals you're reading will have the information you want, that information will be in the manual and not omitted, and that the information will be understandable. That's not my default. In my experience, I remember reading on how to fix a car, like a Haynes repair manual, and it said remove the left nut torque converter bolt from the bell housing. That was step one. But didn't explain what side of the car is the left side. What's a torque converter bolt? What does it even look like? What's a bell housing? Like, if I already knew all this, why would I be reading the manual? And I remember having no clue from left or right, what's a torque converter bolt look like? What is a bell housing like? This is supposed to be a repair manual, but if I already knew all this, I'd already know how to do the repair. I wouldn't need the manual. So I remember thinking to myself, I'll just turn the page and I'll just do the installation in reverse. But I knew I was in trouble when I turned the page and there was one step for the installation. And it said, and I swear to you, it said, installation is opposite of removal. If you want to know what my PTSD is with manuals, it's working on cars with Chilton and Haynes repair manuals in the 1980s, and it's dealing with computers with poorly translated foreign language instructions that often say things like never press twice flexible. What does that even mean? So I value experience over anything that's written. And if I can prove to you that experience and give you that experience by vicariously or virtually having you share the experience with me, we can write the manuals. People forget the manuals didn't fall out of the sky by God himself. They were written by somebody. And anybody who does translation can't just translate a manual. That's not like translating a book. If you're going to translate architectural, medical, electrical, engineering, you need a degree in those fields along with being multilingual so that your translation makes sense. It's not enough to translate literal word for word or you end up with just a word salad. You need to have an understanding in the field for which you're translating on top of being multilingual or at least bilingual to be able to translate the meaning of the idea that's being conveyed. And all too often, with all the dollar saving and cost cutting measures, we end up getting somebody that does a literal translation like Google Translate. If you want to see an example of that, take the lyrics to your favorite song. Just Google lyrics to your favorite song, put them in Google Translate, and then translate them to any language of your choice. Then take that translation, copy that, using Google Translate. I want you to translate that back into English, and you let me know if you get the same lyrics. Try it. There's hours of entertainment. You have to understand the inference of what's being said, and in the case of technical, like I said, engineering, architecture, even legal, you have to understand to a greater degree than just simply translation. But in addition to that, you also have to understand how to translate that properly. It is not a literal word-for-word translation. So, in any event, manuals are fine. If you're a manual person and you like reading manuals, don't let me get in your way. I find them more often than not to be a complete and utter waste of my time unless I'm writing the manual. And when I write a manual, I'm going to be very clear about it. It takes a long time to write a good manual. I have a book that I wrote in this vein called The Healthy PC, and that was published about maintaining Windows 98, Windows 98 second edition, and I think Windows Millennium, and was to return control back to the users. Because when I was talking to my customers, what I'd hear over and over again is, can you recommend a book to me? But not the For Dummies books, because I've read those and they don't make any sense either. I mean, I must be a real dummy if I don't understand a For Dummies book. And the first thing that offended me was because you don't understand the book isn't your failure, it's the author's failure. So to insult yourself, for you to say, I must be a big dummy because the dummies books, which are supposed to be for dummies, go over my head. So I must be even dumber than a dummy. Wrong, 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 wrong. That is a failure on behalf of the author. So when I wrote my book, I wrote it in a way that I could hand it to my mother and she could understand it using plain English. Quite often I'd get into arguments with my technical editor who wanted to overcomplicate little details that I said, this is where you lose the average person. They don't need this level of detail. We are not trying to turn them into technicians. They just need to understand the scope. We've got a lot to cover in the book. And if we go the way my technical editor wanted to go, the book would have been this thick. Now, how are you going to sell a book that claims to be, this is super easy, the easiest document you'll ever read, and have the document be this big? No one's going to believe that there's anything easy in that. If it's that thick, it's not easy. So I said, we have to cut the page count down. We have to limit. We're not turning people into techs. They're not taking a quiz after this. We just need them to understand the steps and the basic gist of why. If they want the details in granular form, they have the internet and a whole nother library of books that they can study Java and they can study hard drives. And if they want to get to that level, you can buy a book this thick just, in that time, just on Java. Right? Because we were going off onto a whole side note on explaining what Java was. And after about 4 pages, I said, what are we doing? Nobody cares. If you care that much, good. There's another book for that. But for everybody else, keep reading. Don't worry about it. Here's all you need to know. Here's what it is. Here's the pros and cons. Here's what it does. That's it. If you want to know why and you want to understand that level of granularity, that's not a For Dummies book anymore. That's an educational, academic manual. And to the best of my knowledge, there's never been another book in tech written like that. The closest I've ever saw was what inspired me was a gentleman named Steve Bass. And Steve has been a guest on the show, and he worked as an author for PC World magazine. And I liked his conversational tone. He did not write in an academic tone. He wrote like he was talking to a friend, and it was all very plain English and easy to understand. That impresses me more than the technical accuracy of dotting every I and crossing every T. As long as we're conveying the concept, that's the important part for 90% of the users out there, or 90% of the people seeking the info. The technical-minded engineering type makes up a very tiny percentage, and they want to argue over the tiniest tech minutia. I won't participate in that game. I have no interest in it. What I also won't participate in are people that repeat information without verifying the information. That's frustrating to me because they propagate false information based on conjecture, and they're just lazy, too lazy to just verify what you're reading is true. Post a link to it. If what you believe to be true and you're going to make a bold statement without asking questions and you're going to say, this is the way it is, provide a link from an official source that backs up what you're saying, or don't say it. It's really easy. But what ends up happening in my line of work is now I have all this correction to do. Customers screw up their machines because they followed bad advice. I was told that, this person said this person said that. They should have been asking questions instead of making statements. And if you're going to make a statement, provide a link to prove what you're saying is true. If you're seeing statements made online about anyone or anything that are making bold claims, just like in a courtroom, show me your evidence. Where did this information, it just fell out of the sky? You must have got this information. Where did you get it from? Oh, I got it from somebody else. Well, where did they get it from? They got it from somebody else. Where's the source? For all we know, this is like the pass it on game, at school. Susie's only wearing one sock. Pass it on. Susie's wearing 2 different color socks. Pass it on. By the end of the day, Susie's got no underpants on. It doesn't work. You need citations. And in a courtroom in the United States, you're not going to have a court case if you don't have citations and evidence. Your conjecture and hearsay are not going to win a case. So if you don't demand it as a person consuming information online, if you don't demand the evidence, then you get the information you're willing to accept. If you accept that what you're reading is true without any evidence, and then you have the guts to then republish that information and share that information with other people, you are just being toxic to your entire community. That's my opinion. You would be better off saying nothing than potentially causing lots of misunderstanding, harming people's reputations, or even causing unknown damage to others you don't know because you read something from somebody else you don't know and you didn't verify it before you propagated it. That's the same mentality as pitchforks and torches. It's that gang-like mentality. I hope the community here is self-aware of that and will not join the pitchfork community. So we're not going to change the world, but at least we can have some sense of sanity and respect and courtesy and common decorum that we all share amongst ourselves. I wouldn't do it to you. I wouldn't want you to do it to me. And I'm sure you wouldn't want somebody else to do it to you if you were the one they were talking about and they were just making up stuff. So how do we know if they're making up stuff unless we have evidence, official sources of information provided by links? If they're not providing that, it's probably because they're making it up. That's what I found in my years. The people who make claims without providing the links are making that information up, or they cannot explain it. Like, how do you know that? Well, I read it somewhere. Okay, no. You should completely dismiss anything they said of any value. But if you don't, that's on you. I'm just saying, it's up to each one of us to verify the value and quality of the information we're seeing online, especially as AI starts getting more and more popular. This skill is going to become very valuable in the coming years. You watch. Just looking back in the chat here before we get started. John Paul Bacon mentions RAID isn't just about faster speeds. It can also be about greater capacity. Absolutely, but at a slower speed. However, my argument would be we shouldn't be looking to add, in my opinion, if you were my customer, I would not be advising this old, what I think is an outmoded, outdated, and obsolete thought process of putting storage in your computer to an expanse of making your computer this one source of all your information. You basically have one point of failure, and if you want that much storage, you should go to a network attached storage device or use a cloud service, in my opinion, rather than trying to jam as many drives as you can in your computer. The point of failure that you're creating and the amount of devastation and complete catastrophe that you're inviting in that mindset made sense when there wasn't much choice. But these days, it doesn't really make any sense to put important data on your computer anymore as your sole library. It makes sense to have your library somewhere else, and then you are not leashed to your computer. One of the things that I started doing for all of my clients, started doing this about 10 years ago. Every computer in the office is the same. Every single computer, even if it's got a different chip in it, it's all configured with the same operating system and the same software. Anything that is unique, there may be like an accounting piece of software that's on one computer. That's only one piece of software that would have to be reinstalled. So here's how this works. Customer calls and says, my computer, fill in the blank. Blue screens, doesn't work, won't turn on, won't start, whatever the problem is. I've got work to do. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I just started my day. This is what I came into. I need you here at the office to fix this now. No. I can't stop everything I'm doing and get over an hour across town. In the meantime, you're down for that whole hour I'm traveling. And I can't procrastinate or put off a scheduled client I already had before you called. So what we do that makes sense is that employee will either grab a computer that's from another office or temporarily for the day, go sit in the other office. All the applications are the same. All the data is stored on the large capacity NAS. The NAS is backed up out of the building on a regular basis. So if anything should fire, anything should happen like fires, thefts, floods, viruses, ransomware, whatever, we always have an off-site backup. Employees can sit at any desk at any time, and nobody has a better computer than anybody else. So there's no office drama regarding how come her computer's faster than my computer. None of that. They're all the same. So if the inconvenience is you need to go sit at another station for the day, or the inconvenience is you need to move the computer into your office, after business hours, when everybody's gone home, when traffic and the heat have died off in Phoenix, I'll come down to the office and I'll fix it without any of the pressure and without interfering with office productivity. Worst case scenario, I take that computer back here to the office and I just let them use the spare machine, and I get it fixed here on my time, and then I bring it back and swap them back where they were. That is the smoothest process you could ever hope for. All the anxiety and all the stress, lost productivity, all goes away. Everything is operation as normal. But there's still people that are jamming 5 and 6 hard drives in this one tower computer, and they give themselves such high blood pressure and anxiety every time something goes wrong. And the idea that, first of all, mechanical hard drives are not reliable. Every mechanical hard drive you add is another point of failure. So if you keep adding more and more points of failure because you don't want to throw anything out, you're like, oh, this is still fine, I'll use it. You're adding more and more stress that you're going to have to deal with as each one fails one by one, depending on how old they are and how much life they have left into them. And if you want to set yourself up for that, don't let me get in your way. But I won't support you. If you're my customer, you won't be my customer anymore. You might have time for that nonsense. I don't. If you want to take those drives and move them externally into a dock so you can plug them in and unplug them as they fail or as you need them, that's much better on your electricity bill. It's much better on the drives. It's much better on your stress. And better yet, if you've got that much data, move them into a dedicated network attached storage unit. But stop storing it in the PC. Just keep your daily essentials in there. Anything that's important that's not a daily essential should be at very least backed up regularly. All of these disasters and catastrophes where people cry and whine about my computer's doing this and my computer's doing that, in my experience, have created this very problem. My customers don't have these problems and haven't had these problems in 10 years, or at least none that, in the sense that it's interfering with productivity. We simply swap the computer out, they're right back in business in however long that takes, 10 minutes. And they continue about their day, their customers continue to get helped. We're not going to hold on to old hardware because it's still working. No. And remember, I'm a working technician, so we're not setting any customers up with RAID 1 or RAID 0 internally into their computer. We don't do it. Can I help you?
Yes. Can you mute for a second?
So Mars just told me some of you are having some issues with the live stream crashing the browser. There's nothing we can do about it. We broadcast the same every day. So our internet is good. My connection has 0 drop frames. We have a perfect solid connection to the YouTube ingest servers. I'm sorry to hear that there's difficulties that some people are having watching the live stream. I don't know why that's happening, and it's not within our control to fix it. So if you're finding it difficult, I would suggest you lower your resolution or come back and watch the video after it's live. It may be something that YouTube is working on. It may be something your ISP is working on. I don't know what's causing the problem, but I know it's not us, and I know that there's nothing we can do to fix it. So you can either, I mean, we appreciate you letting us know, but in this case, it's not on us. So if we learn more about what's causing these crashes, we'll certainly share the information with you. But what we do know is it's nothing on our side. YouTube ingest servers are very happy with our connection. So somewhere between YouTube and you guys, something's happening. Now, whether that's a browser issue, a bandwidth issue, I don't know. I'm sorry to hear it's happening. We certainly want you to have a good experience here, but it's sort of like I'm driving in the car and you're like, everybody around us is driving like crazy. I can't control how everybody around us is driving. I'm driving fine, my car's fine. So I would do something if there was something for me to do, but unfortunately, just so you know, there's nothing I can do about this. If you want to report it to YouTube, that would be the people to talk to. Jack Kugelmis says he's got no problems with the live stream using Edge. Well, typically, the people that are having the problems are the one we're going to hear from, and the people who aren't are generally silent. It's always a silent majority, but apparently there's been enough brought to Mara's attention that she wanted me to mute for a second to let me know what's going on behind the scenes. And yeah, I mean, I appreciate knowing, but I can't do anything. It's not within our, if I could go to YouTube and fix it for them, I would, but I've made this offer several times and they don't respond to me for some reason. Let's see. If any of you are watching that have a discrete graphics card, like you have a modern day 4090, I don't know, 40 series, 30 series, 20 series, and you're experiencing these crashes, I would strongly, strongly recommend that you turn above 4G encoding on in your BIOS and make sure to enable rebar sizing. And that'll enable your video card RAM to be utilized. And that can really improve your system performance and reduce these kind of errors that happen when resources are consumed to the max. This gives you more resources, and all you have to do is turn it on in your BIOS. And if you haven't done that, you're missing out on performance. But only if you have what would be a 20 series NVIDIA card or greater. I'm not sure on the Radeon side. You could certainly try it. Now, if you have built-in video, then this doesn't apply to you. This is just for people using discrete graphics cards that are relatively modern. And of course, if you want to learn more about that, you've got the YouTube search and Google search so that we can continue on with today's subject matter. Mark Gaines said he has no problems with the stream on his Android tablet. Okay, so I appreciate the information you guys are providing regarding your memory usage, that you're not seeing this on other live streams. There is nothing specific that we can change on our end that could cause this. In other words, when we upload to YouTube, YouTube processes our video and makes it available to you. What servers that my data has to flow through, depending on where you are in the world, will vary from each viewer. So if you're in Vermont and somebody else is in England and someone else is in Norway, you have to understand the route the data is taking is different for each one of you. So depending on that route, if there's anything in that route that isn't optimized, when you're watching another live stream that's taking in a totally different route from my live stream, from their endpoint to your endpoint. So I don't know that you can assert necessarily that the live stream itself is the problem when it may be true for you, but it may not be true for other people because it's a totally different route. It's sort of like getting on the road to go somewhere will depend on where you're going from, how you're getting there, and of course the condition of the roads and traffic and weather at the time. So unfortunately, on our side, we can't ask for a better stream. Our side shows 100% connection it is not possible for this connection to get any better than it is now from our side. So what YouTube does with it once we give it to them, I have no idea. They have magic sticks they wave in the air, and it appears on your screen for all I know. Okay, so where was I? Now, Mark Gaines is wondering if the rebar resizing is available on the Radeon 7700. I don't work with Radeon graphics cards. We do have a Radeon graphics card, a mobile one, built into this mini PC, but I don't sell them. I only sell NVIDIA graphics cards, and even then, I don't really sell graphics cards anymore. They're, you know, when a 4090 is $2,000, there's just not much in the way of staying in business. You don't have too many buyers that are willing to shell that out. So all I can tell you is you have Google search available to you. And if you're interested in rebar, what's it called? Bar resizing or rebar size, Google it and it can tell you if that's affected. Now, you should be able, if it's an option in your BIOS, to turn it on. And if it doesn't seem to make any difference for you, go back into the BIOS and turn it off. You're not risking anything by trying. I want to emphasize to you to have experiences and stop looking for reassurances. I'm going to point you down a path and you want to know what's at the end of the path. I'm going to tell you, go look. Why don't you tell me? Because I want you to go down the path by yourself. When you get down there, if you have any questions or you need any help, let me know. But until then, please have your experience. And if you need more information before you're willing to have that experience, Google's there for you. I encourage you to use it if you require that. Otherwise, follow the steps and let me know if it helps or if you run into any issues. That's what we're here for. We're here to deal with real issues, not the imaginary ones. I hear a box.
You did get a box.
Is that a fractal design?
Yes, it is.
That wasn't supposed to arrive till next week.
Well, it came early.
Well, hallelujah. Something arrived early for once. All right. That's good news.
Yeah.
We have a build coming up for our friend Richard, a member of the channel, and he ordered a case and had it shipped to us, and unfortunately that was going to hold back the build by a week because Amazon said that case would not arrive here until the end of the month, another week to 10 days. So, all right, started planning other videos in the meantime, and as we've been talking, it just showed up. Okay, I'll take it. I'm not complaining. Sooner's better. We're waiting on one more part to arrive, which should be here later today, and then maybe that'll be our build video for tomorrow. There you go. I got tomorrow's video already figured out now. Thank you, Amazon. All right, so let's take a look. Resizable bar. That's what it's called. Yes, I kept calling it bar resizing, resizable bar. But you'll have to turn on in many BIOSes above 4G encoding first before the resizable bar option is available to turn on. In either case, whether you can use it or you can't, it shouldn't hurt anything to turn it on. And if you don't like it, just turn it back the other way. Let us know your experiences. Please let us know. But we encourage you to have the experience, then reach out with any concerns. Okay, so with that, we're what, an hour in and we still haven't started this. So with this machine here, in order to do the testing I want to do, I can leave the drives in it just as they are and simply remove the RAID array so that we have two separate Gen 5 drives. One in a Gen 5 slot running at Gen 5 speeds, and one Gen 5 drive and a Gen 4 slot running at Gen 4 speeds, because that's all the slot can handle. Then we can run Crystal Disk Mark and see what the speed differences are and if those align accordingly. That's my plan for today. On top of that, I don't intend to keep two drives in it. I'm not going to waste an expensive Gen 5 drive in a Gen 4 slot, RAID or otherwise. So I will be pulling and probably leaving empty the second M.2 slot. As I mentioned, if you need room for data, I recommend an external USB drive or a NAS. You know, these external USB 4 drives are as fast as an internal Gen 3. there's no taking anything apart. You just plug it in. If anything happens to the unit, it won't turn on. You've got everything on your external drive safely disconnected. I can't imagine why anybody would want to fill both banks. But if you do, I hope you're making regular backups. The only reason I would fill both banks is if I could benefit from RAID 0, and I would absorb that risk in exchange for twice the speed. But we're actually only getting half the speed because one slot's Gen 4 and Gen 5 is twice as fast. So you're better off, in my opinion, if you want performance and you want reliability, you remove as many points of failure as possible and only keep what's necessary. The computers I build contain 8 parts. That's it. When somebody has a problem with a computer, if you just have 8 parts, I can diagnose that system every single time in under 10 minutes. I've had this debate with people over and over and over again. I'm like, there's only 8 parts. It shouldn't take you more than a minute per part. You've got power supply, motherboard, CPU, RAM, storage. What am I missing? Cooler? Anything else, I don't care about. I don't care about your sound card. I don't care about your network card. I don't care about your printer. I don't care about your keyboard or your mouse. None of that matters. I can diagnose, how many parts was that? 6 or 7. Motherboard, power supply, CPU, RAM, cooler. I feel like I'm forgetting some. 5 parts, that's 2 minutes to check each part. And I can diagnose most systems with those 8 parts. Well, I suppose the case is a part, but I don't have to diagnose the case. That whole thing can be diagnosed under 10 minutes. I don't know why anybody would need more than 10 minutes. Now, we've had exceptions where the BIOS state screwed us up. We've had exceptions where something was right in front of me and I wasn't seeing it. But I'll take that challenge on anytime you want to challenge me. I can fix any computer in under 10 minutes. I can tell you, let me rephrase, I can diagnose it. I can tell you what's wrong with it in under 10 minutes. Once you take out everything else, all that stuff, disconnect all your LEDs, disconnect all the wires off the board, all you have is power and video. That's it. I can tell you exactly what's wrong with that system in under 10 minutes. Every single time. Sometimes I have a bad day, but if I'm on my game, that's really no big deal. But the minute you add 6 hard drives and you just slam a bunch of stuff in there and cables are half on or not on all the way or in the wrong place, or you're putting old equipment with new equipment, so you've got old hard drives you're carrying over from your old build into your new build, I guarantee you the very first problem you will encounter will be the failure of the oldest parts first. Statistically speaking, you are setting yourself up for a failure. If we reduce the number of parts we have, we reduce the number of failures that are possible, and that's why I can promote things like 8-year builds. In 8 years is a minimum, because if you keep it super simple, it will be reliable, it will be fast, and it will last you for years and years and be a much better value. But if you insist on carrying old equipment over that's long obsolete, you are free to do so on your own. Don't drag me along with you down that trip, because I don't want to go. The amount of time you will spend diagnosing in frustration is far greater value to me than just using the drive externally in a dock. So you can still use it, just don't put it in the system. Hey, you know what? These old tires on this old car are still fine. Let me put them on the brand new car I bought. Gee, I wonder what my first failure is going to be on my brand new car. Well, there's nothing wrong with those tires. I'm going to keep them. Okay, you do you. I don't run my business like that. So what I need to do at this point is give us power again and erase the RAID array. And we're going to install Windows 11 just on one of the M.2s. And then the other M.2, once we're in Windows, we're going to wipe it clean and format it so it'll be just a data drive. And then we're going to run Crystal Disk Mark and compare the same exact drive is installed twice. One's in a fast slot, one's in a slow slot. Putting a fast drive in a slow slot, waste of money. So we ain't going to keep it that way, but I want to demonstrate it to you. See, these are things you can do. In this whole example I've been giving you, there's been one common theme. Just because you can do it doesn't mean it's a good idea or that you should. And if you choose to do it anyway, set your expectations. Don't be surprised. Be surprised if it works for years without a problem, because that would be unusual if you go against the advice. I should specify that. Did I leave the mouse plugged in? No, let's plug the mouse in. Yeah, quote me on it. If you want to quote me that I can diagnose a computer in under 10 minutes, once you bring it down to those 6 parts or however many parts it was, anything longer than 10 minutes or means I'm having a bad day. That's the bottom line. I had somebody who was working on a problem for hours, and he's like, I said, try this and try that. And he's like, I'm not an idiot. I go, look, you know what? We got to a point where I said, you're not listening. You want to argue? You've got your mind made up that you have a problem that doesn't make any sense. And you're trying to convince me it doesn't make any sense. But I promise you, once I have the information you're not telling me because you're not cooperating, it'll make sense. But if all I'm doing is relying on you, who has already convinced yourself it doesn't make sense, I'm never going to get the answer from you because you've already made up your mind and you're blind to what the answer is. So this is a waste of time to try and help you over the phone. Bring the machine to me. Let me get the machine. Let me put it in front of me without you poisoning my view and my attitude. And I can promise you I'll have it sorted in under 10 minutes. There's no way you want to bet? I'm like, I'm not going to bet you because I don't want you to lose your money. Just bring it over and I'll show you. And then I think I had it diagnosed in 6 minutes. And he's like, I cannot believe what I just saw. I'm like, it's always the same for me. This is another day at the office, man. I know what to tell you. You witnessed it. He goes, I will never doubt you again. I said, you shouldn't have doubted me to begin with, but whatever. All right, so let's start. We're going to turn this on. What am I missing? Well, the power button's up here. Now, when you have intermittent computer problems, when you have a computer that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, those are the difficult ones to solve, because if you have no way to replicate the problem, then how do you know if you solved it or not? So I should put that caveat in that, say you've got a computer that's not turning on, a computer that won't boot up, a computer that whatever the behavior is repeatable over and over and over again, those I should specify shouldn't require more than 10 minutes. But when it only sometimes does this or only sometimes does that, and I don't care if it's a health issue, sometimes it hurts when I do this. If it's sometimes my brakes squeak, you take it to the mechanic, it never squeaks for the mechanic, right? Intermittent problems are a different issue altogether. So I do need to add that one little exception. Intermittent problems are not fun for the tech, they're not fun for the end user, and they can take a very, very long time to figure out. Unless you can replicate the problem, you can never be sure that you fixed it. It's just the way it is. So yeah, just want to put that little condition in there. Probably should have started with that now that I think about it. Sometimes people have selective hearing and they didn't hear the exception part. So they'll remember back in 2024 when you said, and I go, yeah, remember when I also said, I didn't hear that part. No, of course you didn't. But yeah, let me go to camera 2. What are we doing over here? Oh, this is already booted up. So let me go full screen so I can see what's happening. So the first thing we need to do, I don't want to just clone this with Acronis because we have RAID drivers and RAID software that I don't want hanging around in the system. So we'll do a clean install. I don't want to have drivers on a clean install I'm not using. That can cause intermittent problems later. That would be fun. So hopefully we'll be able to get into the BIOS here, and we'll go to Setup, and we're going to erase our RAID array. So we're going to go to Advanced, and under RAID Expert Config, Array Management, we're going to delete the array. We have just this one array made up of 2 drives, and we hit Delete, Confirm, Yes, no arrays found, and then we want to turn NVMe off, NVMe RAID. You want to turn off NVMe RAID, so that's going to be under Advanced, and NVMe RAID mode will now be disabled. And now we're going to save and exit. So that should return the system back to essentially factory settings, and the drives will be reset, so the drives are effectively erased. Now it should boot to my Windows 11 installation media that I plugged in, because it can't boot to these drives anymore, and the only bootable device I've got plugged into it is the Windows 11 installation media. So when that shows up, here it is. We'll hit next. We go through the standard procedure. We're not doing RAID this time, so we don't have to go through all that hassle we did before. And we are erasing these drives, okay? So just to be clear, everything's lost, gone forever. We accept the license agreement, and now it's going to look and see where we can install, and we should have a choice of the flash drive for some reason and the two M.2 drives. So drive 0 M.2 is 1.8 terabytes, and disk 1 is 1.8. I don't know which is which. I don't know which one is the Gen 5 drive or the Gen 5 slot. They're both Gen 5 drives. So I'm going to just assume disk 0 is the fast one. Disk 2, this is all our installation flash drive here. We obviously would never select that. So we're going to start with disk 0, and then once we install, then and only then will we be able to figure out what's going on with the which slot is which. I don't know if the Gen 5 is disk 0 or if the Gen 5 slot is disk 1. So you'll see there's an unknown type here. That means there's something left over from the RAID. So we need to delete the partition. It needs to say it's unallocated. So removing the array did not completely erase everything on the drives. We could have turned the array back on and the drives would have been okay, I guess. Either way, it's not you should have a backup for anything important. So we're going to delete the partitions on both disk 0 and disk 1 so they become an allocated space, which is how you're going to install any brand new drive. Out of the box, that's how it arrives, and that resets it back to factory settings. Then we'll hit next on disk 0 and let Windows 11 start to install. Again, this is Windows 11 24H2. Anytime you see me install Windows 11 since 24H2 came out, that's all I'm installing now. I still stand by 24H2 is way, way better than Windows 10 has ever been, and it's way better than Windows 11 has ever been. I really, really like this operating system, and for all the people that are saying they're having troubles, it's probably they have something unique most of us don't have. If you wait for the 24H2 update to come to you, it'll probably work. If you force it, there may be a reason why it hasn't been offered to you yet. But I can assure you, I have installed, well, yesterday after the show, I went over to Studio A and I put 24H2 on 3 more machines. And I put it on 2 machines at Studio A the day before that, the day before that, the day before that, the day before that. Plus all the machines we've done here, I've never seen it fail. It doesn't matter if it's AMD or Intel. Even on the Nuka-Cola build, the 8086K, do you remember that build we did all those years ago? It's still sitting at Studio A. Yesterday it updated to 24H2, no problems at all. Now there have been a bunch of BIOS updates. If I see another BIOS update, it'll be a day too soon. I have BIOS updated everything out of my mind. Even those Nook, what were those Nooks called? They were an i5 9300H. I've got like 4 of them. Oddly, they didn't have BIOS updates, and they all took 24H2 without a problem. Everything. The only machines I had problems with are the original Threadripper build. That's going to need a new Threadripper chip that's not Windows 11 compatible. And the first, the AMD build I did, the 2400G, any AMD that's Zen or Zen Plus is not going to be Windows 11 compatible, even though that chip's not even 6 years old. If it was an Intel chip that was 6 years old, you wouldn't have this problem, but it's a Generation 1 product, and as a result, these are the consequences of being first. We talked about all this. I think anybody resistant to Windows 11 is got some old software, obsolete software, or they just have a bad attitude, and I can't fix those things. But I can tell you, my personal opinion is I highly, highly recommend Windows 11 24H2 as an upgrade, being better than Windows 10. Not just a replacement, it's better. But that's just my opinion. Alan Lindos with $15.77 in Super Chat says, hello, Carey and Mara and chat. I did not expect a Thursday show. Yeah, well, if everything would have gone well yesterday, we wouldn't be here doing this now. But it left as many questions as it gave us answers. So what we do know and what we established on yesterday's show is RAID 0, and again, in my opinion, for performance or storage capacity, makes no sense to me. Now, because we have these experiences together on a live and unscripted show, that also means you could come to your own conclusion very different. As long as if you're paying me to solve problems for you, I cannot accept that responsibility if you choose to not take my advice. But if you're not paying me to support you, in other words, you're going to go against my advice, you're certainly free to do that. But I also would not, like if you were my client and I told my client you need to do X, Y, and Z and they refuse to do it, then I can't afford to keep them as a client. They could put me out of business. So I have to separate terms with that client and say, look, there's no point in me being here. If you know better than I do, you don't need me, and I can't absorb the liability. There's a reason I'm able to keep my business alive for the last 30 years. We follow these procedures that ensure that I'll have a business tomorrow. You may not care if I have a business tomorrow, but I do. So if a customer puts me into a liability situation, they're not going to be my customer anymore. But you as a viewer, you weren't my customer to begin with, right? I mean, all of my members, I still will support you just as I do my paying customers. And if you have any problems, I'm always happy to help you. But I just want to say, a lot of problems, if you follow my advice, a lot of problems could be completely avoided, but then you'd never know. If you never had the problem to begin with, how would you know it was because of my advice? This is a very difficult place for me to be, because if the problem happens, you say, well, it would have happened anyway. And if the problem doesn't happen, you'd say, well, it wouldn't have happened anyway. So it's a very difficult thing for me to prove other than by looking at the history of my business. Not too many computer shops have been around over 30 years. And there's got to be a difference between us, you know? So that's what works for me. That's what's proven to work. Historically, if you don't believe me, the business has been around and that history is verifiable. However, so sometimes we need to learn things on our own, and I respect that too. Sometimes there's a skepticism that says, you know, I want to have the failure, I want to have the experience. So be it. Like I said, if it has no financial impact on me, doesn't bother me none, you know. But when a client sues you for their financial losses because they did something you advised them not to do, and then they're going to take you to court and hold you accountable for it, not a good place to be. Just, it's a subject matter you don't see much here on YouTube, because most of the content creation in the tech sector is being done by enthusiasts who they're not held accountable to anything they do. That's why I'm such a fan of folks like Mike's unboxing reviews and how-to channel, live Windows training with Doug Betts, Salem Techsperts, where you're seeing actual repair people, and you'll notice the caution, and you'll notice how far ahead they think. They're not just thinking about how to solve this problem right now. They're thinking about, how do I make sure this problem goes away forever and I have a happy customer who's going to refer me and come back for more business, and also isn't going to sue me. And also, I need to get this done yesterday. So I would love to see a lot more of that here on YouTube. The enthusiasts are fine for what they are, but there's just, in my opinion, not a balance of actual technical people doing this for a living to offset the practical side of things. And that's just a general statement. There's always exceptions. All right, so now we've got our Windows 11 installed, and if we go to disk management, we should see the other drive should pop up here. It says unallocated, so let's format that. So these are both the same Generation 5 drives. One's in a Gen 5 slot, One's in a Gen 4 slot. I don't know which is which right now. But we're going to find out by running Crystal Disk Mark, and we can tell from the performance numbers which slot is which. If the performance is higher on disk 1, then that's going to be our Gen 5 slot. I don't know, based on the vertical and horizontal arrangements, which one is disk 0. This is the only way I can tell. So we'll let that format. I'm going to go ahead and unplug my Windows 11 installation media, because the next thing I need to do is get this online so that we can get all the drivers we need for it. Oh, you know what? I did download the drivers, didn't I? You know what? Let me plug in the flash drive we had yesterday that has our downloaded drivers. And let's just grab them that way. Why not? So it was this file, as I recall. We'll pull that out here. That's all formatted. We're ready to go. You see down here, we're not connected to the network. We have a bunch of devices, including our network driver, that are not loaded. So these devices here, and that's what the driver download is for. So if we go to the file there that we just copied over from the flash drive, let me move that so I can see it. Double click, extract all. And you can go through this alphabetically. You could go through this a number of different ways. We learned yesterday we have the MikroTik Wi-Fi, not the Intel Wi-Fi. They give you drivers for both because apparently it could come either way depending on the model you order and when it was made. You know, what do you do if you're a factory and you cannot get one manufacturer's product? Do you just stop production, or do you have a substitute? I suspect that a substitution or a fallback is available for that reason. So now we'll use these extracted drivers. We can start with the AMD chipset software. We're going to run that. And that's going to resolve some of the issues in our device manager just by itself. And so I don't confuse myself, I'll delete the zip file. We don't need that anymore. We've got it already decompressed here. And as I mentioned, we can just go through these one at a time and get through them. And that will get our drivers back installed. And then we can go ahead and run our Crystal Disk Mark numbers and determine if disk 0 or disk 1. We know physically the Gen 5 slot is the one that shares the screw that holds down the Wi-Fi adapter. What we don't know is that disk 0 or disk 1. And because both drives are the same make and model, I can't tell by looking in the BIOS, because they both, disk 0 and disk 1 are the same make and model, same capacity. So it does make things a little confusing. So where you want the same make and model in a RAID 0, you don't necessarily want the same make and model installed at the same time. Ideally, you only have one drive installed when you install Windows. That way you always install to the right drive. So if I would have taken the other drive out, knowing which drive was this, or which slot rather, was the Gen 5 slot, that would have automatically become disk 0. See how that works? Then once I install Windows, I could shut it down, unplug it, and then add a second drive. Then when I turn it back on, that'll become disk 1. That's how that should work. But because I have to take 4 little screws out, remove a heatsink with a fan on it, I'd rather not do that. So for that reason, I'm just kind of being lazy. I'm being efficient. That's what it is. I'm being efficient by just leaving it in there, and we'll figure it out this way instead. So folks still experiencing buffering. Again, we have a 100% solid connection to the YouTube ingest servers. We have 0 drop frames. It hasn't dropped a single frame. We probably could not have as far as I know, this is one of the best connections we've ever had. It can't be any better than it is. So on our side of things, just to reiterate, everything's perfect here and everything's perfect to YouTube. Between YouTube and you, I don't know what's going on. But again, I'm not quite sure what we can do about that. I have to be able to replicate the problem in order to isolate it. And if the problem is in somebody else's hands, like my internet service provider, then I have to rely on them. Or if it's YouTube, or if it's Google, or if it's some servers in your route to getting the data to you. You know, what can I do? Let me jump back to full screen, and we're going to go to the next driver, which is the graphics driver, I guess. Yeah, because this has a discrete graphics card in it, it loads the software separately. All right, let's see what else they're talking about in the chat room besides buffering. Lou Greenia said he just tried to watch a different live video and his browser's crashed there as well. Oh, makes sense. Bajan Guy joins us, says good afternoon. And people on Windows 10 and Windows 11 are all experiencing these issues. So it's not a 24H2. I know people are hoping. There's just people that just don't want to accept how good 24H2 is. But no, this is not a 24H2 problem for sure. This has to do with the browser, or it has to do with the bandwidth being consumed in the route that the data is taking. That's the only thing that makes any sense. David Graham said some software is incompatible with 24H2 and different combos of control software. Most people who have software incompatible with 24H2 have out-of-date software or out-of-date hardware. That must be something quite old. If I were you, well, speaking of a crash, we just got a crash on the video driver. If I were you, I would not blame 24H2. That's not a failure of 24H2. That's a failure of that particular software manufacturer or hardware manufacturer. So if you could tell us specifically what piece of software you're having a problem with, I can probably explain why you're having a problem with that. But an overall general statement that other people are having problems with some software or accommodations thereof is literally no information at all. That's just an excuse. But if you could be more specific, I'm sure we could help you. Now, let me go back to whatever that crash was. It might have been because these drivers are not for 24H2. Bear in mind that the drivers we downloaded from Minisforums are likely out of date. There's probably a newer AMD chipset driver and Radeon graphics driver. Now, we don't have Intel Bluetooth, but we do have Intel Ethernet, and we can grab that. And then, of course, once we're able to get back online, which this is what this should have done, then we can get the updated drivers, which I'm sure would resolve the blue screen issues. Old drivers with any Windows operating system in the history of Windows will cause your operating system to crash. That is true of Windows 11 today, as it's always been true of Windows 95 or Windows XP. Still the same rules apply for the same reasons. All right, we're going to get through that. That's going to put our Bluetooth driver, our Wi-Fi driver. Then we have a Realtek audio driver. We'll go ahead and throw that on, even though it's not entirely necessary. It's an unusual installation method. And then there's a Realtek app that we'll throw on here right quick. And that should be all our drivers with regards to our device manager. Now, with regards to the blue screen, as I mentioned, the two drivers that we definitely want to make sure we have up to date are going to be that AMD chipset driver and that AMD Radeon driver. In both cases, we can do that with the AMD Adrenalin software. And I recommend you keep this software updated at all times. This improves your system reliability and system performance, and oftentimes even your system security. So I'll just type in AMD Adrenalin, if I could spell it, Adrenalin, and then we're gonna just hit this button here, and we're gonna download the software, which should take us to the driver. Download software, download drivers. Then we'll open that up and apply it. This is absolutely critical. Just like your Intel chipset drivers, your operating system very heavily relies on these, and your experience is going to vary greatly on old drivers versus new ones. When it comes to video drivers, I don't care if it's a Radeon or a GeForce or an Intel graphics card, those video drivers are critical, and your chipset drivers are critical. You always want to make sure those are up to date. And if you're ever experiencing a crash, those are the first two places I would look if I were you. Video drivers, chipset drivers. Always make sure they're current. In the meantime, while that's loading, let me just take a look in our device manager and see if everything looks happy in there. So we have a multimedia controller here that's likely going to be resolved through this update, and also we'll do some Windows updates and we can run Crystal Disk Mark. There we go. Those are both the Radeon video driver and all the chipset drivers are all going to be installed now through the AMD Adrenalin software. That's why it's so important you make sure you keep this up to date. It affects the entire foundation upon which your operating system and all of your hardware rely on. Everything else is light work. This stuff is not to be skimped on. All right, let's go back over to the chat and see what you're talking about here. Paul Connolly says he's not buffering or crashing on his YouTube app on his phone or on his browser in Windows. Ron Barner says he won't be able to watch the live streams until we can find the problem. It's not for us to find the problem, and it's not for us to determine that these problems will continue on the next live stream. All I can tell you is whenever this problem mysteriously began, it will mysteriously go away, and we likely will never know the reason why, and nor can we expect it on every live stream just because you're experiencing it today. So just so you know, I understand if today is a difficult day for you to watch a live stream, join us tomorrow, see if the problem still exists. Join us on Monday, see if the problem still exists. Join us on Tuesday. I can almost reassure you that there are going to be days that are better than others when it's something we don't have control over, and we'll never really know when it's fixed because some people are still not experiencing any problems and other people are, and we don't have any control over the environment that you're in or the data provider that you're using or the servers and the routes they're going through. Eventually, it will be resolved, and that resolution could happen in 5 minutes or it could happen in 5 months. It's out of our hands. There's nothing we can do about it. But I wouldn't assume you wouldn't be able to watch live streams from now on. That's only accurate, apparently, for now. So you'll have to keep checking to determine. And of course, if we learn anything about it, we'll share it with you. But I don't think we're ever going to hear anything about this. Alan Lindos with a $2 super chat said his buffering has gone. Yeah, just as mysteriously as it started, it's likely going to end in a very similar, mysterious way. That's what I would expect. Stuff like this, companies aren't really here to brag about. Typically, when Chrome crashes, it sends a report to Google. And so if this is happening to a lot of people watching YouTube live streams, then Google engineers are being flooded with Google Chrome crash reports. And since Google owns YouTube, those teams could be working on it now. That's why it asks you if you want to anonymously send the crash reports. So whether you choose to or not, there are plenty of people who never uncheck the box. And I can assure you, the engineers are being flooded with these messages. They're well aware of it. You don't have to report it. There's nothing else to do. All right, now with that finally done, let's hit our Windows update. Oops, I have to go full screen. Yeah, let's grab our Windows updates. And again, I like to turn this option on, and I like to turn on this one, and this one. And while that's doing the check, let's take a look in our device manager. Is everything happy now? Yes, that's what I suspected. Everything's good. We've got a few cumulative updates, and while we're waiting, we'll check our power plan just because I don't want this thing to go to sleep on me while we're live. So we're going to set sleep to never and turn the monitor off after 3 hours. Dodged a bullet there. And then I don't like this little advertising icon spam down here, so I just type in search permissions, and we're going to turn that off, get rid of it. In the meantime, oh, I don't like the hidden icons down here. We're going to right click on the taskbar settings. We're going to go turn this off and turn this off. And under other system tray icons, I turn the one on that's, turn off the one that's on and turn on the ones that are off. Oh, Microsoft, you're so wacky. Windows updates are still running in the background. Even though I close the window, it doesn't stop them. So if I just want to keep an eye on it, I can just go back to settings and back to Windows Update, and we can see where it's at. These start button items I don't want, right click and uninstall. This is not bloatware, guys. These are just little shortcuts. Bloatware would take, you want to know what bloatware is? Get the McAfee uninstall tool. Download it for free. If you have any like McAfee Live Safe or any of this other McAfee stuff, it'll take 20 minutes to get all that McAfee stuff off your system. That's bloatware. This little tiny stuff, right click, uninstall, those are crumbs. Those aren't even cookies. Those are crumbs of cookies, nothing. It would take you longer to run a debloat script and download the debloat software than to simply right click and uninstall. Unless, of course, it's Norton or McAfee. The best tool they make is the uninstallation wizard for McAfee and for Norton. Norton makes a Norton uninstallation tool, and McAfee makes a McAfee removal tool. They're free, and they're the best products each company makes. Strongly recommend running them. Get that crap off your system, then talk to me about bloat, because those are the two most bloated programs I'm aware of that are in common installation of consumer PCs. My clients don't run that stuff. Okay, so back over to the chat room. Phil Stodd said I went into the BIOS and enabled the above 4G, and now it seems fine using an XFX RX7600 GPU. I appreciate the update, Phil. It may be too early to tell. It shouldn't hurt anything by turning it on. It does help share the resources with the video memory on your video cards, so whether or not you notice an improvement, we'll have to tell over time, or whether or not you notice a performance improvement. That's for you to determine depending on how you use the machine, or whether you notice nothing at all, but it shouldn't hurt anything. So we'll keep an eye on it. We're off to a good start anyway, so I appreciate the update. And while that is installing, I'm going to grab a cold Gatorade here. And it looks like we're going to end on time today based on what we're seeing, because after this string of updates, we should be able to go ahead and run our Crystal Disk Mark test on 0 and Disk 1 and finally get some answers here. And then you can compare that to yesterday's Crystal Disk Mark results of the RAID 0, and it should confirm it's a waste of money to run that on 2 different generation drives, at least, again, for performance reasons. All right, that's ready to restart. It's a fast little machine, I will tell you. The Atomman series from Minisforum is no joke. These are some powerful little boxes. It's amazing to me that these machines cost less than the CPU that we put in Threadripper and are like 3 to 4 times faster than it and use 1/4 of the power it uses. And they're Windows 11 compatible, where the Threadripper is not. Isn't that crazy? When we did the Threadripper fix for Serve the Home, that's a 3995WX. I think that's a $4,000 chip. This machine will probably run circles around that too, and it won't generate as much heat nor consume as much power. Of course, it also doesn't have the workhorse ability that Threadripper does, but we're not using it anyway. So If you have something you're not using, it's the same as not having it. Just saying. Why pay all that extra money if you don't have to, and then pay all the extra money to use it, to plug it in and, you know, have it sucking down all the electricity, when you could have a machine that's smaller, easier to work on, costs a fraction of the price in both ownership, maintenance, and electricity usage. So to each their own, but there's certainly businesses that need these workhorse machines for some pretty intense productivity. But outside of a hobbyist playing around, doesn't really make practical sense for most people. But that's not for me to decide how you spend your money and your time. But I just want you to be aware. There's more cost than just the price of the hardware. Cost of ownership is much, much higher on those real high-end machines. And I've got to say, on the Atomman line, cost of ownership is not higher. So far as I can tell, they're the same reliability and identical power consumption to other mini PCs of this performance ratio, and smaller, quieter, and they cost less than building it yourself. I think the desktop's in trouble. All those Intel and AMD chip problems weren't issues on the mobile chips. They were only on the desktop chips. Ron Varnish says he opened 2 more live videos on YouTube, is buffering. So what I would do if I were Ron is I would probably unplug my modem and I would unplug my router, unless they're both the same device. And then I would let it sit for about 2 minutes. Then I would plug it back in, or plug them back in, modem first, router second. Give it 2 to 3 minutes to renegotiate with your internet service provider, and then once you're back online, see if it resolves your buffering problems. If you have anything else in your network, like a network switch, an access point, all of that should be powered off, left off for 2 minutes, and then powered back on again. This is required from time to time to clear out memory buffers. We've all had to do that. Some of us have to do it more often than others. Bajin Guy said, I'm seriously thinking about getting a mini PC for my local church. They're so inexpensive now. I can't see why not. So as soon as these updates are done, I think that's the end of, well, we'll check one more time, but I think that's all there is for Windows updates. Frankie B sent in a $5 super chat. Sorry, Frankie, just saw that. Thank you, my friend. Planet Cryos contributed $5 earlier in super chat. I missed that. He says the manual for this mini PC is downloadable. Is that a word? Yeah, that's a word. Not the best manual, however. Yeah, that's pretty much every manual ever, with few exceptions. That's why I don't waste my time with them. That's kind of par for the course these days. Even when the manuals are good, people don't know because they won't read them. There's plenty of brand new car manuals sitting in glove boxes on brand new cars that owners have never even opened, even just to flip through the pages. They're brand new. Go look at a used car and you'll probably find a brand new unused owner's manual still wrapped in the glove box. People don't read them. And quite frankly, it like 400 pages long with all the technology, they wouldn't understand it anyway. All right, one more shot with our Windows updates here. But I think that should catch us up. And then you always want to check under advanced options and see if you have any optional updates. If you do, I'd recommend you grab all of them. Universally, just grab them all. They're there for a reason. So it looks like the cumulative update failed before, so it's going to do that one more time. That might have happened because one of the other updates needed to take effect first. That's pretty common. But if it fails over and over again, that's a different story. So anytime you have a failed update, that's normal. It's a number of reasons why they're supposed to fail. You restart the computer, you try the update again, and you shouldn't see that failure ever again. If you see it again, and you want some help, let us know which update you're having the trouble with and when the problem started, and I'm sure we can help you resolve that. It's very uncommon now. The Windows update process in Windows 11 24H2 is much, much faster, and the downloads are smaller. And I posted about that. I think I posted it on my Twitter page. I might have posted it on my Facebook page. It's a great article on how the servicing stack has been vastly improved on 24H2. There's a lot of benefits under the hood that make the operating system better for gaming, that make the operating system better for updating. It's, you know, I sound like a Microsoft shill. And I've never, well, I wouldn't say never. I was pretty excited about Windows 95, but I wasn't making videos back then. But I sold the heck out of it. And I sold the heck out of AMD Athlon XP processors. Man, I sold a lot of those. You'd think I was working for the company. But things change. The only thing that I don't want to change is the state of my business being operable. Let me get rid of this flash drive. I don't need it installed anymore. That's our drivers. Let me unplug that. And then, yeah, these cumulative updates, they can take a while. That's normal. But the download should be smaller, and the amount of time it takes should be faster on 24H2 overall with Windows updates in general. And with that, when we restart, I can grab my utilities flash drive, which I have here. And I guess while we're waiting, I can just start copying what we need off of here. We can multitask, can't we? So we're going to grab Uncle Carey's Windows 10 Optimizer. I always like to put VLC on there. Oops. If I drag it out properly. And for PC testing, I always grab CPU-Z, a Crystal Disk Portable. I think that's all we need. And those are all free programs, you know, VLC, CPU-Z, and Crystal Disk Mark. I always download the portable zip file versions. I don't install them ever. And they're all free. Just Google them and you can get them the same place I did. I'm not allowed to distribute them. They're not mine to give away. But you're welcome to go get it on your own if you want to run these same benchmarks on your system. And then I can unplug the utilities flash drive. We're done with that. Just checking the phone. Doesn't look like I'm missing anything there, so we're caught up, I think. We got about 15 minutes left of today's live stream. It looks like this update has failed. Did exactly what I said is highly unlikely, which is failing twice in a row after a reboot. So I'm going to try that one more time here. And if it continues to struggle, I'm going to just postpone that so we can get on with our test. And I can look into what this is if we have time afterwards or after the show later. This is the first time I have seen this experience. And of course, that would happen on a live show. But that's good. That proves everything's unscripted and unrehearsed and everything you see is real. Even when it does something that's uncommon, it doesn't mean when I tell you that these things are unlikely that they're not possible. It just means the likelihood of it is significantly reduced by comparing to what we're used to or what was considered normal. So let's see if it fails this third time, and if so, I won't waste any more time with it because we're running out of time here. It says it's installing. This time I'm going to watch it. Let's see how far it gets. I have not been paying attention, so I don't know what it was doing before. I don't normally pay attention to Windows updates. I set them and go about doing something else. It's so uncommon for something like this, especially now. I've got other things to do, and if there's a consequence, I'll be made aware of it, you know. I don't need to know right when it happens. So far, 17% is good. Where is our failure? We're talking about KB5044384. Yeah, so that's happening early on. We'll look into that and come back to it. In the meantime, we're good to go as far as our testing is concerned. So let me just bring these over here. Whoops. Let me bring these over here. Rox can see them. Bring that over here. Bring that over here. And you can see stuff like that is nothing to get worked up about. It's not a big deal. We'll fix it later, whatever it is. And then let's run Crystal Disk Mark on drive C and get our performance numbers. Now, knowing the drives, this is why this test is so important. Drive C and drive D are the exact same make, model, capacity. Now, if you remember, when we were in RAID 0 mode, does anybody remember what our read speeds were? I'm going to tell you right now, our read speeds were pretty much identical or slower than what you see with a single Gen 5 drive. Now the write speeds were showing 22,000, which did not make any sense to me because that should not have been possible. But on a Gen 5 drive, especially a quality one, speeds of 12,500 are pretty much where we're at today. Speeds up to 15,000 may be possible in future generations. Probably not quite to 15 because there's overhead with parity. Probably looking around 14, maybe a little over 14, but the technology's not there yet. But as far as Gen 4 and Gen 3, we've already saturated the bus. We flood them with as much as they can carry. That's why Gen 5 exists. And then eventually we'll flood Gen 5 with as much as it can carry, and there'll be Gen 6. And each generation doubles. So when we're looking at an average of 3,600 actual megabytes per second on Gen 3 when it's totally saturated, it's about 7,300, slightly more than double on Gen 4. And if we double that again with Gen 5, you should be around 14,500, right in that ballpark. But the technology has not caught up yet. The controller chips and the DRAM is not fast enough to totally saturate Gen 5, but it will be. And then there'll be a Gen 6. And Gen 6 will be twice again. So if we can do 14,000, then we'll be able to do 28,000. Assuming we have chips fast enough to go that fast, that's what it would take to saturate the bus. And then Gen 7, well, you can do the math, right? Now, as we finish on the read side of our specs here, what I'm particularly interested in is what our write speed sequentially will be on the top right. That should be close to the read speed, maybe 1,000 or 2 less. Should be 10,000 or better anyway. We'll find out here in a moment. That suggests to me, just by looking at this, that disk 0 is in fact our Gen 5 slot. Oh, those write speeds are better than I expected. So if we were in 2 Gen 5 slots with 2 Gen 5 drives in RAID 0, then our numbers should be twice what you're seeing. We should see somewhere around 24,000 on the reads and around 22,000 on the writes. And that's not what our experience was, because the slots are not the same, even though the drives are. If I get a Ferrari and I get it in the slow lane on the freeway, it doesn't matter how fast my Ferrari is. I cannot go any faster than the car in front of me. It's kind of the same thing here. The fact that Minisforum has decided to make one Gen 4 and one Gen 5, I understand why they did that. But why they're offering a RAID configuration makes no sense to me. On a high-performance computer where everything's about performance, the idea that you would want it for storage just doesn't make sense to me. Typically, storage computers are built differently with a different emphasis on capacity and price to performance, price to capacity versus price to performance. As a gaming machine, this was built to be a high performer. It wasn't designed to be a network attached storage unit. That doesn't mean you can't use it as such. It's just not what it was engineered on paper to be. As a result, with that logic, that doesn't make any sense to have mismatched RAID 0. But that's the way I see it. You may choose to see it differently. I will not be using RAID on this computer because of the mismatched M.2s. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Put your data on a USB drive or get a network attached storage. Save your money. Save the headaches of all that complicated setup. Not to mention the complicated maintenance when things go wrong. So this is disk 0. We're just now wrapped up. Let's do save results here as, we'll say this is Crystal disk mark drive 0 Gen 5. We'll make this a JPEG image. And we're going to save that right here on our desktop. Perfect. Now let's drop to drive D. Again, same, oh, it's drive F, probably because of my flash drive. So drive F is the second Gen 5 drive that's installed in the Gen 4 slot. We should see somewhere in the 7,000 range on these, which means we're wasting our money putting a Gen 5 in there. Let's see if that's true. We're going to run the same tests now on the other slot. I fully expect 7,300 in here. See, this isn't right. That is also Gen 5 speeds. So what's throwing me and what doesn't make any sense to me is how Minisforum is implemented the Gen 5 and Gen 4. It's quite possible that you have to use both drives at the same time in order to see the performance degradation of one drive to the other. Because we're still seeing Gen 5 performance on drive F. We shouldn't be. We should be seeing Gen 4 performance. Is it possible that it's auto switching internally to Gen 5 mode to each slot? Because that's what it appears to be doing. But that if you tried to run both of them at the same time, you'd still be limited to the same speed. It basically, each drive would do half. Because that's the only thing that explains this oddity. Because now I can't tell which one's drive 1 and which one's drive 0 if they're both performing at Gen 5 speeds. Something's not adding up here. And what's probably going to happen is I'll have to take this information to Minisforum and ask them to explain it to me. Their documentation suggests that one slot is Gen 4, but we are seeing Gen 5 on both sides.
I don't even know what to say.
My guess is that you can only run Gen 5 on one drive at a time. But that's not how they promoted it. Because if this were truly both Gen 5, we would have seen 24,000 on our reads yesterday.
Right.
We were seeing the same reads in RAID 0 yesterday as we're seeing today. If anything, these numbers are a little better.
True.
RAID 0 actually slowed us down.
True.
But we did see 22,000 on the writes, which didn't make any sense either. Because that would be the number you should see in a RAID 0 if both slots were Gen 5
Right.
with Gen 5 drives. Yeah, we're running Gen 5 on this all the way. I am baffled. So now I'm wondering, is there a way that we can test both drives at the same time? Can I run 2 instances of Crystal Disk Mark, or do I get another benchmark so I can run the 2 benchmarks at the same time and see if both drives are... In other words, there's so much thing of a canal, and we've got 2 rivers, and one river can run down the canal at a certain gallons per minute, and the other river can run down the canal at a certain gallons per minute. But if we open both rivers at the same time into the canal, do we flood the canal? Do we maximize how many gallons per minute the canal can hold?
Right.
Or is it still the same number, but each river is now delivering half as much?
Right.
That's weird. These numbers, this should not be happening.
Right.
Based on the documentation.
Yeah.
We should be getting Gen 4 speeds out of one of these
That's why
drives.
I had to walk over here. I was like, what
One of these,
is happening here?
if one of these slots is truly Gen 4, why are the numbers twice that of Gen 4 on both slots?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah. So there's a piece here.
Let's try it.
Well, I'm trying to wonder, I don't know that I can run this on 2 drives at the same. I could run like the ATTO benchmark on one drive, and then I don't know if it'll let me open 2 instances of Crystal Disk Mark or not. I could try. Let's let this test finish, and I'm going to save the results. All right, that's first. And just to give you some comparison, these were our numbers from before.
Wow.
And they're virtually identical. They're exactly identical. That is weird. Drive C, this is drive F. One says 1862 gigs, one says 1863. I'm not sure why that discrepancy is there. Those should also be the same. I'm going to save this image, and we'll save it as a JPEG. And we're going to go to drive 1. I wonder if I bring up Crystal Disk Mark again with it, if I hold down Shift and double click it, will it open again? Whoops, no. Will it open a second instance of it? It does. All right. So this one's on drive C, this one's on drive F. Let's hit all and run both tests at the same time. Now, will both drives run at the same speed, or will both drives run at half speed? That drive says it's full speed, and that drive says it's full speed. This is very confusing. This should not be possible. Unless both slots are Gen 5. Okay. We will definitely take these results to Minisforum and ask for an explanation. If these are both running in Gen 5, then RAID 0 makes a lot more sense. But then the results from our RAID 0 test yesterday should have been the addition of these 2 numbers on our reads. So the 12375 plus 12377 added together, let's just call it 25,000. That should have been the results of our speed test yesterday. We did see a result of 22,000 on the write side of things, but not on the read side. Was that a driver-related problem? Is there inaccurate information in the manual? Are we doing something incorrectly? Are we misinterpreting the information we're seeing? So much like yesterday's show, we end up with more questions than answers. Now, if this has 2 Gen 5 slots, which it is certainly behaving like it is, that's a far greater value, and Minisforum is underselling it. Wow. Now, I would encourage you guys watching the video to run the same test on your computer. Crystal Disk Mark is free. Download the zip version, that's the portable version, and run the same test. If you don't know what these numbers mean, compare it to what you have, and then you'll have a reference point to understand just how impressive this is. John Paul Bacon says the NVMe driver might not support Gen 5 for both. Well, you're right, that's entirely possible. But according to Minisforum, this doesn't support Gen 5 on the other M.2 slot. But evidence keep emphasizing over and over and over again how experience is far greater value than what anybody says or what anybody has written. So if you have an option to determine an experience on your own, or you've decided you're not going to experience something because of information you've received, how do you know the information you received is 100% accurate? How do you know the conditions or the bias that was put into the information? That's what concerns me. We've seen some errors on Minisforum's website where it mentions 64 gig maximum amount of memory on a machine that takes DDR5. But the machine takes SODIMM DDR5. I guarantee its maximum is 96. The 64 gig is a maximum for DDR4, and somebody at Minisforum didn't notice. Somebody at Minisforum said one of the machines we looked at, the 760 Slim, had two 5 gig Ethernet ports when it only has one 2.5 gig Ethernet port. These are pretty big errors. And of course, we're making Minisforum aware, and they said they've hired on a bunch of people that are still being trained and they're making a lot of mistakes, and they appreciate us bringing it to their attention. But this appears to be another one of these misunderstandings or miscommunications internally with the company. This is not the first time they've delivered more than what they're selling. You know, when they tell you there's a 2 terabyte maximum storage limit, there's no such thing as a 2 terabyte storage limit on any NVMe computer ever built. It doesn't exist. Why would you tell your customers there's a limit? Why would you voluntarily impose something that's not true and theoretically reduce the value of the machine? Because if your competitors are stating the actual fact, which is there is no such thing as a limit, then your customer may choose your competitor over false information on your website. And Minisforum's got a great product. And as much as I liked this product before, I'm certainly liking it even better now because we just ran this test simultaneously on 2 different drives, and we are getting Gen 5 out of both of them. I am perplexed. So we're going to have to look more into this. And that does mean RAID 0 with the right drivers maybe should be able to achieve that 25,000 or 24,000 megabytes per second I was looking for. So I guess I'm not going to be removing these drives at the end of the day like I thought I was, because yeah, I need to work with Minisforum on this. We need to find out what's going on. Until next time, bye for now.